Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 honesty, and you say honesty.
Welcome, everyone. Kevin, where you there?
What day I want?
All right. Let me just kill this thing out.
Okay. Greetings and salutations, all. How you doing?
All right.
I want to say big ups to everybody locked in. You know, like I always say. Well, I've been saying it for a couple of weeks. You're not hearing me? Who not hearing me? Everybody not hearing me? People is not hearing me? People?
Can't hear you.
I can't understand why my signal going across.
Kevin. Can everybody hear me?
You not hear me? People.
Okay, all right.
Is it user error, you know? User error.
Exactly. How you know so? If you didn't stay one more day in the mother belly, then we'll call the prophet Kevin. So,
yeah, but I know these things, you know. I know these things.
I use an error. I'm just trying to get myself settled up. People, bless up. Big shout out to everybody. But today is gonna be a special day. Every day is a special day. But Kevin, we have to talk about what's going on with Beryl. Because
she roll through heavy.
Yeah, so much going on. We're going to talk to the people about the relief effort. We're going to talk about the preparation for Beryl or the lack thereof. We're going to talk about leadership or the lack thereof. We're going to talk about a whole heap of things about Beryl. We're going to expose everything to the people because that is our job, to educate and inspire people so that, we're going to present things to you that you will not hear coming out of traditional media in Jamaica. But with technology, Minister Barr said it the other day. I said nothing is secret. I don't know. I'm just gonna take my face value. So nothing is secret. So even when they say it's secret, it's not secret. But every time you ask for something from the ATI, they come back and say it's confidential and it's this and it's that. But if it's not secret, and secret is a higher classification than confidential, and if it's not secret, I don't know why them don't give it to us. But that's another story for another day. Anyway, my people, welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. With yours truly, Will, the Rebel Rattigan. Now, Hurricane Beryl caused devastation in our beloved paradise last week, and the event exposed the underbelly of incompetence and the specter of corruption. It also brilliantly revealed the importance of the diaspora, despite the government's schizophrenic relationship with its people living overseas. Promises have been made. Promises have been broken. But our love for country and people will never decrease. Our relationship with this corrupt government is another story. And today we're going to focus on the World Bank's CAT bond, or catastrophic bond of a whopping 150 million US dollars that should have been triggered to help our people get them back on their feet. It must be noted that we our people, Jamaica, won't get a red cent, not even a cent out of this bond that we've paid or we will pay 10 point something million US dollars this year. And we have to pay 10 point something million dollars all the way through 2027. And we're going to show you why this was a bad deal and that our world-class finance minister, with all due respect, Dr. Nigel Clark, you are a numbskull, sir. On this particular contract, you displayed you display the behavior of somebody who is just a numbskull, a novice, didn't know what he was doing, and we're gonna expose that to the people. No, tonight, relax with the rebel. Relax with the rebel. I go too fast. Relax with the rebel will be broadcasted tonight. Be sure to join us for some reggae favorites and come with your dancing shoes. Also, don't forget to check out DJ Kevin Where You There Stew tonight and every Saturday night from 8 to 10 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio for the best in reggae. Now, let me make it clear. We just love music and we just play some music. The real DJ, seem right so. Him that, Kevin Stew. Him the man is a professional, right? He won't tell you no, but Kevin is actually a paid DJ. Him go out and play at parties, bar mitzvahs, weddings, graduation, barbecues. You just call him on and guarantee to have a good time when Kevin play. When me play, it's almost like me I play for myself, and sometimes it don't resonate with the people. But when Kevin play for the people. Kevin don't play for Kevin. So that's the difference between us, you know. Plus, him technically gifted when it comes on, you know, mixing this, that. I'm a numbskull. I'm a numbskull when it comes to that. So don't forget, check out the numbskull tonight at midnight to 2 o'clock. And you can check out the real DJ from 8 till 10 p.m. tonight on Reggae Global Radio. Now we're sending out some prayers, special prayers for the health of a whole bunch of people. Let me just start with the people of Jamaica. They were, impacted by Beryl. Our thoughts and our prayers are with you and your families. We're all family. And we are going to try and do something special today. We're going to try and, deal with how we can get help to those people in need in Jamaica. But we're not doing it through the government. Let me be abundantly clear. We're going to burn out the government later. We're going to show you why. You don't send the government anything, right? Send it to your folks directly, or you send it through a charity, one that is certified, by the way. So we are sending up some big prayers for them people in Jamaica, and we hope that them get back on them foot in a short order and things just nice again. Although things never did nice before, because, oh boy, we don't know. But Mama Eileen, get well soon. You're stabilized now, but, prayers for you. Papa Trevor, likewise. Ma P, hey, may I come check you next week. All right. Looking forward to that. Margine, big up yourself. Desmond, Joanna, get well soon. We have in our prayers. We need to hear from you, though. Paul, Sasidiva, Mrs. Nelson, Bob, the Souza, Bonnie Jump, yes, sir. Recovery on the way. And Mr. Baxter. Oh, I'm a sister Jenny. Can't forget Jenny. She'll cost me if I don't remember. Big up the Manisons from Dover Road in Durban. The Ogles Russell, take care of yourself. And the Trower families in South Africa. We also have to big up the Al-Faiz family in Saudi Arabia, Abu Ali, Abdul Akil, I can't remember which one of the Abdul, but Abdul, big up yourself. Abdul Rahman, big up yourself. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Firehouse crew, and the Rollington crew, my general, prayers and blessings, manners and respect. Big up all of the media personalities and platforms that are committed to holding government accountable. Big up Linkage Radio, OBC Radio, All People Radio, Sutherland TV. By the way, Soda will be here with us today to talk about a charitable initiative that he's involved with. Producer Wayne Global TV, big up yourself, Wayne. And Isabel Rose, Waterhouse Vibes. Make we talk will be here today, Mr. Vumva V. He will be here with us today as a panelist. So You know, I'm not afraid now. I'm talk up the things. Although I'm kind of afraid still, but I'm going like him not afraid. Because I'm here, the man
Kind of.
watch people who water them plants or whatever. And I'm water few plants every day. You know? So, hot topic. Big up yourself. Who am I miss? Oh, Mystic Sensation had a wonderful time on the program last night with them. Dynamic duo. Super Jams, Professor John Lennon, Andre Stevens, Jamaican Carlos, Aromatic, Maria, Herb, Empress GTV, Beyond the Echo, Right Mango, and of course, the Renegade Who Not Afraid, the man in the wilderness, Wayne Lonesome. Gander Road Tony, Roland, I know you and your family are watch. Bitter, girl. Stay so. Cora and the Princess, Natty Norman, and of course, my sisters, Peaches, Joy, Marcy, and Jenny. Big up on yourself. And we also have to big up Musa and the family from South Africa who are watched tonight. And Michael. I'm not about to give out Michael's name, but Michael I watched tonight and really feel pleased about that because Michael not take time off to watch foolishness. So, you know, I have to make sure that the program has to know I kick up dust because Michael said if it not kick up dust, it now come back in Kevin. So we have to make sure so we have him keep him.
Make sure him have him in mask. You know, say all the Saharan just to take over South Florida.
Okay.
And the Caribbean. Yeah. It's from here. It's from here. Michael is from here.
Then we have to say all of the parishes that have been affected by Beryl, particularly Clarendon, Westmoreland, Manchester, and St. Bess, where my people them come from. Our prayers are with you, as I said earlier, and help may be forthcoming from the corrupt government, but definitely from your people in the diaspora. Help is on the way. Merlin and Dorrit, we will link. Glad to know. Sustain a little damage, but you know, thank God, all is well. Miss Allen, Diana, and David, I'm gonna bless upon yourself. Manners and respect to all civil servants, all our owner, including the ones who get ready for runoff right now. And it's a lot because things not going good at Jamaica. And we are talking about teachers and doctors and nurses and police people getting ready to run. Big up on yourself. And finally, big up our volunteers who are now officially known as our ambassadors. Thanks for the work you're doing on behalf of our people. And it's a wonderful group of people. And as I said last week, in the fullness of time, all of those people, we will have them, the ones who want to be seen, because some of them, you know, they prefer anonymity. And I understand that and respect that. But we'll have the full group on some point in the future, and they can, you know, give us a summary of what they've been working on. And believe me, they've been working on a lot. Tomorrow, check out Waterhouse Vibes on YouTube, 4 p.m. New York time. That's 3 p.m. Jamaica time. I think Michael is going to have on someone from the Maroon community. But don't hold me to it. But check it out anyway, because he's gonna, whatever topic is discussed, it will be well worth your while. Wayne Lonesome also can't forget his meeting, his regularly scheduled town hall meeting, 7 p.m. New York time, 6 p.m. Jamaica time. And Lonesome, if you listen, I go eat. So you don't have to use me as an excuse tomorrow when you want to cut the program short. All right, sir? All right. And you can catch Jamaican Carlos, Jeffrey Tavares, Mystic Sensation, Andre Stevens, and the others on a daily basis on their YouTube channels. You should like, share, and subscribe to those channels. And don't forget, ISAT Buchanan's radio show, Context Matters, on Reggae Global Radio, YouTube, and Facebook every Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m. New York time. That's 4 to 6 Jamaica time. And as I mentioned, and it's worth mentioning again, please check out Kevin Where You're There tonight and every Saturday night from 8 to 10 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio. Now, today, Kevin, we have a whole heap of things to talk about. You know, we have we just put in a disclaimer before the rest of the man and the panelists come on. That The opinions you hear today will be those of the individual presenters and is neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or yours truly, the host. You can hold me accountable for what I say, but you can hold me accountable for the views expressed by others. Now, today we will discuss Beryl and the associated issues, including the cat bond, that's a catastrophic bond, and fundraising by the diaspora and the government. We will also, well, let me just back up a bit. We have a very ambitious schedule. I don't know if we're going to complete this because we have decided to cut the hours that we broadcast to 5 hours, from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. And also that will give us time to go catch Kevin. I mean, not physically, but to Kevin now hide from the body. But listen to Kevin's program. And then so you know, a dear listener called me and said, listen, Ratty, we understand that, you know, him said, I understand that, yeah, you need your rest and you need to recuperate and you have the night program. But boy, I tell you the truth, I feel cheated when you do 5 hours because, you know, when you start dig up the topic them and you start get interested in the thing, you know, him say, no, you cut it to 5 hours and I feel too good about it. But what me I gonna do? Look, if enough for you say, boy, carry it go until you finish your topics and we have scheduled for the day. Then I guess we'll probably do that, but maybe not today because Kevin
Nope.
Right, no.
Nobody is going to ask you to do that. Nope.
All right, good. So here's what we have. We have an ambitious schedule. I don't know if we'll be able to fit it into the 5 hours, but whatever we don't fit in today, we will fit them in next week. So what we are going to do today is the topics that are of significance. They're all of significance, but the ones that are of great significance to all of you, then we're going to try and present those first. And then, you know, the others we'll just do them next week. Like I can think of one of the topics, the Constitution, citizenship and representation. We can probably push that off. We'll try to get to it, but if we don't, next week. So here are the topics we plan to discuss today. Beryl and the associated issues, including the cat bond and fundraising by diaspora and the government. The Constitution, citizenship and representation. And one of the reasons why I really wanted to touch the Constitution, citizenship and representation is this. I don't know if you're aware of this, Kevin, but this past Monday, the Constitutional Reform Committee, they had, I'll tell you which one, they have some subgroups. And the Legal Education Unit, they did something this past Monday. And they did it again, part 2, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday. And I listened to them the first time without interfering with what was going on. At the very end, I put something in there and I asked them to come on my program and explain what they were doing. You know, the recommendations, to explain the recommendations. They didn't respond. On Thursday, when they came back, this time, no, I fully participated. I asked about 8 questions or so, 9 questions. And it was an amazing experience because guess what? You see, when they do stuff like that, Kevin, when they do it like that, it's hard for you to really engage them because you have to write your questions, right? And a lot of people write questions and then they read the questions and then the panelists, they'll answer the questions. No, you're stuck with the answer because it's not like a face-to-face like this where I could say, oh, let me ask you a follow-up, you know? You can't really ask follow-ups in that forum. And so it was kind of disconcerting, but I went along with it and asked a bunch of questions. Mario, we talk later. We asked about the question. We asked them questions and they really couldn't answer. And I think they didn't believe the answers they were providing. So at the end, what I did was I said, listen, I even went on their website to invite them. And then I invited them in the chat. And Dr. What's her name? Nadine Spence, she mentioned it just before closing that Mr. Rattigan is inviting the team to come on his program this Saturday. She said, unfortunately, I won't be able to make it, but I'm leaving it up to the team. No, they have not responded to me. I checked my emails, nothing at all. And the reason why I asked the question at the time when I asked the question was because I had asked a question saying that, look, most of Jamaica have never read the Constitution. And a significant number of those who have read the Constitution, they don't understand it. So how can you propose a referendum when people don't understand? People don't know or they don't understand. And she said, well, Mr. Rattigan, that's why we're having this program. We're doing outreach. So right after that, I said, why don't you do the outreach to the diaspora? Then come on my program. And up to this point, they have not responded. Them just ignore me, you know? So I just want people to know that just because you don't see certain people on the program, it's not because we have not invited them. It's because they have decided that they're not coming for whatever reason. They don't give me any reasons. They just don't come. So that's it. For another thing is, I invited the Prime Minister to come on the program this Saturday. Prime Minister didn't respond. I invited Dr. Nigel Clark, and no response. I only can do what I can do. I can't force them people. But here's the thing: just because they've decided not to come will not impact what we do around here. We will continue holding government accountable. If they don't want to come, that's their business, right? And you're right, Ruthlin, them a hide. I mean, that's the only thing you can make of it. Because when you invite them and they said, oh, we're doing outreach and we want to talk to the people and we want the people in the diaspora to know what we're doing and blah, blah, blah. And I said, all right, come on, come and let's have a chat. As the program is titled, Reason with Rattigan.
But the Prime Minister is not going to reason with someone who has been spreading misinformation and half truths. Someone who is a part of a breakaway group in the diaspora. Why would the Prime Minister want to be caught in the company of such individuals?
I'll tell you why, Kevin. Because it would give him a platform to expose who I am, to say you are not speaking the truth. You're telling half truths. You're a breakaway person. You're a treasonous. You're a traitor. It would give him a chance to actually expose me, to engage me, and then expose me. That's that. Because look, if you have a point and I differ with your point, let's reason. And maybe I'm wrong, and I would not hesitate to apologize to him. Maybe he's wrong. Maybe we're both wrong. We don't know. The only way you're going to know is when you talk to people. When you put your perceptions aside and you come and you say, look, let's talk. But you see, as long as he doesn't show up, then it gives me the opportunity then, for good or bad reason, to say, I perceive that this is the reason why he's doing certain things and why he's not coming on the program.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, but let me just finish up with this. So that's the Constitution, citizenship. The CRC's outreach and invitations. And the invitations I've sent to government officials. They haven't responded. And then we're going to talk about the letter, because most of you have read that article, but you haven't seen the letter. And for those of you who saw the letter last week, a few changes were made to the letter. And so we'll go over it again today. And then we're going to put it up on the website so that you can actually go and read it for yourself. We'll talk about the upcoming protest, the conference in Canada, the upcoming protest in New York. We have Dr. Ben coming on later to talk about Caribbean indigenous medicine. And his topic will be habits that destroy gut health. Your belly, things where you're on where you shouldn't on, and lifestyle, what cause problems for your gut. And then we want to get to the Integrity Commission's annual report. And I've gone through some of it already, and I'm telling you people, it's an interesting document. You have to read this to believe it. I'm no fan of the Integrity Commission. I'm no fan of the Integrity Commission Act. I'm no fan of the annual report either. But you have to read it and pick sense out of nonsense. And we're going to try and do that today. So, all right. Without further ado, Kevin, what's going on, man?
I am seeing and hearing some things with these individuals that make my head spin. Some news items coming out of Jamaica. It's just really interesting. Anyway, those of you who are still new to who I am, the guy in the background, I'm always hiding, which is why Rattigan always asking when day. Kevin Stew, host of the Night Shift for DJ Kevin Stew on kevinstew.com, and the host of the Saturday Stew on Reggae Global Radio, which follows this broadcast right here at 8 p.m. Now, a few things I want to really point out to those who want Rattigan to go beyond 8 p.m. or beyond 5 hours. To get to 5 hours starts at 9 a.m. So the broadcast that you catch at 3 p.m., in fact, it starts in the week.
It starts in the week.
It starts in the week. It's finalized starting at 9 a.m. There is a short break for showering, shaving, and probably another S, but we'll leave that out. And maybe a quick bite. And then here comes 3 o'clock. So understand that when those 5 hours go in, yes, it's not just the Rebel presenting the whole time. You'll have guests on and such, but there's a lot that goes into that. And then there's me doing 2 broadcasts at once. I'm gifted, but not that gifted. And so I have 8 until 10. And yes, I am playing music, but I'm very interactive with my listeners also. So don't. I understand the need and the desire to get more information. But like I always say, for me, my job is to stimulate your appetite, not satisfy your hunger. The hunger part, getting satisfied, that's up to you. You need to do some more. And so here it is. You're getting some appetizers. The very same thing that the Rebel is doing, you can do too. You can request those ATIs. You can hold it. In fact, these are things that we should be doing. Not just those in the diaspora, but those who are listening from back home in Jamaica. These are things that you should be doing. You should be asking the government, hey, what happened to this thing that you mentioned in the news 3 weeks ago? Because if it's 2 weeks ago, then we'll remember it. 3 weeks ago, it's gone. And so, well, maybe after 1 week, but I want to give them some grace, yeah? And so, whereas we are doing it, we are not, when I say we, speaking collectively, it's not something that goes beyond the realm of anyone in Jamaica right now. I understand that there may be some concerns of retaliation because of the mindset of the people, but you change the mindset of people over time, and with knowledge comes now the power that is wielded with knowledge. And so you educate the people, and the people recognize that they don't have to fight over this thing. Collectively, we all want the same thing. It's just which group is going to present it. Who can reason with the JLP, them two lie? Listen, it doesn't really matter which P, Let me say this, because the only P that is important is that there are people, not people for the People's National Party, but people being individuals. They're human beings, just like you and me. So whereas we all have the ability to tell lies, which we do, there's none of us that is going to say, boy, and I don't tell a lie. No, you've told a lie before. You've told a lie or 2 or 3 or 4. But understand this. Politics is a whole lot about telling people something to hold them to get over on what you want, which is a little bit of success in your tenure as you go about doing politicking. For the people, they need to understand that the people who are doing politics can't do it without the people. So who really hold the handle and who hold the blade? We need to recognize that we are the handlers, and we need to handle those that we are putting in a position to represent us. And so, whereas it hasn't been done in the past, here it is that you have a group of individuals who have stepped up and started to do something about it in the present. You are a part of this present. And so, here is the gift to the government of Jamaica that we are. And I say we, the collective, those that are on this broadcast, those who are listening, those who hear about it and cussing, the whole collective. As the journey continues, let me make sure I'm pointing this out. This right here. You see this QR code right here? This QR code helps to keep the fight going for those that you are in support of, who are standing up for you now in the diaspora, talking about the diaspora. And yes, people of Jamaica, because this is not just for the diaspora. So it'll $1, it'll $2, it'll $5, it'll $100, any amount of dollars that you can scan this QR code and drop it in, it is greatly appreciated, loved, and it is put to good use. So those of you who haven't done it yet, Jeffrey, welcome, sir. I was really getting accustomed to looking at your logo. It was really attractive. And spoiled it. But yeah, my brother, love you. Those who haven't done so yet, please call a friend, tell a friend, friends of your friends, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, and your enemies too. Call up somebody, anybody, everybody. Let them know. This right here is what will be changing Jamaica. The standing up that we are all doing collectively is what is going to change Jamaica. And now more than ever, after Beryl roll through, yeah, we really need to step up our game, right? So share with somebody, click the like, make people see, say, boy, okay, people really paying attention to this broadcast. But it's not all about the likes. It's about the work that goes on behind the scenes. We don't have to put up a big fanfare and billboard and have heralders and trumpeters announcing. No. Let the work speak. And today you will see some results from some work that has been going on. So yes, Yvonne, it will all be squeezed into 5 hours. What is not in 5 hours, we'll catch it next week. Or you ask some questions yourself.
Kevin, you say answer. I just say, no, Kevin, tell Ratty, no. 5 hours. Mr. Boompa V, welcome, my brother.
Thank you very much. You all hearing me loud and clear?
Yes, man.
As you would say, from Moran Point to Negril Point.
Yeah, man.
That's right.
I want to say good afternoon to everyone who is joining us. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Rattigan program. Read the Rattigan program. Kevin, I heard you speaking, man. You sound like a future politician, man.
Boy, Jeffrey, I pray that your house is grounded from lightning strikes.
They're watching me, you know. They're tracking the water and flowers.
I hear.
You know what? Let me start with this. Kevin, people, let me tell you, Kevin is right. The planning for the program actually starts during the week when I start sending stuff to Kevin and Kevin start reviewing all of that. And then on Saturday morning at 9, we get together. And like he said, we work from 9 till maybe around noonish. And then we take a small break, or maybe till 1. And then we take a break and then we come back. So what you're seeing from 3 to 8 or 3 to 10, 3 to 11, 3 to 11:45 is actually the sum total of work that has been done for the entire week. It's not just, we meet up on a Saturday afternoon and we do it. And I'm telling you, this is my passion. I'm not saying this for you to feel sorry for me. Don't feel sorry for me, because I love what I'm doing. And I'm doing it with no intentions in mind of being compensated for it. I'm not looking for a position, power, accolades. I'm doing this for my people and my country. And I get the greatest satisfaction when people say to me, Mr. Rattigan, Arati, had it not been for you and your panel, I wouldn't have known that this is going on in Jamaica, or I wouldn't have known about this agreement, or I wouldn't have known about that or something. That's the greatest satisfaction to me because it means I'm making an impact, which is to educate people. But it's not a one-way street. We come here to disseminate information, but we also come here to receive. Because even last night on Mystic Sensations show, I was corrected by a listener because I was looking at some numbers in the Integrity Commission's annual report, and I made a mistake. And then the person called and said, "Listen, that number you're looking at, you shouldn't look at it that way. Here's how you should." And then it fortunately, I'm very familiar with the Integrity Commission Act. So although the person didn't tell me why the number was incorrect, once the person started explaining, I remembered a provision in the act, and yes, the person's absolutely correct. And what did I do? I said, you know what? You're right. The person, I said to him, caller, you're right. You're absolutely right. So it's a two-way street. We are going to make mistakes. And when I say we, I'm talking about collectively, me, the panel, you calling in, you writing in. We are all going to make mistakes. And so we have to be forgiving of each other, except when you're the government and you're the government for 8 years and you've been making promises and you've been failing at them. No, we cannot forgive you. And especially when you make some silly moves and cost Jamaica 10 point something million US dollars per year for something that is unlikely to happen. And if it does happen, 150 million probably can only fix one parish. If a hurricane should ever, the eye of a hurricane, a category 4 or 5 should ever cross Jamaica, the Jamaica we know today will be finished. It will be finished. 150 million won't be able to do anything, right? But that's the state that we're in right now. Let me just do a couple of things here. Jeffrey just mentioned, we were joking about the threat. But Jeffrey, are you aware that somebody sent it to me? I think it was a Bahamian national in Florida was criticizing, a blogger criticizing the government, criticizing the police for corruption. And while he's doing it, somebody broke into where he was and shot him in his face.
In Florida here?
Yeah, I'll send it to you later on. Somebody sent it to me today.
Wow.
So, that's why we're not taking threats lightly around here.
Criticizing the Bahamian government?
Yes. Yeah. But particularly the police department and corruption. And they shot him in the face. Somebody sent it to me. I'll get it out.
Really? Yeah. Send on.
But let me do this one first.
It seems as if the government around the Caribbean is going after their citizens.
Well, it is what it is, my brother. No. And we have to take, extraordinary measures to protect ourselves and our families. Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, in association with the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica, join us in conference as we speak against corruption, crime, poverty, failed healthcare, poor education, etc. in Jamaica. Things that you know about and you want to hear about. Join us on the 26th of July, 2024. That's a few weeks from now. Today's what? The 13th? Yeah, that's 1 day shy of 2 weeks. At 1320 Ellesmere Road, Toronto, Ontario, Canada, from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. Remember, make it a day, don't be late. July 26th, it's a Friday, at 1320 Ellesmere Road in Toronto, Canada. And that conference will be held from 3 to 10 p.m. The guest speakers are Man in the Wilderness, Win Lonesome, Will the Rebel Rattigan, Mystic Dynamic Duo Sensation, Aromatic, Sister Maria, Jamaican Carlos, Dr. Rupert Francis, and many, many more. What Jeffrey Tavares said, I don't say boom, va, vi. But anyway, if Mr. Boom Baba can make it, he'll be there. If he can make it, he'll be there. I don't know if if he can, he will. And it says many more. So there we are. So folks, please keep that in mind. We'll keep announcing it throughout we'll do it one more time before we go, before we in the program. And for all the other programs that I'm appearing on, I'm going to ask them to go ahead and deal with that. Here's another announcement. No, last week we had our psychologist, Michelle.
Yes.
And she wanted me to put this up, and it's UWI, the Mona campus, Jamaica, West Indies, the faculties of social sciences and medical sciences. And the symposium it's a question, dying to be beautiful. And the subtitle is Seeing Today, Shaping Tomorrow. It's the 4th scientific symposium, body image, eating behaviors, and health in the Caribbean. So you need to save the date. And there we go. December 6th through 8th, 2024 in Kingston, Jamaica. So you can make it a holiday trip and go and check it out, you know. Dying to be beautiful? Yeah. This will talk to you about lifestyle changes and some other things and educate you about being beautiful and the things that we're doing to ourselves to please society. So, Michelle Cardner, Dr. Michelle Cardner, big up yourself. Big up yourself. All right. Now, let me see which one else.
As you look for that, I want to say big ups to Max Romy. It's always interesting when Max shows up. Max says the PM statutory declaration finished long time. It's the lies by you people that he owns things, keeping it from finished. You wicked, power-hungry group. All right, so Max, just a few things. And I would say that I'm probably the least of the panelists here. In fact, I'm not one of the panelists. You don't see my name on the flyer or anything. I'm the warm-up guy. Let me ask you this, based on what you said. It finished long time, but is you people keeping it from finish? Which one is it? Is it finished or is it not finished? Make up your mind. First thing. Next thing. No, Elaine, I'm not gonna block him. Because he's here because he wants to learn also. Now, what he takes with what he learns, that's entirely up to him. So we just need for you to be respectful. You know, put up your opposition, state your claims and whatever else, but stick around. Tell me this. Since you know that the declaration is complete, could you share that with us, that completed declaration? Because one of the things that happens on this broadcast, and not because I am a part of the presentation of the broadcast, but one of the things that I've noticed on this broadcast is when things are said here, things are also shown here, which means what is said is supported by factual and truthful documents that show up. So the Bahamian whistleblower from Hollywood, Florida was shot. Okay, cool. So that was the thing that Rebel was talking to us about. Anyway, thank you for that, Rebel. Those that are listening on Reggae Global Radio, you're not seeing what is happening right now on the TV side. That is being sorted out. But yes, Max, if you could present us those documents as we present documents that are presented on this broadcast. So we talk about something, we go, okay, here's a document. If it's not true, then this document needs to change. Since you know that the Prime Minister's financial declaration is completed, could you please present us with that? And let me ask this other question. How you know? If you could share that with us too, please. And since you like to type, you can just type out the whole thing. We'll read it. But we'd prefer to hear it from you. So when we open the lines, I want you to call and tell us about it. And then send us the document. Okay? Thank you. Appreciate it.
You know, Mr. Rattigan, I'll let you go, Mr. Rattigan, but I want to say, Shadia from Negril,
From
welcome to
Negril.
the program. Yes, I want to say because she keep on saying I'm from Negril. Welcome to the program. You know something, when we come on this program here, or any program at all, even my program, I make sure that we get stuff from credible sources. We don't come over here and spread propaganda news. And some of the time, some of these people come over here, they don't know anything either, They don't know one single thing. But they just come on and just talk because they feel like talking. And the question we need to ask them, if everything is so good in Jamaica, why people coming on the program time after time, day after day, week after week to listen to us then? And why is it that the government of Jamaica can't come out and say, okay, those who are on social media, we're going to go on their program and we're going to debunk everything that they're saying? As what Mr. Rattigan said earlier on, I have invited the Prime Minister many times. I've invited government officials many times, and they refuse to come. Even government entities, and they refuse to come. Mr. Rattigan, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, that's so true. Let me just show you the letter because, you know, we hear about the Bahamian whistleblower who got shot in the face. And I want to show you why we're concerned and why this letter was written. Here's the letter. We talked about it last week. We read it last week, but this is the one that actually, this is the version that actually went out, right? And it says, perceived threats and intimidation by Jamaican Prime Minister Andrew Holness and his supporter against social media commentators residing in the United States, right? Because we put that there because we actually, all of us, you see on the panel right here, we live in the United States. Jeffrey is a back and forth kind of guy. He's in Jamaica, he's here. But Kevin and I, we permanently are here. And so we find it reprehensible that somebody in Jamaica would issue threats against U.S. citizens and the U.S. government. They take these threats very, very seriously. So let's go. Dear Sir, Madam, my name is Wilfred Rattigan, and I'm a retired FBI supervisor special agent. I'm also a practicing attorney, a social media commentator, and a resident of Anne Arundel County, Maryland. By the way, this letter is going to be, I promised you last week, but it will be on the website this week. I write to inform you about perceived intimidation and threats against me and other social media commentators as a result of our continued criticism of the government of Jamaica and Prime Minister Andrew Holness. The following attachments are provided as supporting documentation of said threats and intimidation. And what we did, we sent off with the letter the Prime Minister's conference with some children where he was, young people, where he was talking about using technology to track people. And you'll see an excerpt from that engagement. And also the second support piece of supporting documentation is a conversation on social media between an individual whose voice appears to be identifiable with the social media personality named Christopher O'Neill McCurdy, aka Chopper John, Chopper, and two unidentified females. And it's funny because as I was listening to it, I heard one of the females referred to him as Chops. She said, Chops, and he responded. So, and the voice sounds eerily similar to this gentleman. So he must come and tell us that it's not him. Now, as background, now this see where the letter is going here now. As background, in 2020, the government of Jamaica established an unregistered organization known as the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council with a sizable presence in the United States. Based on their policy in terms of reference, it is led, directed, and influenced by the government of Jamaica. There are several U.S. citizens who are representatives of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council in the U.S., and it is believed that they and the organization are acting in violation of U.S. laws, including the Foreign Agents Registration Act. And we've spoke about that on many occasions, and we've been ignored. Now, several members of the Jamaican diaspora have expressed their concerns publicly and privately about the possible violations of law committed by these organizations and its representatives, but it was to no avail. They've not listened to it. Now, recently, to the consternation, to the aggravation of the government of Jamaica and its confederates, the aforementioned members of the diaspora registered the Global Jamaica Diaspora as a non-profit organization with the IRS and several states. Further, said diaspora members have and continue to exercise their constitutional right to free speech and criticize the Jamaican government for alleged public corruption, human rights abuses, kleptocracy, thieving, poor governance, and possible violations of U.S. laws to include the Global Magnitsky Act of 2016. Now, here's where it gets interesting. So that the first part is we're telling the government, that the U.S. government, that hey, you might have some spies, or you might have some people here who are broke class, who's supposed to report what they're doing as agents of a foreign power, and they're not doing it. So you might want to take a look at those people. I hope they do. In the wake of an avalanche of social media criticism of the government and the Prime Minister, the Jamaican Police Commissioner at the time, a confidant of the Prime Minister, called for legislation in July 2023 to target individuals who use digital platforms to create what? Public mischief. Is there such a crime? I don't know. He left office March 18, 2024. After that, at a youth meeting in June 2024, the Prime Minister indicated that the government was using its capabilities to track and identify individuals who were using social media to, quote, comment and post negatively, to spread rumors about people, to do some really nasty things. And you are going to see some actions very shortly for those persons. What kind of actions? End of quote. Now, shortly thereafter, after the Prime Minister made this speech, a recording of a voice believed to belong to Christopher O'Neill McCurdy, aka Chopper John, Chops Chopper, and the two females surfaced on social media. Now, much like the Prime Minister's conversation, McCurdy's conversation revolves around the tracking and identification of social media personalities, but it is even more ominous. During the conversation, McCurdy stated, and this is an exact quote, quote, "Let me tell you that every waking moment would be spent to track them down and to give them what they duly deserve. Trust and believe me, it is happening already." End of quote. McCurdy also stated, another quote from that conversation, "The ones that are coming from social media, trust and believe, we are getting those names. We have some of the names already, and we are getting the additional names, and we are verifying. Some of them, we find them house already. We find the house already. We see them in their house watering plants already. We see them already. It's only a matter of time." And guess what? Guess what? Some of them are local in Jamaica, and some of them are overseas. And believe, trust and believe, of the 7 that are on my list on social media, 7, 4 have already been identified. 4 from 7 has already been identified. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time for all of them who you see who post people's pictures up. No argument. It's coming. End of quote. In light of the public statements made by the Prime Minister and McCurdy, I, Wilfred Rattigan, perceive a clear intent to intimidate and threaten me and my social media colleagues for engaging in constitutionally permissible action. The totality of the circumstances, that is to say, the statements made by the Prime Minister, the Police Commissioner, and McCurdy, suggest a concerning pattern and practice of potential violation of constitutional rights, physical harm, and intimidation. Notwithstanding, my colleagues and I will continue with our pursuit of holding this and future Jamaican governments accountable. It must be noted that the Prime Minister is a regular visitor to the Washington, D.C. area, which is in proximity to my residence. I should have also added that he has extensive contacts in the United States. And it is believed that McCurdy, based on his attendance at Cornell University in New York and prior employment / residence in the Atlanta area, has extensive contacts in the United States. McCurdy is presently residing and working in Jamaica, and his U.S. immigration status is unknown. Finally, I am notifying all recipients that should any catastrophe befall me, my family members, or those who are publicly critical of the government of Jamaica and the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister and McCurdy must be considered prime suspects. Because of the potential danger to me, my family, and others, all necessary action should be taken to ensure that the Prime Minister and McCurdy are monitored. And that means you must have confidential informants around them. US government, you must have those people around them. Pfizer, that's physical surveillance. SIGINT, that's signal. That means your email, your phone, and any other digital devices that they're using must be monitored, because they're making threats, veiled or otherwise, against US citizens, we believe. Second, they must be placed on the US watch list. And when you put on the US watch list, anywhere you go in the world, when you try to take a plane, you're on the watch list. They know where you're going. And in some instances, they may prevent you from traveling. Third, a threat assessment must be done to determine what kind of threats do they pose to American citizens, and by extension, Jamaicans. Because if the FBI, if they know about a threat against Jamaican citizens, they are obligated to report that. They can't sit back and say, well, they're not American citizens, so whatever happens, happens. No, they're obligated. It's just that they have a higher obligation for US citizens. And number four, they must be subjected to US visa revocation. I know the Prime Minister has a visa. I'm not sure about McCurdy. As I said, his status is unknown. But if he has a green card, I'm appealing to the IRS. Mr. McCurdy is presently employed as project manager over at the Cornwall Regional. I think they're building a children's hospital. He's working. He should be paying his fair share of US taxes as a green card holder. IRS, look into this. And there are some other agencies I'm going to call to look into some other things. And the letter ends by saying, I thank you in advance for your expeditious attention to this matter. Sincerely, Rattigan. Now, here is what happened with this letter now. With this letter was sent. I contacted the FBI, and I've been told to put it in the threat. There's a threat command post to put it there. I've contacted, big up yourself, ISAT. I've contacted local police department here. I've contacted my congressman. I've contacted my 2 US senators. I've contacted the governor of the state of Maryland. I've contacted the State Department. I've contacted the Department of Justice. I've contacted Homeland Security. I've contacted the Parliament of Jamaica. I've contacted MOCA. I've contacted Indicom. I've contacted the police commissioner in Jamaica, and a host of other people I've contacted. So this is out there right now. So Mr. Prime Minister and Mr. McCurdy, you can come and do what you want to know, because guess what happened? It's out there. And you two gentlemen are going to be considered prime suspects. Anything that happens to any one of us, you are considered prime suspect. I hope to God that you don't you cease and desist from this veiled or otherwise threat about people on social media criticizing you. Because look, there's a way you go about it. If people are saying things about you that are not true and they're defiling your character, you go to court. You don't threaten people. And the other thing is that, by the way, why is Mr. McCurdy using the same language as the Prime Minister, saying that we are tracking people? Does he have the capability to track people, or is the Prime Minister allowing him or providing him with information to track people? And I'm telling you, I am inviting them to sue me based on this letter, because I tell you what, their position is going to be a doozy, because when they sit down and we have to ask them questions now about this tracking and tracing and all of these things, they are going to answer the questions in their position. So I'm asking them to please sue me. If what I'm saying is not true and you feel that I've defiled your character, then go ahead. There is a legal way to address this, but you don't threaten people. You don't. And every threat must be taken seriously.
May I, Mr. Sorry, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
It is going to change the way we conduct our lives. Obviously. Now, I'm in a better position than some of the other social commentators because of my previous employment, because of my training, because of my access. But it doesn't mean I'm going to go out there like some fool and not pay attention and not be vigilant about my surroundings. I didn't have to do this before, but no, I'm going to have. No, I've started already, and this is as a result of what was said. Now think about the other people, the other bloggers who don't have the training, don't have the access, don't have the resource, they don't have anything. Think about what they have to go through. So we have to take these threats seriously. And you see what happened to the guy from Bahamas, right? He's a whistleblower. He's complaining about the government, and what happened? Them shot him in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, U.S. government, you're all forewarned. You've all been provided the information, and I also sent them the
voice.
Yes, the conversation between McCurdy and the two women, and also the Prime Minister's speech to those young people. So the U.S. government, they have that.
Mr. Rattigan, I think you should play the Prime Minister's own and McCurdy won't do.
Well, now for a call upon Kevin for that. Oh, so Kevin write the song. Kevin, you can't find it.
Eric,
somebody. All right. Bad news.
I could play it from my side,
just
actually.
have to find somebody, because here's what we're not going to tolerate around here. If you have, like Kevin says, if you have a viable viewpoint and you want to make it be known, even though it's in opposition to what we're saying, that's fine. You can come and we will entertain you. But you do not come around here and be and act in a rude manner, because once you do that, we're just going to, we're not going to argue with you. We're just going to eliminate you, just take you out of the chat. It's that simple. We're not forgetting enough big argument here. So, yeah, Kemar, all of the bloggers, them know. We had a meeting and I talked to all of them, and they all know they're all going to do whatever they need to do. I'm doing what I need to do. So that's where we are. But the letter has been out, and we will just see what happens, But I'm hoping that the Prime Minister will take heed and cease and desist, because what happens is that people are following his lead. And when you, as a leader of a country, start talking about violating people's rights, because there's no such crime as borderline defamation or bordering on defamation. There's no such crime. You either commit defamation or you don't. But with him saying that these things are border, and then he's using technology to track people for acts that are not criminal. So, is that him, Kevin? No, that's not him. So while Kevin is looking up, go ahead.
Mr. Rattigan, what I don't understand though, in 2016, when the Prime Minister of Jamaica's party, the Jamaica Labour Party, was on social media putting up people pictures and saying all sorts of defamatory things against them. In December of 2023, when Keisha Mack put up our picture on social media and say all sorts of things, I sent a message to her in her Facebook Messenger, and I said to her, cease and desist. She laughed at me. How is it the Prime Minister of Jamaica never come out those time and speak out against those things? Why are you threatening Jamaican citizens? When I first got this thing, I said I was going to say anything about it, and I tried to be very silent about it. Very, very silent about it. And when you're going to talk that You know where people is casing them watering flowers and all sorts of stupidness. Is it that the Jamaican government are spying on United States citizens, Mr. Rattigan?
Well, that's a good question. That's a good question that must be answered.
Or is it that all of us must just keep our mouth shut and be afraid of a dictator and his cronies? Well, let me make something clear this afternoon.
We shouldn't be afraid of
inside there.
Do you find them? Hold on a second, Jeffrey. You find them, Kevin, because I'm going to send them to you now. Oh, yeah, there they are. Yeah. Play the Prime Ministers first. Play the Prime Ministers first.
It wasn't this one. It was.
It's on the other. It's on the monitor on this side.
Yeah. But we have the videos from last week, so I'm just gonna load it up so it can be played.
Okay, good.
But oh well, while I bring this up, I see our good friend the counselor wearing some earth tones today.
Come on.
There's a war going on. People are tracking. So you have to make sure that when they send down the tracking devices, you throw them off. So you have to be in tune with nature. Lion in the jungle, concrete jungle. Kevin, leave me alone.
But I thought I wouldn't be so happy about it now, because you have Starlink and they might spy on you through Starlink.
No, Elon Musk, them now have Elon Musk money for pay Elon Musk for them.
Okay. Yeah, well, don't forget that there's a certain minister.
Maybe if I was on the local networks, then I would be worried. But this is Starlink.
Don't forget that there's a certain minister who said that he has contacts and he has contacts with different technology companies and Facebook and
nothing is secret.
Don't forget.
It's fine. Okay. That's why I have on the camouflage. They don't usually trouble people wearing green. You have to get with the program.
Play the Prime Ministers first.
All right.
Young person made a post on social media that bordered on being defamatory, probably libelous. The person was tracked and their identity discovered. Long and short, the person was put up to doing this by another political organization. And we have been tracking several such cases where you see some posts being made that border on defamatory or libelous. And when you dig behind, which we have the capabilities to do, and to discover the people behind these accounts, there are young persons being recruited to do this. It is purely out of good conscience that many of them we don't pursue, because they are young people, they are being misled, they are being used for the wrong purpose. Because they are native to social media, they are being used to manipulate social media, to comment on posts negatively, to spread rumors about people, to do some really nasty things. And you're going to see some actions very shortly.
You hear that? You're going to see some actions for those very shortly. And then he says it's bordering on. There's no such crime. But you know what's interesting, Kevin and Isaac and Jeffrey, is that the point to be noted in those remarks made by the Prime Minister, the point to be noted is that he has the capability and he's using that capability to go after people who have not committed any crimes. That is the point to be noted.
Yes.
You know,
whereas those who are actually committing crimes are in the wind.
There you go. So the Prime Minister said that piece. Yeah, that piece, and it's worth mentioning again that the Prime Minister is saying that they have the capability and they're using it to go after people who have not committed a crime. Bordering on defamation is not a crime. And he said they're doing it. And why they're doing it because he doesn't like what's being said about the government and about him on social media. Meanwhile, as Kevin pointed out, the people who are actually committing crimes, they're not digging and searching and tracking and identifying and arresting and prosecuting and jailing these people. They still have like, I think they have a top 200. A little country like
And-
Jamaica, top 200.
And the question we must ask the Prime Minister, why is it that he didn't use that capability to find the so-called taxi man who took away that teacher, raped that teacher, and killed that teacher? But you want to come off for Jamaican citizens?
Very
Is
good.
that the is what Jamaican people are paying this Prime Minister for?
Right.
Jeffrey,
Come on for people who are talking about things.
Jeffrey,
Yes?
respectfully, would you really
Yes.
track a murderer knowing he's gonna kill you? Or would you track a taxi man knowing the taxi man can't do you nothing?
Technology, I
This is
said.
called government badness. I
They
mean,
don't-
I don't think you should be worried about somebody who, the same person that says in the first 100 days life would be better. You can't track nothing. You can't do nothing.
Well, him can't do nothing. Well, here is what one of his ardent supporters says.
Let me tell you that every waking moment will be spent to track them down and to give them what they duly deserve. Trust and believe me. It is happening
Them
already.
listen them come them they not on the live now. Somebody
You've
them
seen 5 lawsuits already coming from the top. Well, the
Right.
ones that are coming from social media, you don't see them yet, but they are coming. They are coming because the social media ones are a little bit more difficult
But
to
Chop,
find.
The British are coming.
Hold on
British
now.
are
The
coming.
British.
Chop.
Yes.
Them bad and have a video of you and them something there, but they're showing their faces, but they're not giving their names and addresses.
But don't worry, we
We're
are getting
waiting
those
on
because
you people,
we are
and we
getting
can
it.
get
You
it without
trust and
that,
believe.
with the
We are
Philippines, you know.
getting those names. We have some of the names already, and we are getting the
Philippines.
additional names,
Yes.
and we're verifying.
You
Some
know,
of them we
say-
find them house already. We find the
Yeah.
house already. We see them in them house or water
It's a
plants
shit, huh?
already. We see them already. It's only a matter of time.
Boy,
You know, say
And guess what?
99%.
Guess what? Some of them are local in Jamaica, and some of
Right.
them are overseas. And trust and believe, of the 7 that are on my list on social media, 4 have already been identified. 4 from 7 has already been identified. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. For all of them who used to post people picture up and having no argument. Don't
hello.
worry. The book
Let
is
me tell
coming.
you something.
Okay.
You know,
And let me make something clear, Mr. Rattigan. Let me make something clear this evening. If a strand of hair on my head or any member of my family head hurt them, I won't say anything more.
you know, I don't have no strands of hair on my head to hurt, but
Yeah, that was a low shot at Kevin, but
yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I submit myself.
It's interesting when the prime minister in the prime minister's video though, where he talks about a young man being put up to do what he is doing, and it was politically motivated, and it kind of draws the line to connect the two dots why people would say that a broadcast like this, where people are standing up and asking questions, is politically motivated, where the protests are politically motivated. Like I said before, yes, politically motivated because the government, the individual or individuals who are being addressed are in politics. So we have to meet them where they are. And so to say that is being encouraged by the opposing political party or an opposing political party, I don't know how many other people caught on to that little bit, but come on, man. If you know this for a fact, present those facts.
well,
No,
I
it's
can
not.
help you though, Kevin. I can help you.
Yes.
Every day of my life that I wake up, I make it an effort to tell young people, old people, fat people, ugly people, beautiful
Are you talking
people.
about me? I say about fat people.
I try to include everybody. If it catch you, make it catch you. I show my card, me not call no out. To tell everybody, you'd be a total waste of human existence to vote for the Jamaica Labour Party in the next election. And if you don't have internet, I will help you pay for it. I will do all that I need to do for you to get the message out there that if you want a better life, leave the wickedness and the word. Let me borrow from the words, the nastiness and the corruption, and try to advance to a better life. I say that without apology. So the Prime Minister is right. There are people who are going out trying to let young people know that your future, if you actually want one and you want to be included in Jamaica, you have to do the right thing. So all those people who are tracking, you have to track because that's how you eat. If your politicians don't thief, you can't eat. If they're not in power, you have no purpose in life. So they can track that and record that, but it is a fact. So every school, everything that, so he's right. But to call something borderline defamation when somebody in his government was sued for defaming Rattigan using existing laws. Every time they can't get within the law, they abuse their power to create laws that is nonsensical. And this thing about people apologizing, you know, the fact that I saw social media bully the 16-year-old Azan to apologize. I thought it was bad that I apologized last year, but when I saw they get little Azan, a 16-year-old girl who, yeah, she's privileged and she made a joke and context does matter, and people said she was insensitive, not defending her, but she's a child. And I see the way how people are bullying people because they don't agree with what you are saying is most unfortunate. So when your government and the road are popped down and people can't say the road are popped down, houses are mashed up and people can't say houses are mashed up. We didn't get our catastrophe bond and people must have said we didn't get it. All of you can't speak the truth because the truth is offensive to government. That has to stop. So he's right when he says that he tracks them and he realized that they're being influenced and they are also minors. And there are laws in place to deal with people who are minors. You can't sue minors because you can't enter in contract with them. I don't even think a minor can defame you. Because you can tell a minor when them chat too much is to shut. I just want to know in what world you're going to tell a minor that they defame them. So we're no longer at teaching levels. And it is completely disgusting. And I do agree with the person that says, I said you can't take it lightly when people with influence get up and threaten you. And it's not that the Prime Minister himself is going to hurt you, but when you listen to a room, I haven't seen any faces, but I heard a room full of voices of incompetent, disgusting, hot toast slurping women and men in one room, being disgusting and behaving like they can run around and be vigilantes and practice jungle justice. It has to be alarming. So your letter is justified. But somebody should say to the Prime Minister that it is because of the love that people have for you that they may very well go out and hurt people. And that's a thing that people with power always misunderstand. That's my comment.
You know the funniest thing? That was on TikTok. It was on a TikTok page that I got it. Somebody got it from and sent it to me. And, you know, when you listen to all of that, you know, you ask yourself the question, is it that when we come on this platform and talk about $1.7 trillion is unaccountable for? Is that a lie? Is it that when we come here and talk about what is going on at Montego Bay Cornwall Regional Hospital, where some people are working there that is not qualified, is that a lie? How did they get the job? How did certain people get the job at Montego Bay Metro? Is that a lie? $700 million or whatever missing from the health sector. Is that a lie?
Well, they're misguided.
Policemen don't have any ballistic vests and so forth. Is that a lie?
No, they're
I'm
just
gonna say this again.
They're
Wanna say this
misguided or
again?
misplaced truths. You can say it, but you can't say it that way.
Oh,
Yeah. So like with the funds being missing, don't say that the funds are missing. Say that due to incomplete accounting. And that way now it says that there's an ongoing process to present the figures.
but
Due to-
it's what? Hold on there, Kevin. Is what the Jamaica Gleaner and Observer is reporting? That's what I am going by. So why do not come out and say, "Oh, the Gleaner's line or the Observer's line"?
I got nothing else. I got nothing else. I tried. I said, give me half a credit now, please.
Well, let's say if you're thief from thief, God laughs. So I don't know. I'm trying to help you. Oh, we're not talking about stealing here, thieving, larceny. What we're talking about? I got distracted. When I hear missing and thieving is like one is interchangeable. So it's not really misinterpreting or misinformation. I don't know.
You tracking people and see people that water their flowers in their garden. Ah.
But like somebody said it, I lost it. No, if they hurt a hair on my chin, thank you very much for looking out for me. But waiting on. Oh, he just popped in. Let me go ahead and add Herb here.
Some of the folks, for some reason, they didn't get the email.
Strange.
Yeah, Isaac didn't get it. And I was telling Isaac that I watched you input the whole thing. So
I didn't get my one either.
Yeah, Jeffrey didn't get his. I had to send it after.
Yeah, that's weird. So I'm trying to, while you guys are talking, I'm trying to send it by WhatsApp to the other folks.
Yeah, I sent.
Welcome.
Hey, thanks, man. I got a pretty nasty cold, been kicking my butt for a week.
But I'm to that thing. You know that thing that you, when we were driving and you say you the first time you had it was in Germany and you just
I have it. That's what I've been using. That's what's been saving me.
Okay. I was gonna ask you for the name because I need it because the thing worked immediately.
Albus, OLBAS, Albus oil.
I'll write it down. You heard we're here.
That's a free plug right there.
Yeah, it does work.
Sir Herb.
Yes.
You want to drink up? You want to drink of the Drong Pro, man? A drink of the Drong Pro, distill of the Drong Pro.
Let me, Kevin. What else? I see you have blogger sulfur charge in the first group. Or you want us to? I don't want to go to the Constitution right now. I'd rather go to with the cyber social media. I'd rather go to Beryl.
Well, yes, there's a number of things that really need to get addressed as it relates to the passage of Beryl, and I think it's wise to get on that early because there's a lot of ground to cover today.
Okay, all right. But let me just say to people that the story behind Beryl is not told exclusively as a result of the hurricane damage to Jamaica. There's a backstory to it. Our prime minister has been heralded as the poster child for climate change by several international organizations. Hey, President, big up yourself. Yeah.
Big up.
Yeah, I'm glad you come. Just like Beryl now. Let's go from Beryl. So
awesome.
So what happened is that there was a United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP28. I've actually attended, I think, 2 of these conferences. One in South Africa, and I think one was in, I remember where. It's a while back, right? But this one was in Dubai from November 30th to December 12th. And who attended? Not the prime minister, not the poster child for climate change. You know who attended? Minister of Tourism Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Finance Dr. Nigel Clark, and Senator Matthew Samuda. Minister would fall in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. I don't know why he was there, because so far he's proven to be useless when it comes to the water situation in Jamaica. And I don't know if he's a climate change person, but if he is, it's a poor selection. But then it's consistent. The Jamaican government has consistently put the wrong people in certain positions, certain key positions. Now, at this conference, a gentleman by the name of Simon Steele from Grenada, he's the executive secretary of the UN Framework Convention on Change. He was telling the leaders at the time that you have to stop dawdling and start taking action to cut carbon emissions, etc. Then he said, we are now at the point where we're all on the front line. Yet most governments are still strolling when they need to be sprinting. And the Jamaican government is doing neither. He didn't say this, I'm just saying it. The Jamaican government is doing neither, it is crawling. Now, there was a US 764 million resilience and sustainability facility arrangement approved by the IMF in March of last year. And it's a quote, to support reforms to strengthen Jamaica's physical and fiscal resilience to climate change, advance decarbonization of the economy, and manage transition risk. And yet still, the government is not taking sufficient action on that initiative. Here's why. The government has no intention to borrow and miss, as a friend of mine would say, it's sacrosanct public debt to GDP target, or to slow the pace of debt repayment and spend more time on climate change financing, or to tax and spend to strengthen Jamaica's resilience to climate change. So the government is so fixated on GDP to debt ratio that they're not investing in initiatives to address climate change. And as you notice, Jamaica is being hit with hurricanes on a more frequent basis. And you see, Beryl is the first time in history you have a hurricane this magnitude, this early in the hurricane season. The hurricane season started, where is it, July through November, somewhere around here, June, July through October, November. Now, Jamaica has not really set aside funding to deal with climate change. They'll tell you that they have tranches, they have different tranches of financing to deal with it. And we're going to get to the cherry on the top, which is the cat bond. We're going to get to that. What we get from both men, and I'm going through a document that a friend of mine provided. What we get from both men is constant prating about the fantastical catastrophe bond that Dr. Clark himself claims to have fashioned with his own brilliant statistical mind. Think about that, folks. And keep that, because we're going to come back to that. The cat bond, here's what the Prime Minister says, that it is almost like an insurance policy, that if a real serious disaster happens, we can pull on that money. That's what I'm saying. Right? But what the Prime Minister didn't tell people, or probably, was unaware of, is that a Category 5 hurricane, the eye passing over Jamaica, 150 million, 185 million will not be able to restore Jamaica to normalcy. Maybe 185 will fix one parish, right? But they're so caught up with this paying off their debt and the GDP to debt ratio that they have ignored initiatives to address climate change and the fact that Jamaica is so exposed. They've just completely forgot about that. Now, this coverage that they have, and we'll get into it in more detail, but I just want to abbreviate it so we can bring the panel in. In 2021, folks, Jamaica approached the World Bank and they said, hey, we'd like to have this catastrophe bond. And the US and Germany, and I believe the UK, they stepped in. Jamaica convinced them to pay the premium or to pay most of the premium. And they said, and this is like a drug deal. You know, I've heard that when drug dealers move into a neighborhood, they don't sell drugs immediately. They give it away because the money's on the comeback. And and I'm not accusing these guys of the US and Germany and possibly the UK of being drug dealers, but the manner in which this initiative was structured is similar to what we see. So they said, look, Jamaica said, look, pay for the bond for us, or help us to pay it. So they trumped up the money and they paid the bond. Jamaica was insured in 2021 for $185 million for hurricanes. And I'm gonna tell you how Nigel got outplayed, or maybe he didn't. 185 million. So they said to Jamaica, we will pony up the money, but if you want to reinsure after the period, then you have to come up with the money. Remember now, Jamaica approached them and said, hey, we'd like to have this bond. We'd like you guys to help us to pay for it. And then they said, all right, we'll pony up some money, but then you're going to have to pay for it when the period ends if you want to continue. The period ended December 2023. It was from 2021 to 2023. We don't know if the money was paid out. I mean, I went back and look, I didn't see any hurricane event that would trigger the bond. So apparently Jamaica didn't get any money from that cat bond. In April of this year, Minister Nigel Clark re-signed the thing. No, Jamaica have to come up with 10 point something million US dollars because the two benefactors said we're only paying for the first go around, the first time, and then after that you're on your own. So Jamaica has to come up with it. So here's how it works. You have 15 investors. They paid the payout. They lodged that with the World Bank. Jamaica has to pay the premiums to the World Bank. If there's an event, then the World Bank will release the funds to Jamaica. So Jamaica is not in touch directly with the investors. There's a buffer, and it's the World Bank. But the World Bank now have no connection to it, meaning that they're not liable for anything. They're just holding the funds, disbursing funds, investing funds, whatever it is, right? So now Jamaica didn't insure, the government of Jamaica didn't insure Jamaica for 185 million. They insured Jamaica for 150 at the rate of 10 point something million dollars per year. And the contract is going to end in 2027. Now, what is interesting is that these jackasses, they never saw it fit to insure Jamaica against earthquakes. Jamaica has had quite a few earthquakes in the last 3 years or so, and they're getting progressively more concerning. And Jamaica is not insured, at least not through the World Bank, for earthquakes, but for hurricanes. Now, here's what they did. They sat down with the minister and they said, we're going to carve Jamaica up into 19 grids. And here are the conditions for you to get that $150 million. First, it must be a named hurricane. So, you see, if you have a tropical depression, which is less fearsome, less ferocious than a hurricane, but still can cause damage, Jamaica is getting 0. Because it must be a named hurricane. They don't name tropical depressions. They just say tropical depression. That's number one. Number two, you must have a direct hit. So you see the 19 grids. And by the way, 9 of the 19 grids are in the Caribbean Sea. So the eye of the hurricane must go through the grids. And I think they're mentioning landfall, that it must hit Jamaica. And here is the third part of it. It must have a certain pressure. The lower the pressure in a hurricane, the more devastating it is. And they have a threshold. Beryl, did not meet that threshold. In fact, Beryl was 45 miles off the coast, the southern coast of Jamaica. What we got was just the bands of rain and wind. So we have zero to get for Beryl. And I have a whole bunch of documents here in front of me that I'll read them during the course of the program. We're paying 10 million plus, 10 million US dollars this year. And here's the key. I don't believe, and I'm open to full correction, I don't believe the learned minister, Dr. Nigel Clark, went into that room, signed that contract, but before signing, contemplated the contract with an actuary, a statistician, and a meteorologist. You need those three people before you can sign a contract like this. You need them to tell you the occurrence and the frequency that a hurricane, and the likelihood that a hurricane of a certain magnitude would hit Jamaica. You need them to tell you that. I went back and I looked at hurricanes from the 1700s. Very, very few of them have hit Jamaica. The last one, I believe, was Gilbert, and that was 1988. You need professionals inside it to tell you that, wait a minute, this is a ripoff. This is a ripoff. Because guess what? The kind of hurricane that these guys have insured you against, if that hurricane hits Jamaica, $150 million is going to be a drop in the bucket. It can't help us. So that is like you're giving money away. You're giving money away. You're giving 10 million plus US dollars of taxpayers' money for something that it's unlikely you're going to collect on. So they did that. And now he gets up and he says, hey, you know what? We have triggered financing from the Caribbean, 16 point something million. The UN gave them 2 point something million. The US gave them 2 point something million. And they're saying, yeah, we're getting money. Where is the $150 million? Where? And that's why I say that, Minister, for all that you claim you have done to benefit Jamaica, this certainly was not for the benefit of Jamaica. Kevin, you have the ATI on my file. Wait there. A Beryl. I eat this. Like that? No. Wait there. Hold on, folks. I'll show you something when my file. Like that? Kevin, where you there? Kevin? Kevin, done with me? Oh, see ya. All right. All right. Folks, just last week, this was Monday, right? I sat down at my computer and I said, you know what? I'm going to do an ATI now because I want to know about this hurricane and this money. And here is what we came up with. I asked them, here it is. Miss Rumbold and Miss Smith, these are the two ATI people assigned to the Ministry of Finance and Public Service. I said, good afternoon, hope all is well. I respectfully request information under the Access to Information Act for the following two events. Event number one, in 2021, the World Bank issued a catastrophe bond that provided Jamaica with $185 million worth of coverage against hurricane damage for 3 seasons for 2021 to 2023. That's event one. Event number two, in 2024, the World Bank and the government of Jamaica renewed the 2021 bond issued in 2020. Yeah, renewed the 2021 bond. However, it was renewed for a reduced amount of $150 million for 4 seasons now, from 2024 to 2027. Here are the questions I ask. 1, please provide a copy of the executed CAT bond agreement. 2, who signed this agreement on behalf of the government of Jamaica? 3, was the World Bank or any other entity or individual paid to manage the CAT bond? Because remember, they're investing this money. So we need to know if there's a management fee and who's the manager. If yes, who was paid and how much was paid? Number 5, did the government of Jamaica employ the services of experts such as statisticians, meteorologists, and attorneys to provide guidance regarding the terms and conditions of the cat bond? 6, how many investors were involved in this bond arrangement? 7, who were the investors? 8, were the investors vetted? 9, if yes, by whom? 10, was there public notification of the issuance of the bond? Meaning, was it advertised to the public so that everybody could participate? 11, was the bond process open to investors in Jamaica and or the diaspora? 12, were commissions paid? If yes, what type of commission, to whom, by whom, the dates paid and the amounts paid? 13, what were the triggering provisions of the cat bond that would result in a payout for hurricane damage? 14, was the 185 million cat bond coverage for only one qualifying hurricane event during each hurricane season, or for every qualifying hurricane event during the entire period? This is important, people. We want to know if the insurance is for one event. That it might have said we'll only pay up to 150 or 185. This was the first one for one hurricane, or is it going to be for one hurricane season, or is it going to be for the contract period for 4 years? We don't know. During the cat bond period, did Jamaica suffer any hurricane damage? If yes, did the damage trigger payment under the cat bond? If yes, how much did the government receive under the cat bond? If there was hurricane damage and payments were made under the cat bond, how did the government disburse the funds to address the damage? We're talking about accountability here now. If they collected money, how was the money spent? How much did the government pay in premium and associated costs per year for 2021, 2022, and 2023? Now, remember I said to you that the US and Germany, and I believe the UK, jumped in and paid some of the premiums. Not sure if they paid all the premiums. Was the bond premium or associated costs subsidized by any country? Now we know that it was subsidized by the US, Germany, and possibly the US. Did the government seek a cat bond for earthquake coverage? And if not, why not? 23 questions for the 2021 contract. Now, the 2024 contract that is signed in April of this year. First question, give me a copy of it. Second question, why did you reduce the coverage from 185 to 150? Third, is the World Bank being paid or anybody being paid to manage the bond? 4, who signed the agreement on behalf of the government? 5, was the bond advertised? If yes, what was the mode of advertising? 7, how many individuals have invested in the cat bond? We now know there are 15 people and our institutions. 8, are any of the investors Jamaicans or diasporans? 9, is there any connection, familial or otherwise, between the investors and any government employee? Because we want to know if there's corruption. We want to know if money are passed under the table. If yes, please provide information regarding the connection. 11, were the investors vetted? If yes, by whom? Again, did the government rely on the services of pertinent experts, such as an actuary should have been there, but have statisticians, meteorologists, and lawyers? Was a commission paid? Yes. By whom? When? How much? What are the triggering conditions for the bond? How much is the government paying in premiums and associated costs per year? Are these premiums subsidized by a foreign government? Given the extensive damage caused by Hurricane Beryl, will the government of Jamaica make a claim under the cat bond agreement? Now we know no. Now look at number 20. It has been reported, and a dear friend of mine who's immersed in this subject gave me this information. It has been reported that the risk multiple, it's a term of art, risk multiple formula for the cat bond will only result in a payout of $35 for every $100 that the government pays in premium. Think about that. So I'm asking the government of Jamaica, is this true? 21, did the government obtain a cat bond for earthquake damage? If not, why not? Right? And then they responded. I think they responded. Oh, they responded. When they responded the next day. Right, Kevin? I think so. When did I send it? Yeah, I sent it July 8th, and July 9th, they responded and they said, look, Mr. Rattigan, we have this thing, and we are going to try to get it to you in accordance with Section 7 of the ATI Act. Section 7, I think it says that they have to give me the information within 30 days. So, and this was sent to me by Sashika Martin, assigned Senior Secretary, Information Management. Well, Miss Martin, if you're watching the program, or if a relative or a friend watching, please convey to her that I thank her for her expeditious response, and I look forward to receiving answers to all the questions I posed. So there we have it. Now we have some other things to talk about this thing here. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to take the conversation in a different direction now. Mr. President was in Jamaica. ISAT was in Jamaica when this hurricane hit Jamaica, particularly the southern parishes. Let me start with Mr. President, because we haven't heard from him. I thought, I don't know, I was praying for you, my brother, that you didn't get blown away, because I knew you were in my parish, St. Elizabeth, right? And I said, man, God go with him, because I'm getting very, very bad. In fact, we have some pictures here. I'm getting very, very bad news about the devastation. There we go, Kevin. Here, but look at people before President talk. Look on some of them pictures that come out of Jamaica. Watch out. Look on that. Look on that, people. Right, that's one. Where is them, the Kevin? All right, 1 of 1. Let me take this off. I thought we had them all lined up, but Kevin will set them up. But that's just an example of what happened. And some of the they're right here. Oh, okay. All right, thanks. All right. You know, me can't do without Kevin, because all of him gone, him not gone. Him still appointment. I can't say, but he might show me like he must say, hey, idiot, see to by us. All right. Look on that picture, yeah. Right. Let's see what else. There's another one. Thing dropped down off of the light post. Here's another one. Right. Hold on. There's another one. Zinc hitch up on wire. That house won't be inhabited for a while. Okay. And then we have some picture here. You see a lady in a Clark's boot. I don't know how old that woman is. But
that is Anne-Marie Vaz. That's the Daryl Vaz. That's in Portland.
Okay. Me show the picture not for the lady in our Bossy Clark's. Me show it for just show how much asphalt upon the road and the pipe what them are used for, like drain pipes and things like that. Little small pipes. We're gonna show you some more pictures regarding that.
I mean, there's damage to the road. I couldn't see. I only see the politician and the clerks, nothing else.
See, all right. See all the pipe here, See, hold on there. Look on the pipe here. But no, she the other day did say she laid on carpet when the thing I put on the asphalt. She said, carpet me I lay, a carpet we have. See carpet, yeah. And look on a little pipe here, little drain pipe here. I don't know what that's a pipe here. Someone say sewage pipe, but look on this one here. See it over here, so. See that piece right there, so. And the other piece, the connecting piece right there, so. That's this gone. We don't know what it is, right? But whatever it was, it was. Carpet, yeah, you know. You see how thin the asphalt is, people? I carpet that. And I think the Prime Minister said, inbuild roads for last generations or something to that effect, or a long, long time. So I don't know if you mean like a generation of insects, a generation of animals, but certainly not a generation of humans. So, with the rest of them there. See, see, at the pipe them use must have drain, you know. Look on the asphalt right now, so. See that one, yeah. All right, see pipe them, you know, we identify them. Look how thin the asphalt is. Look on the asphalt. Look on this. This that one right there, sir. Not the blue. You see how thin this is? The one of the road.
That's a disgrace.
Eh?
That's a disgrace.
Yeah.
I remember back in the days when they were doing the road, Mr. Rattigan, that they have they put the rock stone, then they put the marl, they put the fine gravel, they put the rock stone again, and they put the marl, they put the gravel. They're not doing that again. They just marl and asphalt.
Yeah. And see the pipe them when me that showing it not green right, that's all. See pick a pipe, like a drain pipe. Look on that. See them there. This is what taxpayers' money I got for do, you know. Right? This is what taxpayers' money I got for do. And we know it's at Jamaica because we see somebody in a green clocks where that's how the thing said. You know. No. Prezi, talk to us about your experience going through a hurricane, particularly, well, not any hurricane, this hurricane, Beryl, because you were in St. Elizabeth. Am I correct?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
All right, talk to the people. Make we hear what in St. Elizabeth now with Beryl.
Well, usually this time of year, we travel to Jamaica to do our annual charity work. And as you guys are aware, we went to Jamaica, a team of us, to give back. And we've been doing so for the last 16 years. So getting into Jamaica, you know, we were excited. When we got there, we heard that a storm was coming. So, you know, being who we are, we decided we're still going to carry out our mission, which we did. It so happened that we had a full schedule with some activities that were scheduled to run, I guess, simultaneously with the time that the storm and also after the storm. So we encountered several challenges, as you know, with the storm. For me, we had two major projects in St. James, and we took care of, you know, hundreds of school children, hundreds of book bags and school supplies. And then in St. Anne's, we did the same thing and also did a health fair where we gave away hundreds of glasses and had the ophthalmologist come in, and several people from their practice, they came in to test the eyes of the people in the community. We did medical screening, back to school screening, and certification for the children. So it was some major things. No, we took a trip to the end of the country, to the south of the country, which is St. Elizabeth. And that's where I was when the storm came. So I was in the Top Hill area. And we did a project in Top Hill last year. So I was back there this year. So while in Top Hill, you know, I was, you know, marooned there. I woke up the morning, there was a curfew. And with that curfew, you know, you have to stay put, which I did. Fortunately, I had the pleasure of, you know, staying in a facility that was slab top. But nonetheless, what I experienced, because I went through Gilbert. I was in Jamaica for Gilbert. I've been through multiple storms in the United States also. And what I experienced there in St. Elizabeth, being in the storm. And I called Jeffrey. I remember calling Jeffrey the day before the storm and giving him a report about what I was seeing and the preparations that were being made.
Indeed, you did.
And a lot of people were, like, no storm not come. No, we're not talking about foolishness not say. A little rain not gonna fall or whatever. But a lot of people were preparing. And I promise you, those who were prepared were the ones I believe who feared best. But when I got up the morning after the storm, guys, almost every zinc roof that I see was gone. The area that I was, there were a lot of down trees. I myself had to get some machete and had to be chopping out trees to clear the path. So my car was, I was able to drive out. I had a lot of, delays and setback. I mean, I was driving and chopping out trees. People were using power saw, just trying to clear up the area. Up to this moment, the area I was, last check, they didn't have electricity, no water, and food is getting scarce. So being in St. Elizabeth and seeing that, you guys might have seen ABC News did call me because my charity usually network with many of the local news here in West Palm Beach. So they called me and they were like, hey, tell us what is going on. I did a piece with them talking about what I was going through and what I was dealing with. And, at that time it was really fresh. And, at that time I was also marooned in the area because I really couldn't go much place. But as it worked out, I had some great people. A lot of people were walking around just spectating, trying to see what they could salvage. But a lot of Jamaicans, they came out hands and hearts together. They came out, they started firing up their chainsaw. They started cutting out the light posts because there were like light posts blocking the road in the morning with, I think the power is gone, but the power was sitting on the ground. But these guys, as scared as they were and as wet as things were, they were cutting out poles. They were trying to make way for people so that help could come in, or that people, if they were sick, they could get out, or people like myself who were just passing through could also leave the place. So it was a very horrific thing. I videotaped, a situation where I saw the breeze just start playing with somebody's roof, just playing once it was intact, and then watching the breeze just do work until it ripped the whole thing apart, tore down some concrete walls. And I'm telling you, I saw that, I witnessed it. It was a very powerful storm. And I don't know why the government is not getting any money for it. But there are a lot of people in Jamaica who is putting their hands and hearts together to really put things together. I just want to give a big shout out also to my team. Right now, as we're speaking, they are in St. Elizabeth. I also want to say a big thank you to the police I command and the Jamaica Constabulary Force loaned us a coaster so that we could pack it up with a lot of supplies. And I want to big up to Sean and Petrona and all the team that is currently, as we are speaking, distributing on behalf of my organization in St. Elizabeth as we speak. And there are a lot of people, Ratty and the team, that is doing a lot right now. So again, big up to the police I command. We made a phone call. They gladly did all the paperwork to make sure that we had liability coverage so that we could do this. So I want to thank them. I want to thank everyone else who played a part, all the other police officers who volunteer with my team to ensure that our safety and safe passage. I want to give a big shout out to them. So, but it was one that is really, really difficult. I was looking back, guys, before I turn over, at the history of hurricanes in Jamaica. And as far back as the 1780 Great Hurricane, I've been through a lot, even before this one. And I've seen a lot. So from 51 with Charlie, come down to Janet, Fiona, Allen, Gilbert, and Michelle, Ivan, Emily, Thomas, Sandy, Zeta, Dean, all of those hurricane. I think this one, Beryl, will also go down in history as a devastating one. It may not have hit the entire country, and we might have gotten the force of some of the outer bands and not necessarily the direct impact. But I'm telling you, this storm was a big, bad storm. And anyone who takes it lightly or think that a storm should be taken lightly is someone that is really nearsighted. And these things are dangerous. And I've seen what I've watched it destroy people's lives and their homes. And, you know, we should not take these storms lightly. And finally, one of my biggest criticism is not so much the road, guys, but the issue as it is with the national grid. And when you have a country like Jamaica with the kind of terrain that we have, I don't know how JPS gets away with just having a single grid. And of their 54 substations in Jamaica, most of them can't do anything, because even their standby or the windmill or the other kind of power that they're trying to get into the grid is not sufficient. And I think the infrastructure as it relates to power, you know, should, you know, be looked at. And I think that they should divvy up this thing and share it with other utility companies that can really handle or build out a grid that can lock in and you can divert power from one section of the country to another. Because I went to Mandeville 2 times after the storm and they were out of power the last time I was there several days ago. So it's been rough and it's been tough, but this storm for me, as I said, it took the cake, and I am not playing around with any hurricane message I get anymore.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Much respect. Glad to have you back with us. Isat, you want to tell us about your hurricane experience?
You see, when I tell you my experience after President, everybody's going to say I'm joking out the thing. So I don't know if you want to hear it, but since you asked.
Because you were there. You were on the island.
Yeah. So usually when they tell us that hurricane is coming, because I've been around a very long time like President, and the only hurricane that made any sense was Gilbert. No. So naturally, I didn't prepare for it because KFC was open. And they said, go and buy foods and products because it's going to be a really bad hurricane, but KFC was open. And then it's not until the notice from KFC came out that they were closing at 9 o'clock, and I never went there to get my chicken. So I said, but life is going to be over because KFC was closed. So when I go out to go get food now because KFC is closed, everywhere else is closed, and your prime minister decide that he's going to call states of emergency because he love to call those. So I was really mad about that. But then I said, but this is really serious. So I get a mattress and I drive one of those cars. I live in the ghettos of Constant Spring, where Delroy Chuck is the MP. And I say, you know what? All these trees and stuff, let me put a mattress on the top of my vehicle so that I don't lose the top. And I tie up my car just like the other people on TikTok with cardboard and everything, because I say, this is going to be bad. And because, you know, we know it's probably going to be serious. And then they said it was coming like in the morning and all the fake news was out. And I'm up at 12 o'clock, nothing ever happened. So I go to my bed, wake up, nothing still. And then a little breeze blow at 1 o'clock and we don't have no light. And then I realized that the lies when the prime minister said, oh, when I become prime minister, I'm going to bring how much electric company to come and all of that. So I was mad at JPS. Nothing happened in Kingston. I kid you not. When I said nothing happened, like the breeze was blowing, but it wasn't devastating. You saw the people outside. They were gallivanting. They were just having a grand time. People were playing football in Barbican. I have the videos. Not only downtown. And the news started to say that, listen, we're not actually getting the hurricane, as in the eye is not coming to Jamaica. And then you realize that the storm that we experienced was no different from when we had some serious weather, some rain that was worse than even this, but that's just in Kingston. A day later, KFC opened. So what I try to tell people is that 8 billion people are in the world, and on the day that Beryl hit Jamaica, there were 8 billion separate experiences. So I'm sorry to say that when I was told that KFC was open and I got my first 6-piece, my life went back to normal. Because as soon as I concluded eating the KFC, life came back and I wasn't mad at JPS anymore. And then I saw what Beryl did to Texas as a category 1, and I was like, but Texas is a real ghetto with a lot of zinc house and trailer parks and stuff like that. So Jamaica isn't as bad. But then when I see what happened to the neighboring parishes, I said, I'm not sure if it's the hurricane that we must blame or we have to really reconsider infrastructure. Like what Prezi said in terms of Hope Pastures is a model community where all of their JPS infrastructure is underground. So when there was the Town and Country Planning Act, when they were building Hope Pastures, they said it must be underground. And we never adopted that. And so JPS is just really horrible. You saw the roads. The only thing good about the pictures that you show was the Clarks on the MP's foot. And we are in a bad space. I'm saying this and I'm not trying to make it, to dumb it down. Safe to say that we never experienced a hurricane. We had bad weather with some of the bands coming across Jamaica, but if it were ever a situation that we actually had a hurricane, we couldn't manage it. And we need to think about that when planning it. Thank you.
Before you continue, right, just to piggyback on Isaac. So I had a chance also to go to Spanish Town and stayed a couple of days at my sister. I saw mangoes on the trees. I'm like, oh yeah, if I have mango on the tree after a storm. So yeah, so Kingston, St. Catherine, and a lot of areas in that side of the country didn't get the blunt of the impact. And you know, and there's a nice ripe mango, even though me I think about it, but it was in the neighbor's yard. So yeah, but so a lot of people didn't get a lot of hit in the corporate area, and they had high-speed internet and light, and it was another day for them. But in St. Elizabeth, Clarendon, and Manchester, which I drove through several times. And lastly, the infrastructure of the road is a major problem, because the toll roads, I was watching to see how the water was flowing, because at one point I was driving in bad weather, like pouring rain. And what I saw was that the toll road, they're designed in such a way that there's no settlement or puddle of water on the road. So all the water is run off smoothly, and you don't have the kind of issue you have when you come to the parochial roads. So I'm trying to think that we really need to start adopting some model in terms of infrastructure, in terms of drainage, because what I saw with the toll road is a good example of how Jamaica can improve the road condition. Because if you can do it in one aspect, and I know those roads are funded and people pay them for the best and the more advanced way of doing things, but I really think we should adopt some of those principles and not those half-inch thin layer of Barber green like you were showing earlier, because that in itself is a major problem.
All right. So listen, folks, we are joined by Mr. Courtney Cephas. His camera is not on. Courtney, if you can help us out by turning on your camera. No. Courtney plays an important role in Jamaica. His role is to deal with, and I mean, you'll see the connection pretty soon. But he's gone.
Well, I guess he needed to reconnect.
Okay.
I just had a question that I wanted to ask Aisat, and it's a visual question. As I pop in and pop out, Aisat, is this your mattress?
The colleague get up on it.
But I'm happy to say that that's not my mattress. Beryl did nothing, as I said, to us. Absolutely nothing.
Oh, okay.
Rattigan, if I may, I want to say this to President, that when it comes on to building roads in Jamaica, You won't get the quality road that you get on the highway, because the government have to name a food. Everybody have to name a food. They have to name a food from Negril Point to Moran Point. So when they have their friends and cronies building the road, it's a little bit of asphalt they put on it. And when it's done, you hear the Minister of Finance, cap it here, cap it there, spear, cap it all over Jamaica. Cap it. So what happened to the carpets now?
Yeah,
So you will never get the quality roads.
Let me say this real quick. Will, let me just say this real quick. I have a benefit event, as you know, I'm heading to. So I want to bid at you. It starts at 5:30, and it's a ticketed event, and I cannot show up too late based on certain factors. So I'm just want to say later.
Do your thing, man. God go with you, man. Go do your thing.
All right, big up. I'll see you guys soon.
Yeah.
All right.
We have Mr. Court. Here he is. Here he is. All right, let me big up Courtney. Hold on there, Courtney. Hold on there. There he is. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present you Mr. Courtney Cephas. Now, this man plays an important role in Jamaica, as far as especially when it comes to the diaspora, because we send things back home, whether it's a catastrophic event or we just send things back home to help, as a course of just trying to do our civic duty to help Jamaica. And he's responsible for all of the things that we talk about, charity and gifts and all of it. We will get the benefits where you can clear the stuff, pay the money and things like that. Well, he's going to educate us today, especially in light of Beryl, that when you send things back, there are certain requirements. You just can't send things down and expect people to just take them off of the wharf and just deliver them. There are certain government requirements, and that's why sometimes you'll find people with their containers left on the wharf within the custody of the Jamaican government because certain procedures were not followed. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to you, Courtney. You can just give a quick introduction of who you are. You've been on the program already, so most people I would suspect they know of you, but just a quick overview of who you are, your role in Jamaica, and what are the requirements to sending things to Jamaica, particularly in light of our effort to try and help our brothers and sisters in Jamaica.
Thanks, Ratty, for having me. Courtney Cephas here, the Executive Director for the National Healthcare Enhancement Foundation, which is an agency of the Ministry of Health that's responsible for, mobilizing and administering support for donations to the public health sector, where health is concerned. So all donors, international donors, diaspora members, if you want to send support to Jamaica, that's going to the public health sector. That's my domain. We have another entity, NET, National Education Trust. They handle matters where education is concerned. But with the specifically hurricane and relief here, you can engage with the foundation on anything that you want to send for us to help you in clearing it through customs and not having the kinds of headache that some people normally experience or report. You engage with the foundation, you engage with me, and I'm going to give you my number, direct number, where you have a line to me. And that number is 876-550-5495. If you engage with me, we can discuss and I can give you assistance as to how to go about doing this without any trouble. Plain and simple fact here on donating items to Jamaica. Yeah, there's certain requirements that you have to go through in order for the process to be seamless and easy. And these requirements are some requirements that the in the health sector we will require in terms of evaluation, but there are requirements in terms of documentation that the Jamaica Customs will require in order for you to bring the stuff in. They have to make some evaluation and they have to make assessments And these documents are required for that to be done. And I'm going to tell you simply what they are. When you're bringing anything in, you're going to have an invoice, whether you purchased it or you got it from somebody, a gift from somebody to donate it, or an organization give you and you want to send it to Jamaica. It has to have an invoice associated in it, detailing the quantities and the price of the item and the total cost. Why? Customs make assessment of the value of those items that are coming in, and an invoice serves that purpose. It is one of the documents that is going to be important in that shipping. The other thing is going to be a listing of the items that's being shipped. So you have a list and it indicates clearly the quantity, the description of these items that are coming in. Okay, so that also, when you send a shipment, and especially if you're going to send it to me, I'm going to want to know exactly what is in it. So when I declare to custom that this is what it must be that. It can't be anything else. If I tell them this is what coming in and it's been consigned to me, and when they open it and there is something else in there, you're sending items and then you're sending other things that are personal that you want to go to somebody else. It is a bad reflection, and it is not exactly what is on the list that you have sent. So very important. So that, and then there is the bill of lading or airway bill that you have to have in order to clear the items. Now, depending on what the items are, permits might be needed. You can't just bring the item in the country. It might need a permit. If it has medication in it, if it has certain devices that are there, a permit might be required, and you cannot import it without the permit. And so initially when you engage with me, we get these documents early and review them and determine if permits are required, and I will help you get that permit. My team will do that here in Jamaica, get the permit. And once all these documents are done properly and provided, the process of bringing the items in the country becomes easier. And we indicate to you who you must consign it to, the foundation. If you send it to anybody else, your friend or some other family member, I have no control or jurisdiction over clearing that item. But if I tell you, consign it to the foundation, use this address and send it there, then we can assist. And the beauty of it is, when it comes to the country, I will handle the clearance. The foundation would handle clearance of that item, and we will, whatever the cost is to clear it, we clear it, and we have it distributed or sent to whether it's a hospital or a health center within the public system, or in the case of relief now, to particular communities to assist. We will have that delivered to that entity in accordance to what you have advised us to do. If you want to go to your particular community or church to help out, we do that. If it is not stated, then we will make a determination of how to best utilize it to serve the community. That is the simple fact of the matter. Where you find most times the trouble comes in is when people don't comply or provide the sort of information that I just said, and or they choose to make a donation. Everybody wants to help, so they take it up and they make a donation. Never touch base with me, for example, or the foundation, and they're sending it to a friend, they're sending it to a family member, they're sending it to some organization that they might know. And then somewhere along the line, proper things aren't done. So there is trouble. And yes, you're gonna have problem clearing it if the proper documents and process aren't followed. We work closely with customs, very tightly with customs. They're supportive of the foundation. They know the foundation. They know what we do. So we work in tandem there. I am established to eliminate this sort of experience. And when they engage with us, you don't have it. Most times, really and truly, I would say probably 95%, if not more, of the things that are coming in are handled properly. You get the noise from a small percentage of items that come in. And then, of course, those who take it on and do it their way, then you might get those experiences. I think that's in a nutshell what it is, Ratty.
All right. All right, there's Courtney's number right there. 876-550-5495. That's correct, right, Courtney?
876-550-5495.
That's it right there. So everybody can see the screen. All right. Let me just open it up. I have a couple of questions, but let me just open up to the panel. Panelists, any questions for Courtney? And by the way, welcome, Patrick.
Yeah. Courtney, I got a question. Probably several, but let me just start with this first one. There's a vexing issue in the diaspora, especially since COVID, when we had this radiothon, which raised over $300,000 US. And at 1 minute, it went to, it was supposed to go to buy PPE. To this day, I don't know if we bought 1P, what says a PE of this, because the last time I spoke to the former chairman of the health fund, told me, unfortunately, the money that was supposed to buy the PPE was inadvertently, and put that in code, lodged in the consolidated fund. That is number one. I'm just saying, giving a background. I just read this week where our illustrious Minister of Finance, with an expose done by 18 Degrees, for the past 13 years, foundations, he alone is a part of the board of the 13, are non-compliant with a lot of international issues. And I don't know, you've never met you before, but these are some of the concerning things that we have. And I know you said your staff is doing all this stuff. The question is are your staff voluntary? Are they paid? And if such, how are they paid? Because we want everything to open up. I have issues with even the Prime Minister and leeching going on, that they're going to open Beryl funding. I don't know which one of the Beryl, whether Beryl side chick for certain people or whatever, or supporters to eat the food. I mean, I'm very serious, because I've been involved in the diaspora movement since it started. And I was one of the co-founders of Friends of Trelawney. And we know a lot of stuff. At one point, in certain times, we got like about 15 top-of-the-line dental chairs. And I so happened to accidentally visit a certain politician. And when I look in that politician, there were 2 other chairs were wrapped up in the same paper. Don't know whether they're supposed to go to hospitals. So I'm just telling you that from the background and the history, why I'm very skeptical. And I could tell you that talking to a lot of folks, they're very skeptical about doing anything. Don't even mention the tablets that were known to go to certain constituencies. Maybe, I don't know if Jamaica have a first lady, not that I know of, but I hear some first lady constituency get all of them, and other people. So those are my concerns, and I think that I think about good 70-80% of us in the diaspora have serious concerns with that. And I have another thing on that, but just
all right. Let's give Courtney a chance to respond to that. And by the way, folks, Courtney's number is right there on the screen, right below where Patrick is right now. And for those of you asking for the requirements, Courtney said it. He said, please call him and he will facilitate all of the things that you're trying to achieve. So if you need requirements, you call him. If you need links to bring stuff in, he's the person to go through, because remember what he said. If you have your friends and your family members take care of it, then he's out of it and you're on your own with customs. He can't help you. So Courtney, let me see. Hold on. Okay, there you go. All right, so you heard what Patrick said. How do you respond?
Patrick, well, let me say this firstly. I am here with an invitation to speak on a particular matter, and I am going to speak on that matter, and I have spoken on that matter. Patrick related a whole lot of different incidents that has implications on many front on there. It's not. There was that one specific question that was what was in there. There were many things that was insinuated. I'm going to say this. I indicated from a donation standpoint what has to be done. I'm going to give you an idea of what I can't speak for any other organization or any other entity. I can only speak for the National Healthcare Enhancement Foundation, what we do, what happened in that space, and the experiences that we have. You have indicated that you have had experience with the diaspora and their complaints or concerns, and you use an 80%. Well, I'm going to share this with you from my experience. I engage with quite a bit of diaspora members, and Rattigan can tell you that they all have my number, and I do that because I know what Jamaicans are, what we are like. We like a personal communication, and when you're dealing and you're sending things and you figure it got into a black hole, part of how we deal with that is you have my number, and when you reach out to me, I am going to take your call and you're going to get resolution. And believe me, I have worked with the diaspora all over the United States, Canada, the UK, all over the world. And I'm piped into the consulates, and the consulates have their arms into the diaspora and all of that stuff. So I have made myself personally accessible. And so the experiences that you have related, I acknowledged earlier that yes, there are noise and there are experiences that folks have had. But the question is, what is the extent of those experiences and how much improvement has been done over time and all of that? So one of the things I have noticed, and I've been in this space since 2018 to build the foundation to the point where it can alleviate some of these issues. And what I have seen, and I'm going to tell you this, from I came in 2018 until now, one of the challenges that's there is what I call a narrative that exists on the sort of stories that go around. And many people, it's not really an experience, it's a narrative that they've heard, and it keeps going around. From 2018, it's a narrative then, and I still hear the narrative now, and I have been on programs for this same purpose, answering these questions. It's there. And I have also seen, and I'm sharing to you because I'm a point where everybody diaspora reach out and what. So I am getting a sense of what is coming in from diaspora members since I've built that relationship. And I am telling you that there has been much improvement, and many diaspora members have reached out to me on this, and we get tremendous amount of support coming in and facilitated with our actions. So the stories are there. There are many changes also, but you know what? The good stories don't go out. In the environment of philanthropy, and you ask question, there is an entity that is established by government for overseen and the authority that evaluates charities, the Department of Cooperatives and Friendly Society. We fall under them as an organization. They can come in if they hear stories or whatever. They can come in and they can do checks and audits on foundation. Charitable status is granted by that organization. Every 2 years, once you get one, you have to reapply and you have to submit certain documentations, your financials, your compliance information, all of these things have to be sorted before you can get a renewal. And if they are not satisfied, you don't get renewed. I have no organizations that don't satisfy these things and they don't get renewed. So as a foundation, I have to make sure those things are in place every 3 months at a minimum. The process is such that if I am not compliant statutorily in my filings and providing certain reporting every 3 months, I do not get what's called a certificate of compliance, a TCC. I have to have that in place. So every 3 months minimally, I have to submit documentations for that to be issued. And if that is not issued, I can't clear anything at the wharf. I can't do any business without that document. And so it ensures from the government standpoint, they put in place things to ensure your compliance. So I can't help if I don't have that. And so I have to make sure things are in place to get that TCC that I have to apply for at least every 3 months. Okay? So there are processes in place to ensure that entities that are non-profit organized and in Jamaica do certain things to comply. I'm going to tell you what the reality is. The reality is there's a lot of charities that were established and registered, and over time, they may not have got their charitable status renewed because they have not provided this administrative type information that they must provide to stay compliant. And so therefore, they don't, without not being compliant, they don't have the authority to be able to get the duty waivers that they should get if they're properly documented within the system and stuff like that. If you turn to an entity like that and they don't have it, it's going to be hard for them to help you. And a lot of those agencies, when they reach into that situation, they might reach out to me, to the foundation, the National Health Care Enhancement Foundation, to help them to clear items and stuff. And depending on what the situation is, if it's health related, I make assessment and I will do what I can to help them. But the reality is you have to be careful of the organization that you deal with. Why some of them are in that state is because to run an organization like a for-profit entity, you have to have certain things in place, certain resources in place to run the organization. You have to have people, you have to have certain tools in place to run it, and you have to have funding to run it, a non-profit. You know that non-profit, it says non-profit, but they have to raise funds in order to run their non-profit and resource it and have the proper skill sets in. And if you don't have that, you can't do it. The fact is, a lot of entities like that are small entities. People want to do good, but really they don't have these things in to keep up with the administrative processes, and then they fall behind. The question I'm going to answer now specifically that was asked about how have staff and how they are paid and all of that stuff. So I'm going to answer that because it's very important. This foundation that was established and strategically so that the foundation is funded. So if we want to help diaspora, and this is the reason why it was established, so we heard the concerns of diaspora and folks trying to bring things, having problems, and the government put in place the opportunity. 2013, that's when the Charity Act came in to facilitate non-profit organization, and the ministry saw it fit to set up one specifically to help in that space. And when the organization was established, actually we recalibrated, and in 2022 the new foundation was established, and that foundation is now I've given the mandate to establish the foundation, put in place all the things necessary to make it operate and support on the best way possible our diaspora and everyone else in the donation space. Strategically, the foundation was established in such a manner that the foundation does not need any fundraising activity from donors to run the foundation. So every single piece of dollar, if a person is donating cash, or every piece of equipment that they donate, 100% of that is going to go to where the donor designate. It is for this project to support Hurricane Beryl, that's where it is gonna. If it is to support this health initiative, that's where it is gonna. If it is a donation to go to this hospital, that is where it is going to go. I don't need any administrative support in terms of fundraising to do that. I am fully funded. The foundation is fully funded through a subvention from the Ministry of Health. I develop a budget and I submit it as what would it take to run the foundation operationally, and that is provided to me. Okay, that is it. The permanent secretary assures that, and the minister assures that. They said set the foundation up and run it the way to make it the most efficient. And so all donation that comes in from donors goes to benefit in accordance to what the donor wishes. And we have to report on those things. And if a donor wants a reporting on it from me, the foundation, they can reach out and we can provide that. Any donation that comes through, I can tell you where it went and all of that stuff. So I answer those questions specifically within the space of what I'm here to talk about. Now, there were many other things mentioned and many other parties involved in those pieces. I am not going to talk about those things because everybody have a story on that.
Right. Let's leave that there. If it's outside the purview of why you're here, then feel free to just say, look, I'm not going to answer that question because you're here to talk about the charitable organization and how we can get things through, particularly to the on the medical side to the hospitals. Right. So we'll keep it at that. Let me just go around. Panelists, anybody else with a question? And by the way, let's just keep the questions and the answers short because time is at a premium. So, anybody else?
Yes. Greetings, Courtney. Kevin Steele here.
Hi, Kevin.
So, with this being a non-profit, based on what I'm getting from you, it's organized and funded by the government. So, all the records, all the required documents that you would have to hand over to get duty-free or concessions, that is already taken care of through the government, correct? Or that's done on the organizational level?
Well, I'm not. You said all the documentations that are required to.
You said there are certain documents that have to be in place to make sure that you get concessions and duty-free exemptions and such, with clearing things from customs, through customs.
Right. Yeah.
So all of that is taken care of by the government.
No. Not taken care of by the government. It's taken. The foundation has to make sure those things are in place. Just the same way, for example, I have to make sure you run a private company. They have to do tax filings, right?
Right.
There are certain, if there are regulatory agencies that might govern a organization. Let's say an organization that's usually under a lot of regulation. Let's say an energy entity. They have to submit certain reports to the various agencies for compliance. I'm the same way. There are certain documentation that I have to have in place in order to ensure that my status as a non-profit is good and proper, so to speak, for me to run. So as an organization, part of the management is for me to make sure that those periodic documentations must be in place. When an audit is done, it must be done, and those information must be supplied. I have to supply information to the TAJ tax office. I have to supply information to the Department of Cooperation and Friendly Society, who's going to renew the charitable status. So as an organization, part of that is for me to make sure that we do the proper reporting and the proper filings that has to be done to ensure our status. That is within the organization, not any government. But as an extension, I'm an agency of the government. But it's part of my remit in running the organization.
All right.
All right.
Let me-
So as a public entity,
You have a follow-up, Kevin?
yeah, just
Go ahead.
where we can see those documents and when was the last audit.
Audits are done, required. Audits are done depending on what. Every 2 years at least. You renew your charitable organization with the DCFS every 2 years, and so at that point in time, part of the documentation that that they would require is some audited reports, or depending on what the situation is, some filing or off with them of your reporting. It might be unaudited but commented documentation that has to be submitted. But within the foundation itself and what we do, we will have the information and those documentation is part of what we have to do. When a donor sends something, for example, the invoices and our communications with them and all of that stuff is rest with the foundation. So we in an audit they can be seen, and we provide whatever reporting we can to the donor. So it is part of that. I'm going to say this, as I said, this foundation was established in 2022. We're in 2024, in the middle. So part of that process is going through and building out to make sure all of that is in place. You build out the foundation. Many foundations, nonprofit, small, it's hard for them to do that because they need resources. I have hired, as my foundation, I have a staff of 6, including myself, and that was, what I determined we would need to properly run the foundation. And so you build out with the people and you build out with processes and stuff. And for us, that's an ongoing build out that I am doing to make sure everything is in place. So we can support at any point in time.
I know time is at a premium for you as well.
Yeah.
I sense that Kevin is going to have a follow-up to what he just said.
No,
Kevin,
the other part of the question I haven't gotten the answer to yet. Where can we see those documents? Where can we see the records? Because you're a non-profit, which means you're supposed to be open. Your information is open to the public.
Yeah, my information is open to the public, but it's not I have information that is submitted, as I said, to the various entities here. And if there's any questions that you have about something, and in particular that you want to, you can make an outreach and a request. There is filing of information that you can do. But this is the problem with those things that we have seen. You have to be specific in what is it that you want to see. What is it that you want to see? What is it that you are trying to answer? And specifically make requests for that information, and that we can. We're not going to just turn over, say, what is it that you want to see? And if you have a question or a concern about anything that flows through the foundation, you can either let me know, or you can publicly. There's access to information that you can file. But I'm asking because I've seen it. Specifically ask for something, and when that's specific, and responses will be made. There's nothing here to hide about anything. You have raised this, and I'm curious as to what is it specifically that you want, because you don't know about this foundation. So
right, and
yeah, well, ask a question.
Are sending things.
Hold on, let Kevin just finish up this line of question. Then.
Me being in the United States, me having worked with non-for-profits in the United States,
yeah,
I come from a position where we have to be transparent, and sending things to Jamaica with history that we know of. There are a lot of questions. Me personally, I ask these for me, but I know other people would have similar questions, and so I am not in a place where I would be comfortable to say, let me use this entity. I'd probably try to go the other way and pay whatever additional costs to make sure that whatever happens. I'm not convinced. Let me just say it that way. I'm just not convinced that this would be an appropriate way for me to go.
Okay, let me say.
That's what I'm asking. That's
Okay,
what I'm asking.
hold on. Let me say this.
Make it brief.
I'm gonna make it quick. You might not be, and there are many of you, but there are many others that are convinced and reach out to me. But the same thing that you just said, you are not convinced, is the same thing that I spent 28 years in the United States. I worked there, and I've heard. I'm a diaspora here in Jamaica serving, really. So the same thing that 501c3s, I have to also, on my side, be convinced and be assured of who I'm dealing with on the other side. Any 501c3 or any entity, I know have an obligation. And you know what? It comes a lot from the United States side, putting certain things on. I have to, for anti-money laundering, know your customer now, for me is big. I am now required to know my customer. So when you are donating, I have to do a little research and figure out, who is this person? What is the organization like? How compliant are they? Is this person involved in anything or have a name reputation that's there that is going? I now have to do that. So it's the same thing on my side that, you know what? How do I know those who are donating as a reputable background and character, the organization, the individual? So it works both ways. I'm trying to let you know that. So there are organizations, there are research that can be done to do that, and there are entities you can outreach to. Department of Cooperative and Friendly Society. Firstly, you can check them to see if an entity you're dealing with is registered and legitimate and all of that, and that's a good start. So there, I'm going to be short because of time, but it kind of works both ways.
All right, fix the camera. We couldn't see it entire. All right, perfect. I think Dervin had a question, and Herb. Dervin, please make it quick.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, sir. I'm just asking a question here. As it relates to your agents, your foundation, you work with other agencies, much like USAID, European Union, those agencies, and if so, yes, and if so, is there a system that you do in terms of audit and to have an audited document to be sent to those donors in terms of what has been distributed to those who are in need and from the funding that is structured for?
No. So let me just quickly explain what the environment. You have to understand what the environment is like. So you have all donors, and I am here to support all donations coming to the, whether it's a diaspora, whether it's an international, whether it's a Friends of Jamaica, whether it's a company overseas, whether it's a local donation, whether it's what we call a bilateral donation, meaning country to country. United States government wants to donate, China wants to donate, Canada wants to donate, Germany wants to donate, or where you have what we call international development partners, like maybe a USAID, World Health Organization. These entities all make donations, and part of the foundation is to at least understand and have information on everything that is coming through. How it actually works is that when you have bilateral government to government, that's a relationship that is very different, and the government to government embassies worked with each other. USAID, PAHO, WHO, they work, UNICEF. It's a government to government relationship. That they don't necessarily have to come directly through me to it. If stuff are being consigned for the benefit, yes, it will come. So my challenge, and part of what I have to do, regardless of if it comes directly to me as a consignee, is to make sure or have things in place to have the intelligence of all the donations, so I can kind of report on it for us to be able to know how much and what the value of these donations. Because if we don't know and we don't have the intelligence on it, we really can't appreciate what's going on. So that is part of my just the same way like how individuals, diaspora member might donate something to a hospital and they don't necessarily come through me. They might use another organization, nonprofit, or they might bring it in themselves and take it to the hospital. I didn't know about it. And that unless I build relationship with hospitals to say, hey, if you get this, let me know. So part of my challenge is to understand and have intelligence into, but particularly the USAIDs and the international agencies. No, I don't have any they don't necessarily any reporting back to them unless we have a specific engagement that's there, and there's requirements that they have in place with MOUs and stuff. Yes, but the landscape is kind of very diverse how it operates.
Let me move on to our next question. Herb and Herb and then Jeffrey. Herb, you have a question for Courtney?
Yeah. Hi, Courtney. How you doing?
I'm good, Herb.
Okay. Hey, the Office of Disaster Preparedness, and I guess the Leachin's NCB Foundation are two of the more prominent organizations that I see supporting the government in this disaster response. How closely do you work with them, and are the donations coordinated depending on the severity of the damage in each area and depending on whatever it is? How do you guys work that out?
So let me go again. So this is very similar to what I was trying to explain earlier. So the only difference now is that this is a local entity that you're talking about, NCB versus a USAID or any international agency. So local companies, they do their thing and they have their foundation and they respond just the same way. Their hands are not tied in terms of that. And so NCB sees an opportunity and they want to help. So they have put together a program that they are doing 150 million that they are seeking to raise in order to support it, and they're doing that through their foundation. That's their thing, and because of the scale of it, they might link to the ODPEM in terms of that, or the government side of it in terms of the support. So they will reach out and coordinate. They don't necessarily have to reach out to me on anything pertaining to that. What I have to understand is, and this is how I usually do it in terms of what's going on in the public, and I will go on the internet and search and keep up with what's going on, and then try to get information, reach out to them as a foundation partner because I have link into them, and we get that information. It just so happened that I am fortunate that I was a part of that when that funding was done recently. I was in that meeting and the idea of what was going to be. So I'm piped into it, which is good as a partner. But it's NCB driving their thing as they should do, and coordinate with government. And they're a private entity trying to help. I mean, that's what they don't have to do it, but it's a private entity trying to help. And let me just Diaspora members right now want to donate, and some of the Diaspora members ask me, Corey, how can I help? And they want to donate cash. I said, if we can get one of the most immediate need, as you guys probably know, is relief care packages. People want food right now, regardless of light and everything else, and infrastructure and roof need to be real. Immediately, people want to have food and caring stuff, packages for them and their family and their kids, and relief. And as much as that can go in early while the other things come on stream. And so I've indicated to Diaspora members who want to donate cash, yes, we're looking to do that, send it, we pool it, and we get these care packages. So I'm targeting about 2,000 care packages. So I'm channeling the funds. I said, rather than it come to me, where, let's try and navigate it through the NCB funding. And I'm talking to NCB on this and that, and making sure that it can work that way, where you send the funding in, and you send 1,000 US, they match it 100% with another 1,000 US. So your money, it goes much further, so we can pay back. So those are the kinds of coordination with my intelligence of what's going on among various donors and how we can leverage it to get the maximum gain, and also to benefit the donors that are there. When donors donate to me, for example, not being a 501c3, as you know, they're not going to get a tax benefit from the US. You have to donate to a 501c3. So I said, I'll partner with a 501c3 on the US side. The funding goes through the 501c3. That 501c3 will have the funding go to the NCB where they can get the matching. That is the kind of role I play in bringing a solution With all that's going, people might be doing independent thing, a foundation, NCB, but our diaspora want to help. All I link everything for maximum benefit.
All right. Hold on a second. We have two more questions. We
Yeah.
have Soda, Dennis Sutherland, and we have Mr. Vumva V, Jeffrey Tavares. Jeffrey, you're up. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Patrick, welcome to the program. So thank you, Mr. Rattigan. The question I want to ask you, sir, is there a website that we can go on and see your documents and your paperwork pertaining to everything that you do? And how would you right now, because a lot of people is saying that they don't trust the organizations in Jamaica, like, you know, to send stuff go down there and so forth. So how would you now let the people overseas say, okay, yes, you can come through me, I am good, blah blah blah? Is there a website they can go on to look and find out that, hey, you're an reputable organization?
Yes, my website is nhef.gov.jm. But what you part of, as I said, we're building out because of the experiences and stuff. We're building out to make sure the website is there. It tells you what the programs are, and we're building out in terms of information. Every information might not be provided on a website in terms of that, but we're building out to provide information where a donor can go on and get sufficient information to answer all the questions that they want. But I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to share this, and this is the reason why I've done this. Part of that, you're doing that, and I have to go on other websites also internationally when they do it to do a similar thing. Part of this, and folks, I am Ratty. Let the folks know. I mean, you and I engage. I'm straight talk. I make myself accessible. What I'm going to tell you has worked is, and this is why the ability for people to reach to someone when you know you can get to them and they answer your question and you have a relationship and you have engaged with them over and over and over and you build the trust is what I have found to be tremendous, and it has helped. I've given you my number. I've given you my number. I'm going to give it to you again, 876-550-5495. My email, Courtney, COURTNEY.cephas, CEPHAS, @moh.gov.jm. I ask you, engage with me and get an experience that only way you're gonna get to, and then let's see how we can do it. I'm just saying, just engage and let's try to help me change this narrative. It's only an experience that's going to change the narrative that you experience or somebody tell you that was bad. It's only an experience, a new experience. I am here. And you can call me, every one of you can call me after this and we can engage privately on, and it was, as Ratty said, time, and for me also the time is close because I have to go to another event.
So I just want to get
I agree with you, sir. You have to go to another event. One minute, Mr. Rattigan, please. But sir, if you have a system, you said you're just building it. Is it that, how long have your organization started, sir?
In 2022, the organization was established. In 2022. In 2022.
And you're saying from that until now, you don't have a proper website, sir?
I never said that to you. I gave it. I gave you the information on the website. What I'm saying to you is we are continuously looking at some of the information that you ask for example, and I know that you folks might be asking for some real detail out other information as to where this particular thing came in and when we might not have that information on the website. You might have many other information, but probably not that. So what I'm saying is we are building out, and as much as possible, and I'm hearing you, we will have information as we go along to make sure some of these things that are out there that are just that we can alleviate them. They will tell you that we don't. Their website is there, but it's a continuous, just the same way like with the organization. Operationally, I am looking always to see how we can improve. But whatever what is it that you want? You have my number, my information. Let's start there. Tell me what is it that you would like specifically, and I'm willing to share it. What on a particular donation that
What
you
I would
want?
like, sir, what I would like, sir, is for you to let the people in the diaspora say, okay, I can trust this organization, because Jamaicans overseas are saying they do not trust certain organization in Jamaica. That's all I'm saying to
But
you,
I
sir.
just told you. Let me get on. I just told you what the
But
Jamaican people, the diaspora can trust this organization. They have been trusting the organization. The diaspora's reach out to me. I'm working with the diaspora.
let me stop.
Let me
So,
hold on. Let me
right.
just share. Look, we have an adopter clinic program. 100 health centers of 320 across the country that I'm looking to get adopted by anyone, diaspora, friends of Jamaica locally. I'm going to share with you a fact. I have 48 adoptions so far. Of that 48 adoptions, 48. You know how many of those entities adopted is from diaspora? 31. 31 with 31 hospital health centers have been adopted by diaspora. That is a strong, and diaspora, in particular, most of it the United States diaspora. And that is a strong indication of the support and the confidence in the organization and the engagement. 31, 17 locals. It will switch around. I mean, and most of those adoptions came over the COVID period when diaspora wanted to help. And they provided the support to fix up the hospital, the health centers, provided equipment. If that is not a strong indication of a support from diaspora who you are saying is don't trust, then I don't know what else, because I would like for you to tell me another stat that can show you what you are saying, that there is not the support.
All
That
right.
is a strong indication. Strong.
How,
All right, hold on.
how is it you have an email address that you have a government thing on it, sir?
Pardon me?
How the foundation have a government email, sir?
As opposed to what? I can choose to have my email designed whatever way. I am an agency of the Ministry of Health. And I'm going to tell you specifically, normally what you'll probably want to see is a .org. I'm going to tell you specifically why I have chosen tactically to do that as an agency, because my engagement and my staff, my resource engages with the Ministry of Health and all the key players and the departments within the Ministry of Health. And so what happens is, for me to have a separate email system that is not piped into the Ministry of, it becomes more difficult. Everybody in the Ministry of Health who wants to reach out to me and my staff, they keen on the same email. I am part of their email listing, and anybody that is on the ministry side that I constantly, the entity that I engage most with is with the resources within the Ministry of Health, the all the departments there and the regions and stuff. And so it is tactically better for me when I go in and I key and I find who I want there. And the same way they find me and they find any of my resources. If I have a separate one and my folk, then you know what? I'd have to go and find out and who is what's the email address of them. So it's a tactical decision, which is not but I'm an agency of the government.
We have Mr. Sutherland here from out of Chicago, and he's in the charitable organization business. And I'd like him to pose this question to you, because he's getting ready to do a charity thing and send some things to Jamaica. Mr. Sutherland.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Sir Ratty, for having me. And blessings to all you guys. Mr. Courtney.
Yes.
I intended to, I know you're talking about care package and all that, and that becomes an urgent need. But I'm a guy that deals with the education part of it. I know come September, it's going to be a challenge, especially for people in Manchester, St. Elizabeth, and Clarendon, which is vastly affected by this. So I stay focused on that part of it. And I intended to send 1,000 book bags and school supplies to Jamaica. How could your organization assist me as it relates to, the custom costs and fees and all of that? Is there anything that is set up to save me some money from that?
Yes, and I indicated that earlier. In fact,
I wasn't here.
Okay. Yes. So I'm going to tell you that one. There are two agencies that government agencies that's established to support the donations. One for the health sector, and that's me, falls under my purview, the National Healthcare Enhancement Foundation. And then there's the other one, NET, National Education Trust, that falls under the Ministry of Education. So specifically, that is the entity that you would deal with. You see that you have coordinated, and let me know that. I am not going to say, hey, I can't help you. I will assist you in coordinating that effort with my counterpart on the Ministry of Education side in NET. But they do the same thing on that, but their purview is education. So I would guide you to them for the purpose of bringing the stuff in and they will do that. Now, I consider education and health to be something intertwined, really and truly. If you ask me, it's a flip coin of each other. Health improves when you have education. Okay, education is important for improving health. So as far as I'm concerned, I see a close relationship. So I will partner with them, and especially in this situation here where the things are coming in, school is coming up soon, institutions were damaged and need help and all of that stuff. I'm willing to partner. I can say on my side, in terms of that, depending on the situation, I'll be willing to look at it and fund the cost of the clearance if my partner can't do that, because I am set up to do that in terms of when I set up the organization, I set it up. We're resourced with people, we build out website, we have all of the things in place. And then I look and say, funding wise, as a principle, donors take care of their cost on the origination side. I take care of my costs on this side. And it's just so that I am, as an organization, building out to be that. It's WHO paradigm for best practice for nonprofits is that, make the donors pick up the original cost and then the beneficiaries pick it up on this side. And so I am pleased to say, as an organization, I am building out and I have built out to behave that way. Okay, and that takes planning. And it's part of the effort that the complaints coming in about, but is reacting to do it. So I can say to you specifically on this situation, that if you talk to me and I can engage my partner on that side and we can make sure the thing come in and mitigate your costs as much as possible.
All right, let me ask you this. Do your organization, does it have any political affiliation?
No.
So if we ever change the government tomorrow, your organization will be the same?
Yes, it's not intended. Yes, it will be. And let me be clear on that. It cannot function on a political level. I have never been, and the organization have never been influenced in any way politically. It has to exist. Regardless, it supports a function. And regardless, a good organization serves any administration, good or bad. It serves any, and if you want it to, it must operate in that way. And I assure you, I sit here and that's how it operates. I get no influence one way or the other, none. And both sides have reached out to the organization and will point folks to the organization for support, because that's what we do. And these are some of the things, Ratty, when I said earlier, there's messaging a narrative that has to be changed. And the only way change, and thank you for bringing me on this program, because the only way is to have this sort of engagement and to start to kind of, lick away at the various notions that's there, and for everyone to get comfortable with me for the first time and others, and you can engage and you can say, boy, things are we didn't know this, and that's how it is. That's it. No political alignment to that. It can't be.
All right. Well, Courtney, it's all about engagement, and as you know, I don't interrupt guests. I let guests speak, because that's the only way to learn. No, let me ask you my question. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and Jamaica is desperately in need of supplies all around. And we've seen the notices go out in the medical field, agricultural field, and so on and so forth. Now, there are some requirements that you have. For example, you and I, we spoke about this, and you know where this question is going, and you know who this question is. I'm asking this question on behalf of someone, but you must, like, for now, if somebody wants to send medical supplies to Jamaica, they have to send a donation offer letter, and that letter must include the description of the items, quantity of items, estimated value, designated beneficiary, and a clear indication of the donor, right, the person or the organization. You must have an invoice to include description of each unique item, quantity of each unique item, unit price of each unique item, extended cost, quantity times cost, unit,
Yeah.
total cost. I must have a listing of the items, description, quantity, manufacturer, model, age, expiration. No. Under normal circumstances, I could understand that. You say, okay, you're coming here. We have our rules. We want to make sure that. Oh, Kevin said, turn up my mic. Okay, you have our rules. We want to make sure that certain things fall within certain requirements. You just don't want all items come inside your things that might not be healthy for us or so. But given the desperate times that we're in, do you think it's fair that you should still apply these rules to people who are now trying to push things into Jamaica to help to resolve the desperation that our people face?
Ratty, we welcome all the help that we can get, and that's to help the people of Jamaica. We will not make any compromise to the people of Jamaica where those donations are concerned. You want to help, and those donations have to be evaluated for various reasons, their appropriateness and all of that stuff. So where the donations are concerned to help the people, the well-being of the people of Jamaica. So I'm going to get, and it relates back to the earlier questions about the reporting and the legitimacy and all of that. How can I provide that sort of thing, or to ensure that that is in place, if we don't request and require certain compliance from donor, however well-being it might be, and stuff like that? And it might seem to them, hey, it's a lot of information. It has to be evaluated. You send in drugs, and we see now a donor is sending and they want to send medication, and the medication is at an expiration date that is less than 12 months. There are standards that we have to protect the people of Jamaica. And so I'm using a simple one like expiration of drugs. It comes, and very shortly after that, it expires, and somebody take a drug that is expired and it has expired. We have to put in place. So all this information that I'm telling you is a simple invoice. Customs require that for them to operate and their assessment to be done. They have to evaluate. We have things coming in. How can I assure that I am not compromised, or do things where I am a pretty reasonable in my due diligence to assure that I am not compromised? When a barrel or a shipment come in, Ratty, if that barrel or shipment come in and it have things, and you guys, you know this, coming through our ports are illicit stuff. And when it comes through, I have to do a due diligence, write certain information. So when it comes through, I am putting it on the line with a donor to say the stuff that's coming in is legitimate, it's good, this is what is in there, and that is it, not something else.
Courtney,
so what I'm saying, right, it is the experience of providing those information, boom, boom, and I'm done with this with many, is usually very, very quick. What happens is when they don't know to provide it, but we've gone through and boom, and they provide it, and it goes good. So it served the purpose of making sure that the good donations, the donations we're thankful for, when it comes through on this side, it is all well and good to serve the very people that you want.
Follow up, and then we can.
Yeah.
No, you're saying you want to ensure that whatever they said is coming because you don't want.
Yeah.
No, listen. You asked me, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said, "Give me."
Hold on. I was just saying part of it's part of the process as an organization that I have to go through. Of course, you without question, you made the assumption that it's all good that's coming in, but at the end of the day, we just have to do that evaluation process, and the documentation kind of helps that.
That's
But
my point.
again,
My point is,
yeah.
the point is that I could fill out anything on these forms and still send illicit stuff because it's not coming to you. You're basically ensuring that it's going to a particular place, right?
No,
You're not.
no. We but it's like anything else. You can always pull out information and doing anything else. But Ratty, we have to trust here that there is a good and there's a partnership, and to both sides that's given, and you go through that. So that statement can be for anything, and that's the risk you run in any organization when you're processing things and stuff like that. There's an expectation of a certain thing that's been done and done for the good. But nevertheless, you do your little due diligence on that. That's there. A donor, for example, on the United States side, they might be involved in quite a bit of thing, but want to do good stuff. But that experience that they might have, that might be an adverse thing. It might come up to be an issue in a good donation. So even though they might want to make a good donation, I would have to make a determination if I want to make an engagement. So it goes both ways, Ratty. It's just a matter of trying to do our best on the. But so let me tell you, we move fast. The first hurricane relief that came in, that a donor, within 72 hours, I had a shipment within 72 hours, and they had to go through the same thing. You tell me anywhere that is faster than within 72 hours. I got a call on Friday. Last Friday, I got a call on Friday. Hey, we want to do this. And based on the normal process that we said, it would have taken a long time. The donor wanted to come in to help and actually distribute and all of that stuff. I found a way to do that within 72. They called me Friday. Saturday, a flight came in at 5 o'clock. A chartered flight came in at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, full with stuff. By Saturday morning, it cleared customs and was on a 40-foot trailer to the St. Elizabeth area for distribution work Sunday and through Monday. 72 hours. 72 hours. And this is a lot, right? So we in an emergency situation here, we can move fast. We just get the documentation, boom, and go through. It's not about bottlenecks, right? It's not about bottlenecks. 72 hours is a good fasting, for a flight.
But look, Courtney,
yeah,
you're absolutely correct. Under any circumstances, 72
yeah,
hours.
72 hours. Distribution went through it.
And I just want to thank you for coming. I wish we could go on longer because there are some serious questions posed in the chat room here, but we don't have time. What you have to do is you have to.
No, Mr. Rattigan, please. Just one
more question too.
Oh, so we have Isat with a question, and we have Soda with a question.
Ratty, I know. Well, I know there's a lot of questions. Again, I actually am here longer than, and I have a engagement that I'm late for 5 o'clock with my kids. So,
right, we have two questions, please. Soda, follow up with the question, and then we have Isat.
But it's not a follow up. I was just curious how is it how you want your staff compensated for the work that you're putting in.
Who pay you? Who pay you?
Okay, but I indicated that earlier. So I said to you, not one penny of any donation that comes to the foundation goes towards any administrative cost, like it is normal for a foundation. Usually, and you know that 501c3s in the United States, a lot of the funding, when it comes in, a portion of it, a small percentage goes to administrative costs. That's there. This foundation, as I said, when it's established strategically, the operation cost of the foundation, the bill out the foundation, my rent that's paid, my expenses that's paid, to staff compensation and otherwise, it all comes from what we call a subvention funding from the Ministry of Health. Okay, I look at a plan for the year and I said, this is what I'm going to need to fund the organization within the parameters of all that is hiring people. And they fund me, and that's it. That's it. A subvention funding from the
government pays.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
All right.
That's it.
Isat, you have a question?
Yes. Through your very informative presentation, you kept saying we. I just wanted to clarify for me, who is we? so that when you leave here, I don't leave here thinking you're basically just government. So clarify it for me.
When I said we,
Yes, yes.
no, if I mention we, I'm talking about the foundation, the national, the foundation and its staff and its activity. That's, if I mention we, that's it. It's not any run. The foundation and we meaning the organization. That's that's what I would mean. Not
All right.
anything else.
Thank you.
Courtney, look, want to thank you again for coming on, especially on short notice. And I wish you well because I know you have some things doing. And of course, you can stop by anytime because, and people, by the way, his number is right there. So if you have questions, please call him. And he's giving out his
Email.
He's giving out his email. So if you have questions after today and you don't ask him, then, you know, it's on you. Right? If you have questions, please ask him. Courtney, thank you so much. Enjoy yourself.
Ratty, thank you for having me, and this helps in reaching out to the community of diaspora members and folks for them to have information and to be able to personally touch base and we can talk. I'm here to help, guys. That's what we are here for. I mean, in the foundation, that's what we are here to do. To facilitate and break down all the concerns. Only through us together we can do this. So I've given you my contact information. Please feel free to touch base. Ratty, no, you call me. I'll reach back to you. Might not be right away, but I responsiveness is important.
All right.
And I'm gonna call you, sir.
That's why I give the number, sir.
All right. Take care, Courtney.
All right. Thanks.
Bye bye. Hold on 1 second. All right. Let me just say this, that look, folks, we're going to get guests like Courtney that you don't agree with, or you don't, you know, you find him a little bit difficult to stomach, but that's the nature of the business. And I mean, Courtney is trying to explain his position, and it's you know, but the good thing is he's given us his contact details, and he said, look, it's still there on the screen. He said, call me if you have any issues. Now, I've called him before and he's responded, right? So I'm asking you to do the same thing. And if it doesn't work out, then you can reach out to me and just say, hey, we call the man and the man answer. Like one of our you know, most admired supporters, she called me because she said she didn't hear from him, but there was some kind of miscommunication. He had sent an email and it wasn't checked and all of that. But anyway, everything is fine right now. But call him, all right? No, so that I know you're here. But here is I want to jump off on this topic here. This topic about donations. Let me start out by saying, if you watch Reason with Rattigan and you love what we're doing around here, and you appreciate what we're doing around here, and you're a supporter of what we're doing around here, you cannot send money to Jamaica. You cannot send support supplies or money to the government of Jamaica. You cannot. If you're going to do that, then please do not support me. Do not support this program. And I'm going to show you why. I'm going to tell you why. Then I'm going to show you a document, right? You know, I have a document up here about the bonds, the cat bonds, to show you how Jamaica got bamboozled. Or we don't know how the commissions were paid. We don't know what's going on, but this didn't seem like an up and up deal. But I have to put that to the side now and talk about the donations, right? Now, you have the government of Jamaica, when Beryl was fast approaching, said, we are prepared. We are prepared. Everything is in order. Not to worry about. Everything is good, right? And then Beryl hit. And then we started getting, and remember now, this is a diaspora that they claim that we are separatists, we are this, at least this group, you know, we're this, we're that, and they don't have nothing to do with it. They're not going to engage us, nothing. But then them send out them thing, they want every diaspora member. They never say, we want support from the diaspora except this separatist group, this group of traitors. We don't want nothing from them. Because if we send money, trust me, them going to take it. Right? So when they say they want the diaspora help, they want from all of us, including the traitors and the treasonous and the separatists. They want money from everybody. No. Would you send them money? Should you send them money? Keep in mind that this is a government where its own agency, the Auditor General, said 1.7 trillion unaccounted for. As my good friend Lonesome would say, not my words, not my words. The same Auditor General says about 700 billion unaccounted for, misspent, or they might have no receipts or whatever for the Ministry of Health. The same Auditor General come and say, Jamaica, the government of Jamaica, TAJ, paying for buildings, hundreds of millions of dollars, buildings unoccupied, and to retrofit the buildings, more than $1 billion for, I think, for one building. The same government that said $2 billion to fix the Cornwall Regional Hospital, and we're gone over 20 billion right now. We're throwing money in a pit. Whose money? Taxpayers. No, they can't manage all of that money. Why would you send your money to them? Why? You have family in Jamaica and they're suffering there as a result of the hurricane. Send them the money. I have a sister in Jamaica. I still have relatives in Jamaica. I have a cousin. Just yesterday, I had to send money to help my sister fix up our house, our roof gone. My cousin suffered some loss. He's a farmer. And I had to send him some money. And then get the money and then write back and say, thank you very much. They no wait for no government because they might not get it. And if they get it, it might be a year from now. But they have the money now. They can go out and buy zinc and do this and do whatever they need to do. Send your money to your relatives directly. Now, if you have supplies, link up with, they have a bunch of certified charitable organizations. I want to big up one of them. One of them is the Lasco Chin Foundation. And I just want to give you a little piece of what they've done. They said they've collaborated with Sandals Foundation, JWN Foundation, Operation Save Jamaica, New Testament Church of God, and members of the Diaspora in getting more than 1,000 relief care packages, benefiting more than 4,000 people within 1 week of the hurricane. This is a really good charitable organization. No send nothing to the government of Jamaica. Make them stop, make them dead, make them sit on the till they kin. Don't give them nothing. No money, no supplies, nothing for them. Send it to your family members, or you link up with a charity and you give it to that charity. And there's some good charities, there's some bad charities. You know, there is information out there that you can search around to find a good charity. There are lots of good charities out there. I just mentioned this one. Another one is Mustard Seed, but they have good charities. But do not send the government of Jamaica anything, especially if you're in the diaspora. Make me show you a document. Hold on a second there. Kevin, away there. Sita. Sita. This one I come from people who don't laugh when I show you this, you know. And by the way, I don't make it up. This I come straight from the government of Jamaica, from the Consulate General of Jamaica. A similar document is being pushed out by the Honorary Consul out of Philadelphia and a couple other places. But this is the first one I received. I want you to take a look at this, and I'm going to walk you through some of the things. Here we go. All right. All right, Sita. Okay. Hurricane. You see where it come from? Consulate General of Jamaica, New York, right? The same people who we just protested against. The same lady when she came out of her vehicle and we were there and we said to her, good morning, CG. She know, I don't want, it's a family program, this. I don't want to use them kind of words. But she never even look upon way. Her back turned to way and she walk into the building. She no recognize way. We no count. Right? Let me see if I can take off Courtney number off of this. Well, I'm going to look for this to take you off. When you can't see a number there, Kevin, you can take off a number there for me. Kevin, where you there? Kevin gone left me. All right. But Sita, right? Hurricane Beryl disaster relief. This is the same lady, you know, who this way, and now she come on a big way. Right? Now look at this. Government of Jamaica. This is the needs list following the passage of Hurricane Beryl. This is not the needs list before Beryl, because remember the government said we are okay, we are prepared for Beryl. Now, folks, please, no laugh when me showing them things up. Me beg or not, no laugh, but me no laugh still. Me a go laugh though, but please make we try and just keep it serious. Now look on, make we go down line 1 or column 1. Them one land, hold on, let me see it. Yeah. All right, see line 1. I'm gonna big it up so I can see. All right, them one lanterns and flashlight and batteries. Why would the government want that? And your family want it? Give to your family, send it to your family. Why them? What am I gonna do with that? Them want mattress, foam pad, tarpaulin, cots, hygiene kit. No, I don't know if them going to like what Courtney said a while ago that them have to verify certain things and have to make sure them up to certain specifications. This no said. This just say you must send it, right? Now, make we go down somewhere. I'm going to show you something. Them want portable generator, standby generator, heavy duty chainsaw, heavy duty rescue saw, field hospital. This sound like somebody we are going to fight war. This sound like when you deploy people someplace. In the jungle or something like that. Look, what am I doing with this? But it get worse. Watch out. Water tank. Look on the one here. Metal hull rescue boat. What you not do with boat and Beryl gone? I want to say no one stuff after Beryl. What am I going to do with the metal hull rescue boat? This sound like somebody want to go a Pedro Key, go fishing. That's what it sound like, and somebody want a free boat. What you going to do with a boat? What you going to do with a metal hull rescue boat right now? What you going to do with it? The flooding down, we can't see the road and mash up. We can't see the ravines. We see everything. What you going to do with a metal hull rescue boat? But it gets even. Look on the one here. Rigid hull inflatable boat equipped. And by the way, you better send it with engine and equipment. See it right there. So rigid hull inflatable boats equipped with engines. Let me just say it proper English. Engines and equipment. No, shall I say it like a German? Engine and equipment. Look what they want. What am I going to do with this rigid hull inflatable boat equipped with engine and equipment? What am I going to do with this? Somebody want to have like a spree on the water and them want to take the boat them and them go to the because people me are telling them to send them things, yeah. Them things here are going to be sold or used by certain people. They're not going to the people who should get them things. And by the way, there's nobody who need a rigid hull inflatable boat as a result of Beryl right now. Nobody. All right.
Excuse me, Mr. Rattigan. Maybe they're going to use it in Haiti. We don't know.
Maybe,
Haiti,
right.
But from what I'm seeing here, this is the point that I highlighted when we had the interview with Mr. Cephas. There has to be a proper auditing to see if that is what is really needed from a planning standpoint, because I don't think we have been hit that bad. And I know I have family in the three parish belts that were badly hit: Clarendon, Manchester, and St. Elizabeth. Yes, St. Elizabeth is badly damaged, but I don't think you need a boat.
I humbly disagree.
Yeah, but no, you're gonna disagree. Where
yes,
you
because you see, my office is downtown, and when after you go down Pigley Park Road, is it Pigley or Hagley? That road,
Hagley.
And then you go
Hagley Park Road
onto Marcus Drive, which is an unknown boat area that you need boats, whether or not there's a hurricane. So sometimes, if you guys can send a boat, I mean, you are the Diaspora, send me 3 engine, please.
Mr. Rattigan, before we go any further, sir, there's news coming to us via CBS. Former President Donald Trump, if you're aware of it.
Future president.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No, make us skip past that, man.
No, Ratty, it's very important.
It's important. The next president of the United States was just
shot. It's important just for people to know.
He was just one shot?
No, it wasn't shot. It was rushed off the stage. It's something go against his ear. But they over dramatic.
Like a gunshot fire. I'm looking at there's blood on his ears There's blood all over his face with Secret Service around
Yeah, he
him.
was shot at.
Here.
Oh my
Confirmed.
God.
Where?
In Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania.
All right. Here we do. Can you continue to monitor that, Jeffrey, and just keep us updated?
I will.
Because I thought somebody just said that he was pushed or something like that. That's what I was saying. If he got pushed, let's move on with the story. But if this is serious, so please continue to monitoring and just feel free to chime in any moment and let us know what's going on.
I will.
Yeah, that's serious news here. But getting back, folks, here they ask for vegetable seeds. They ask for this, that, for fertigation pumps. We didn't know about that. Barbed wire, mesh wire, hog wire, animal medication, right? No, now something else I want to show you what you're saying now. Oh, wait there. Oh, what you're saying?
Nets. Yeah.
Well, seed planter. All right. Search and rescue equipment. Who them go search and rescue from? I'm remember now. This says, look at the title.
$1 trillion.
Look on the title. We want to look on the title. It said, following. Him said, this is a needs list following the passage of Hurricane Beryl. This is not to say we want this for Hurricane Beryl. This is saying Hurricane Beryl and we want this. No, see them have another. They mentioned it twice. ISAT. Maybe they wanted one for you. Metal hull rescue boat. Right?
Question, Mr. Rattigan. Question.
Yeah?
Search and rescue equipment. Shouldn't that be a standard given not only to the JDF but also to the National Fire Brigade and partly the police force? That should have been standard.
Well, before I get to that, let me show you something. Those of you who've been watching the program for a while and know some of my pet subjects, them. Want to see one writer so want to recognize when we would have been involved in a
fertilizer.
Ding, 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 ding. Take your seat on the front of the class. They must ask for fertilizer. What happened to the shipments that came in from Morocco? 4 shipments, I believe. Each shipment 2.6 million pounds of fertilizer. What happened to those shipments? Where is that fertilizer? Where? Go back to Morocco, go ask for more fertilizer. Uno sell out the people in the Western Sahara. Go back, go ask Morocco for more fertilizer. Don't ask the diaspora for no fertilizer. Because you can't get enough. By the way, I don't have the paperwork down here, but I have appealed now to a body in Jamaica to force the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining to give me all the information about all the fertilizer shipments they've received since 2016. Because they're hiding, they have not given me the information for the entire period. They gave me for some years, and the numbers don't add up. The numbers don't match. There's a problem there, and we see fertilizer being distributed under the cover of darkness to politicians' offices, and exchanges made or transfers in the middle of roads at the middle of night. And the thing they sent me, it says that you can only get the fertilizer from RADA and you must come in person. I don't know if RADA having a mobile office on a truck where them can deliver fertilizer at midnight or go to somebody's workplace or home and deliver that. So don't ask for them things. Don't ask for no. By the way, look at down at the bottom here. Look at down at the bottom. What you say? Prepared by Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. Now, look at the first few words. That Office of Disaster Preparedness. It means you prepare, right? That's your job. And emergency management. Why were we sending these things to them when they should have been prepared for the hurricane? Hurricane is not like a tornado in a way. It just come up sometimes in the middle of the night and you just get swept away by it. It's a hurricane. You know it'll come for days. You have plenty of time. In fact, the U.S. government provided supplies to Jamaica. And what the U.S. government said, it said through the embassy in Jamaica, they said, we pre-position supplies in 7 countries in the Caribbean for Beryl. Why is it we couldn't pre-position supplies? Why? But, it gets worse. When we show now which one this. This is health. Health, the gentleman said that his thing going cost 1.2 billion to fix. Last week, I think Friday, him said, but we're gonna open on Monday and everything should be back to normal. So I don't know how you're going to need 1.2 billion over the weekend to fix everything. Everything is back to normal. Here are some of the things, and this is the question I was asking Courtney. That look, they need these things right now. Are you going to say, well, and if somebody get these things from the hospitals, and I know a lot of people work at hospitals and hospitals getting rid of stuff, good stuff, and then you're asking them to give you a list and them have to give you this and them, people just get turned off. Them not about to give you, right? So here are some of the things that they need, despite the fact that they say they don't need anything because they'll be back to normal this past Monday. Oh yeah, so them have them put the boat down here again, rigid hull inflatable boat equipped with engine. Somebody, there must be a fisherman involved in this, or somebody involved who love fishing involved in this thing, because them keep on to put this boat business inside here. And again, two types of boats: metal hull and rigid hull. No, we're not getting them nothing. We're gonna send it to a family if that is the case. What we want. No. There's something else I want to show you. Which one is this? Agriculture. All right. Let me see this one here. Agriculture. See all the things they want? Look on all the things they want. Needs list following the passage of Hurricane Beryl. They need carrot, cucumber, sweet pepper, cabbage, broccoli, string bean. Look at all of these things. And we know if you send them things that your people them not gonna get them. They won't get them. Look at all of this. Them might ask for more things than before you had the hurricane. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't even ask for them things. Why they never ask for them things like a year ago? Why didn't I put this out? Or 6 months ago? Why?
Mr. Rattigan, the question you should ask is why the public funds that have gone missing were not used to purchase those things.
Right.
Because as I said, look at Ministry of Health. All that money, could have used to fund some of these things and to assist with the COVID fighting mitigation process.
Well, on a second.
So there's no proper planning.
There's no planning. You know that.
And that is a problem. We have persons.
Here's another one, Dervin. No, somebody is having in Canada, they're having a benefit concert. I have no problems with that. Have a benefit concert, have benefit concerts, have them every day, every hour, all over Canada, right? Everywhere in the world, but particularly in Canada, have it. This is the next week, Thursday. Have it. Help the people of Jamaica. But look where they must send that money go. All funds, look on the bottom. Let me big it up so I can see it. Look on the bottom right there. So all funds will be donated to the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. People will not do. Will not do. You can't send them no money. You can't send them no money. Send the money, give the money to a charitable organization or send the money to a church or to you relative. You cannot send the government money. You cannot send the government money. You mad?
Only 20% of that would reach the population. 20%. If that
yes, much. You cannot do that. The money they take off, like Jeffrey I said, gone like Sammy Mount. You cannot give them people you can't give them no money. You can't trust them people. Look, we said that there is corruption, but make we talk now. We are family. Make we talk now. A thief them.
Mr. Rattigan, sorry to cut in. We have a little breaking news coming into us. The Secret Service is reporting as we speak that former President Donald Trump is okay.
Okay.
That's what the Secret Service is saying, that he's okay. A Trump campaign spokesperson, saying that the former president is okay. He is on an undisclosed location at some medical facility. as they are trying to still investigate what really happened at the rally. So as soon as we get more news, we'll pass it on to you.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks. Here's another one. That them people have no them have no consideration, you know. Them have not name shame. Look what them go do. Officer prepared. It's one thing, you know, when you have the consulates and you have private people that say we'll get money and give them. But them come out now and I say, boys, send the money to we. CITA, Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. When I first saw this, I said, no, this couldn't be real. This is not real. This can't be true. But it is. Look what them do. Them are going to account for no wire no money to them now, you know. CITA, if you live in the US, send your money to your so. If you live over there, so London, send your money here, so Europe, send it here, so Canada, send your money here, so. And it's signed by Richard Thompson, the acting director general. People, what them take with her? What them take with her? Them just a causeway. Say we no good. We are this, we are this and we are that. And now them come and them do it quietly or ask a third party and say, see if you can get some money from them and send it to it. Them themselves are send this out now, you know. And say, you send away money and them so bright. Them all put up bank account number. People. Let me just calm down a little bit. Please, I am asking you. Please do not send any money, any equipment, any supplies to the government of Jamaica. Do not. Send it to your folks. Send it through to a charitable organization. No, here's what happened now. And see if you can't believe this. I have a document here from a release from the Office of the Prime Minister. It says, Prime Minister Holness emphasizes transparency and accountability in Hurricane Beryl relief efforts. You don't believe that? We don't have no transparency for 1.7 trillion, but we will have transparency for the money we not send now. Right? When a man, when somebody tell you who they are, just believe them. Just believe them. And when they show you who you are, it's worse. It's worse. Him say, let me read you something where our honest our Prime Minister, him say, in the past, there has been a less than structured way in the delivery of emergency relief, and that has led to criticisms about the transparency, even accusations of political bias in the dispensation and distribution of relief to needy citizens. It would be a real travesty if such criticisms were made. Having regard to our track record in COVID-19, where we distributed the largest care package in the history of Jamaica, there has not been one complaint about any form of political bias. No, there's nothing about political bias. There's something about government corruption. That's what it was about. It was about government corruption. And Mr. Prime Minister, you have not provided accountability for all the funds received from various organizations and donor countries for COVID-19. By the way, where the money we want to get from Japan last year, October, for buy four ambulances, almost 34 cars. Where the money there? Where the money there? Where the ambulance them than the 34 cars? Where?
Mr. Rattigan, we need to ask what happened to the money that our great legendary artist, Mr. Harvey Shaggy Beryl, who uses his clout and influence to have the Shaggy and Friends Foundation. He has raised over 400 million, and because he never wanted to give them the cash, just so he wanted to buy those things for the ward at the Children's Hospital. His name was dragged in the mud. Our great son of the soil, legendary reggae artist. And now that Mr. Beryl has washed his hands of Jamaica, where has that money gone? It's for the children again. Where the money gone? They drag this man's name and legacy in the mud. And I cannot understand how can you do that to somebody who has done so much for Jamaica.
It wasn't me. Shaggy said it wasn't me. Shaggy said it won't be me to do another
Exactly.
concert.
So you
But somebody else. Maybe ISA can do a concert for them, but Shaggy, I say it won't be me. So, but the thing, but some people inside there say, well, we accuse the government of thieving money. Well, look, we're not accusing them of thieving money. We're merely regurgitating what the Auditor General says. The Auditor General says 1.7 trillion Jamaican dollars unaccounted for.
But Mr. Rattigan, can I show something? I just like to share something because I was reading the Integrity Commission report, you know, and I don't know if persons really pick up the clues that the Integrity Commission gave, and I found them very, very interesting. And I think they were speaking to us in a way for those who have discerning eyes can pick it up. I don't know if I can share that part. Please.
Well, I forget Kevin. Where them? We need the Kevin. We also need the Integrity Commission. The latest report. Like this? No, hold on.
Yes, sir.
This one is. Oh yeah, it is. It's a 2023 one. Now I have something. We're going to switch a little bit, but people remember now, and we have to come back this because Dr. Ben will come on in a few minutes, and all the panelists them not get a chance to really say some things and cause Patrick out there with them thing. I'm going to get Patrick and Soda in and Dervin and Herb to cause Herb they're quiet. Well, the whole I want to just me and Jeffrey alone to talk. But here is the thing. Tell me which page you want me to go because I have something I want to show the people.
Go to page 58 first.
Oh, yeah.
Just bring it up on my thing here. Because I made sure I made notifications on my document here now. Page 58. This would be chapter 6. That would be in the chapter 6 of the report.
Hold on a second. No, this must not be it because this. No. This is not it. This is the thing having to do with. No, Kevin, where are they? No, that's. Oh no, here it is. Here it is. I found it.
All right. When you go on page 58, look at the title, Historical Comparison of Cases Investigated for the period of April 2018 to March 24.
Page 58?
Yes, sir. Page 58. I tell you that the Integrity Commission is they are very interested in their reports, you know. It's very, as I said, I have picked up some clues that they are trying to tell us, you know. All right. It says 246 complaints were made and 155 cases were pursued. So why is the difference of the 91 were not pursued? They need to answer that question.
Right.
Because we need to find out what were the reasons why the other 91 were not pursued. Now we're going to go straight to page 71 now. 71. Where is it? No. Yes. You reach here, sir, Rattigan?
Yeah.
All right. Under the pie, the total number of contracts awarded. Just follow me. You're going to see something here. Majority of the contracts were awarded during the financial year 23 to 24 were awarded during the third quarter. That's the period between October and December. And the least number of contracts were awarded during the first quarter are to be paid to the period between April to June 2023. Okay? All right, we're going to go further now onto, this is the big one now, page 72. And as you can see, the methodologies that were used, right? Under the methodologies utilized, it says, over the course of the financial year in review, single source methodology was used as the most utilized method of engagement for procuring entities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why is this so? A single source methodology means that you have a contract and you just say, okay, John Brown, may I give you a contract.
Right.
It's a single source methodology, you know. The other one, why wasn't there a competitive bidding? That is the question, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now look at the other part now. Why is the most competitive bidding methodology, international competitive bidding, was used to award 184 contracts, which is less than 1% of the aggregate number of contracts awarded. Why? Why didn't you go into the international competitive bidding? Why you never give everyone a chance? This gives seats to corruption, you know.
Yeah.
Gives seats to corruption and malfeasance, you know. And as I said, this part right here, so give you a clue. Probably the reason how the $1.7 trillion gone. Because also, you use a national competitive bidding, and you have another thing called the restricted bidding, which is 9,184. You know what that restricted bidding is? If you, as a minister of government, and you have your shell company, or you may have a brethren who you want to give a contract to, you can just tell the PS, say, or I wanted to give this contract to Tom Stroke. Make it happen. Do not put it out there. So both the single source and restricted bidding, you know, can give rise to a level of corruption, you know, and level of malfeasance, you know. I don't know if people see that.
Hold that point. I'm going to show you something. If you're a public official in Jamaica and you want thief and runway, not even a runway, you want skirt the rules and make some money, I'm going to show you how you do it. You in the same document, and I'm going to read it to you. And I'm going to show you. That's why I don't have any confidence in the Integrity Commission. There are too many loopholes in the act itself. But I want you look at this. This is one way how people are skirt the thing, and the Integrity Commission cannot hold on upon them. I'll read it for you. Here we go. This is a commissioner said. Who said this? It's Seymour Panton. Yes, Seymour Panton, the chairman. This is where chairman of the Integrity Commission. Hear him say from page 3, the bottom of page 3. Big it up here so I can see. Hear him say, I do not for one moment query the veracity of declarants, meaning I do not query the truthfulness of people who provide their statutory declarations. But I have noted that the Director of Information and Complaints has received responses indicating gifts having been made by individuals who have died. These gifts are without a paper trail. And of course, the donors are no longer able to verify same. It is perhaps something worth watching. And here is the key. Here's where he let me down. The commission is not keen on investigating matters relating to donations by persons who have died. If you are a politician in Jamaica, here's how you skirt the rules. You have 20 million, declare it. And when them come at you, you say, no. John Brown give it to me. And them say, who is John Brown? Say, go to the cemetery, go visit John Brown. I'm dead. And you hear them say, we're not keen on investigating that. If there's no paperwork and you say the man give you the money, then fine. No, this is a lazy attitude towards investigations because this is easily investigated. I don't have to tell them how to do their job, but this is easy. A rookie FBI agent would be able to handle this in no time. If a guy come to my squad, brand new, and I give him something like this and say, go deal with it, in no time, I find out the whole story about this. But this is how them get around it, you know. Them give gifts, and them say the person who give me the gift dead.
Yeah,
no, you know
right.
what the gift you talk about. It's not. It has to be like cash or something of that. It's not property because property would have paper trail, right? So it's cash, essentially cash them I talk about, right? So I said, boy, people are getting gifts, and then to make it worse, the man go say, well, we know, you know, we notice it's a trend, but we're not going to do anything about it. No, I want to show you something here. Hold on, I want to show you something from the act. This is another way where them get around. Is it this? No. All right, here we go. Now, people, look at this. This is section 40 of the Integrity Commission Act of 2017, right? And it's talking about, you know, who should file and how, what the requirements to file. Now look at section 43. It says, subject to section 4, which is this right here. It says, any parliamentarian or public official who receives a gift which exceeds in value the amount of 100,000 Jamaican dollars or such other amount prescribed by the minister by order shall declare the gift in the item specified as item 14 in the third schedule. What this means is that somebody can give a gift for 90,000. You can have I have something else I have to show now. I have to show now this. If me want it, no, I don't want it. But there are ways that you can get around the rules. One way is that you can get 100 people who work in the public sector, and you give them 90,000 and them give to you. You don't have to report anything. You do not have to report anything. Then look at subsection 4. It says, it does not include such gifts as may be prescribed or any personal gift that is received by a parliamentarian or public official from a relative of that parliamentarian or public official. So if my wife can be a scammer and give me the money, and I don't have to declare it. I don't have to declare it. No, see how me I go hide the money. I know. Let me show you how me I go hide the money. I know. Like this. Yeah. I'm not sure you how me I go hide the money. Hold on there. Give me a second. Let me just get to. There's a chart here where I'm sure, and we were looking at it last night on Dynamic Duo, their Dynamic Duo program, Mystic Sensation. Another problem I have is with the meetings. If you go through the meetings, you see them people and now meet as often as they should. But there's something I want to show you. Are you going, hold on. Which part is there? All right, I think. All right, folks, look at this. If me want thief money, all right. No, the first thing we notice here, and somebody pointed it out to me and corrected me last night in 2018 to 2020. Somebody explained it to me that the number of statutory declarations received 549, and I remember that there's a rule in there that says up to a year after you leave Parliament, you still have to file. So that's why you have that high number. But if you look at this right here, it says number of statutory declarations examined, and we're talking about parliamentarians now. It said they look at 374. Then it says the number of them that were certified is 231, right? And then the number of public officials referred for investigation is 13. And then the examination work in progress is 67. Now, if you add up 231, 13, and 67, you don't get to 374. You don't get to 3, because remember now, them said this is what them look at, 374. And then them tell you how them parse out the 374. But this not account for 374. But that's not the point. Here is the point. The point is, if me want thief money at Jamaica, me want use people, this is how me do it. Look at the number of parliamentarians, the statutory declarations that they receive, and look at how much they examine. For parliamentarians, 549, they look at 374. For councillors, 1,149, they look at 72. So if me want thief is a councillor, me I go link up with all of the councillors them, because look, it's only 72. Them look at senior public officials, 1,050, they look at 109. But see my favorite group here, other public officials, 162,744, and look at the statutory declarations they examine, 1,769. So if me I look somebody for help me with the scheme, I write as some me I go. And then we just do structuring. So that nobody me not to declare the funds at all.
And Mr. Rattigan, it comes back to what I just showed you, the graph again, in which it shows that the single source contracting method and the restricted bidding, these two are the hotbeds of possible corruption. This can explain why we have not have gotten a what is it, accounting of the 1 point something trillion dollars. I don't know if you get where I'm coming at. So
So
what
the
you said before, so juxtaposing with what you just stated, right? And with the methodologies used to give out various contracts, maybe you might have a contract to just buy a toothbrush or something of the sort.
Yeah, but and you see, it going with the point. Hold on, Kevin. It going with the point. Let me put this back up to Kevin so people can see. It going with the point. I say, remember now what them saying? No, people are claim that them get gifts, but they have no paperwork, and the donor dead. This is so. Me I go work with. So what me I go do now? Me I go work with a group of dead people. That's what me I go work with now. Or what me do, because me know say anything under over 100,000 me have to declare it. Me I go to this group here, this 162,000, and me I go work with like maybe 700 of them, right? And them get a money, me get a money, everybody eat a food. No reporting requirement would be satisfied. And them, me I work with them people here, 162, and some councillors, and maybe a few senior public officials. And the Integrity Commission say, we have no appetite to look at this thing here. We have no appetite. Jamaica no doom. No doom. Oh no, stop corruption. When the anti-corruption body is saying that we understand that there is a certain type of corruption going on around the corner, but we don't have the appetite to examine that.
They don't have the appetite, or they don't have the legislative backing to assist them with that. That is the question.
Look, here's another thing, and I won't put up at the chart. You know how they've been in existence since 2017, essentially 2018, right? You know that right now they're only staffed to 69%.
And yes, sir, and they have been systematically being neutered. If you look at it, the gag order is one of them, and there is a deliberate reason why they have that little bit of staff complement. It is all by design.
Because you don't have somebody with a spine inside you. You teach people how to treat you. You teach people how to treat you. And if you go in a parliament and you stand your ground and say, no, can't deal with me them way here, right? And you come out with the reports in a timely fashion, and you prosecute people and you put people in a prison, them take you seriously. But when you come out and you wimpy and you teach people how to treat you.
But at the same time, Mr. Rattigan, there's also in the design in terms of who they pick for that organization. It can be all by design also.
Well, them pick people and shoot them. So people get picked and people get shot, right? So them shot a director right in the parking lot,
And took his briefcase, which are the evidence of whatever was in here.
So Dr. Ben, let me add him to the thing. But before we bring in the panel, I just want to show this one video. I should have shown it when we first started, but this is a video about a real leader. I've played it already. And those of you who have seen it, enjoy it again. Those of you who have never seen it, watch. Because you're going to be pleasantly surprised by what this leader has done to his country.
Pueden ver ustedes todos, los que estamos aquí reunidos, son parte del Ejecutivo, del órgano ejecutivo. Los que estamos aquí reunidos son parte del Ejecutivo, del órgano ejecutivo, que es del cual yo estoy encargado, a excepción de una persona. Es el fiscal general que está aquí, él no es del Ejecutivo. Y está acá por una razón bien sencilla. Y es porque le quiero pedir en público de que investiguemos a todos los que están acá. Para atrás y para adelante. Yo me imagino que pues no hay ningún problema, ¿no? Hay una persona que me dijo una vez, mire, ¿y tú no le temes a la muerte? Yo le dije, no, pues claro, nadie se quiere morir. Yo no me quiero morir, pero yo sé que me voy a morir algún día, como todos. Si hay algo que no se puede escapar es de la muerte. Todos los que estamos aquí pues, en 100 años pues, no va a haber nadie vivo. Nadie. Ninguno de los que estamos aquí. Lo más probable es que nadie sabe cómo se llama el papá del abuelo de uno. Pero hay algo que yo sí le tengo miedo. Y es a dejar un mal legado. Y hay presidentes, unos presos, otros fugitivos, pero la mayoría son recordados como ladrones. Yo no quiero ser recordado como el ladrón. Entonces yo no robo, porque no quiero ser recordado como el ladrón o el corrupto. Pero hubo un presidente, el presidente Duarte, que la gente decía en ese entonces, el presidente no es ladrón, pero se rodeó de ladrones. Y en algún momento representó una esperanza para el pueblo salvadoreño. Pero si acaso es verdad que él no robó, qué tonto fue. Porque él era la esperanza del pueblo, no tocó un centavo y manchó su legado por rodearse de ladrones. Entonces a mí no me va a pasar eso. Yo no voy a ser el presidente que no robó, pero se rodeó de ladrones. Pero que me recuerden como el presidente que no robó y que no dejó que nadie robara. Y al que robó lo metió a la cárcel. Ya hay un par que ya están en la cárcel.
That are the leader me I talk about. You don't steal and you don't surround yourself with criminals. That is what we are talking about when you talk about legacy. Forget the part about when put, because you have human rights people who are go after them because of the way how deal with citizens. Him cut the crime rate, but him do it at the expense of violating human rights. Some people say. But in terms of when him call him cabinet together and say, listen, Attorney General, I want you to investigate every single person here retroactively and now. What them used to do, what they did, and what they're doing now. I want you to investigate them. Could you imagine Prime Minister Holness sit down in the cabinet and look and bring in the police commissioner, bring in the DPP and say, listen, I want to investigate and prosecute every single member in my cabinet who has committed bribery or committed corruption or whatever. I want you to do it. We don't see it happening. We don't see that him come out with something what them call job description, right? And we had Mr.
You will never see it, Mr. Rattigan.
What was that?
And you will never see it.
No. Look, something as simple as a job description. The government spends so much money, over $1 billion, I believe, to come out with two job descriptions, two job description notices, one for parliamentarians, one for members of cabinet. And we had Mr. Tufton here. And we asked him, I put up the document, I have the document right here, and I picked it up, and I waved it and said, Mr. Tufton, are you aware of your job responsibilities to the people of Jamaica? I'm saying, no. You don't know. So if you don't know, how you know what you're doing is right? What's your roadmap? But you know what, people? That's why you have a program like Make we talk. You have a program like Wayne Lonesome program, Mystic Sensation, Reason with Rattigan, Jamaican Carlos, and so on and so on and so on. Because we're united in this, that government must be held accountable. And we don't care who's the government, which party, because I assure you that if the PNP were in power right now and we were doing this, you'd hear some labor right. It's just the nature of the beast. Politics is a beast, and that's just the nature of it. If you cut against me, then if you're not with us, then you're with them. It's that simple. They can't fathom, power is a disease. It's intoxicating. And power doesn't know concession. Power doesn't know how to yield. You have to bend power. And how do you bend power? You bend power with pressure. And for those of you who say what we're doing around here is just talking because it won't amount to anything, I completely disagree with you. Because if we weren't here, nothing would be happening. But we are here, and we see we're slowly but surely we're making gains.
I've seen that
because
too.
we're in it for the long haul. We acknowledge that this is not a sprint; it's a marathon, and we are ready, willing, able, and trained to go the distance. So, with that said, Mr. James, you joined us a little bit late because I wanted to show you some numbers and have you go through it. But never mind, you're here with us and you're going to get your pizza. You're going to get your pizza. I promise you, and I'm going to deliver. Unlike some people, I make a promise I'm going to deliver on it, and it won't be 100 days you have to wait either. All right. So, what I want to do at this point, Herb hasn't said. I've been the one doing most of the talking. So what I'll do is we just have a round. We just go around and just talk about everything that we've talked about, and then I've Dr. Ben just grab the floor and talk to us about how bad or but Dr. Ben, somebody tell me one time, them have a big belly, and them say, where it take for really run things. It take guts.
Mr. Rattigan, is me teasing Mr. Rattigan?
I can't see a gut, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, them say it was stolen in a pen. First, I go get liquor him all out in a year. Yeah, all out. So let me start nice at up at the top, and then we'll just move clockwise. We'll go to Herb, and then Dervin, and then come round. Isaac, talk to us.
Actually, I don't have much to say. I'm just listening. I still haven't gotten past your previous guests, and I'm still processing the we. It was a lot, but I want to reserve. It's that time of year where I'm going to reserve the criticism. Safe to say that we probably really need to have a conversation about charity in general, because it is a hotbed for scamming, and it's a simple thing. If I'm a simpleton, for me, I think everybody needs KFC, so it's not that bad. If you just have somebody stand up and pay for KFC dinners at a particular place, people will get food, but that doesn't make up for the other toiletries and feminine products that's necessary. Somebody there, road.
Are you okay?
Okay, yeah. So I'm just thinking in terms of that particular topic. My mind was there, especially the whole thing about the we. Because anytime people are wrapped up with government, it's really questionable, especially where the position that this particular government has taken with the diaspora and anybody who doesn't speak positive about them. So everything overlaps. But what I will say, the simple answer is, if we participate in community assistance and love for Jamaica, the red tape and the checks and balances and putting money in a general fund that generally doesn't trickle down to the people will always be problematic. So that's where my mind is, and hoping that as people decide that they're going to donate and they're going to give, know who you're giving the stuff to, and sometimes when you do it in small spaces, people benefit a lot more. So the diaspora community is a lot. Even as I'm speaking to you, you don't have to give me money to go out and buy KFC for people, because KFC is everywhere and people can donate in small pockets. The important thing is that people receive the benefit, and not the showboating and the conversations and people taking advantage of unfortunate situations for others. That's just where my mind is so far. Thank you.
Right. Herb.
Yes. I just wanted to catch up on a couple of things we covered earlier. With regards to road construction, there is what is called in road construction a layer composition. Consider a total of 4 inches of asphalt. You have the binder layer, which is a 2-inch binder layer, provides structural support. And then the finish layer, which is another 2-inch that has for durability and smoothness. So judging from what we were seeing in Jamaica, it appears there is only one layer down there, which we know will not stand up. Because if that's the structural support, then it's going to wear down pretty quick, and it starts to disappear or disassemble under conditions of driving. And of course, Jamaica has a lot of tractor trailers, dump trucks and stuff going over these roads. And this is why we saw what was happening to happen. Another area I wanted to cover was when we talk about the metal hull and rigid hull inflatable boats, ribbies. They play a crucial role in post-hurricane rescue operations. Now, like we said before, they claim that they were prepared for the hurricane, but they were never prepared for the hurricane, because when I spoke to people down there, they were telling me that the equipment that they needed to have before the hurricane, to include the food and stuff, it was never in any of the hurricane centers, right? The flashlights and the batteries, the eggs and all this other food and stuff, no, it wasn't present. So people had to go back home to go get food and come back, right? Which doesn't make any sense. So it makes sense that they got scared, and then they had to say, well, the function of the rigid hull inflatable boats, their wave cutting capability, they have a safety feature of an inflatable, right? And that means they can cut through the heavy seas that would develop off the coast of Jamaica. So they can go out to sea and come back into a cove, especially the southern coast of Jamaica, where you have St. Elizabeth, Clarendon, St. Catherine, right? It's a lot safer using those type of boats, and I don't believe that the JDF is equipped with enough of those. And what we need to do, we need to get back to getting the fire department equipped and trained up to be a prime rescue mode in the hurricane or earthquake. Fire departments must have this equipment. Not so much JDF. JDF is coming from a long way. Fire departments should be resident within each county, Cornwall, Middlesex, Surrey, and within key towns that have a lot of population within those counties. So this is most definitely what needs to happen. And this equipment is used by rescue, law enforcement, military, and other commercial entities. The metal hull boats, aluminum or steel, withstand impact and harsh conditions, right? And they provide stability during rescue operations. They have a load capacity, can carry equipment, supplies, and personnel, right? And their design allows for modifications to add additional rescue equipment, medical supplies, whatever it is you need to get through those rivers. And you know, rivers in Jamaica, they have some huge rocks in them. So when you have boats bouncing off of these rocks and stuff, you don't want it to come apart. And if you're attempting a rescue, you want to make sure the boat is going to get you to where you're going. And that's pretty much what I wanted to add. It's not that they're lying, it's that it's caught up to them. The lies have caught up to them. And now they realize more than anything else, the reason why you need to have this equipment on hand. So you've seen a lot of equipment that's hurricane, they're asking for post-hurricane. And
Right.
yeah, we know that they messed up and they use up a lot of the funds on whatever we don't know. But ask yourself this: can we afford to let our hurricane centers, can we afford to let our rescue operations remain at zero competency, and the next hurricane comes along and hits Jamaica? Keep in mind, this one did not hit. It passed 45 miles to the south, right? It got the outer bands. And the outer bands was enough to tear off roofs and to tear up a lot of these buildings. Something else that I'd looked at, Jamaica does have building codes. And one of the things I heard the Prime Minister mention was they didn't put straps on the roofs. That's why the roofs came off. Well, you know, you're going to have to figure out how in the world you're going to put building codes on some of these thatch houses or zinc roof houses that I see they have rock stones on top of them trying to hold the zinc down, right? It's not gonna fear in a hurricane. These hurricanes are ferocious. Keep in mind they're coming during a time that the climate change is dictating that we really prepare for bad weather. And you know, this bad weather is not just weather that we were used to 20, 30 years ago. These hurricanes are coming Cat 4 and Cat 5. And that is very bad news. So we have to do a better job of preparing the country and hope and pray that in between this hurricane and the next one, nothing hits Jamaica directly, because they are totally unprepared. And they're totally unprepared. Why? Because of corruption. Pure and simple corruption.
All right. All right, Herb, I still maintain though that the boats, asking for the boats, no. And if they had said we're asking this for future, to prepare for future hurricanes, it's one thing. But when they said we're doing this for Beryl, you know, and I said, well, what are you going to do with the boats? No, there's no flooding issue. And so, you know, I just have a problem with the level of unpreparedness. I mean, I just can't believe the level of unpreparedness. And they had Jamaica, no, they don't have years. They don't have days working on this hurricane. Jamaica has had a history with hurricanes. I'm looking at it right now. Jamaica have a history with hurricanes going back to 1726 when it started. No, 1712, August 28, 1712. 1712. And I'm looking at the list of hurricanes here, and I mean 1712, 1722, 1726, 1744, 17 people. This is 1700s. Then we get to 1800s. Then look at from 1900 to 1990. We had one in 1903, 1904, 1912, 1915, 1915. And let's go up to 2000 to 2024. Oh, wait a minute. Let me go back to 1970 to 1999. We have Tropical Storm Gilda. And by the way, a tropical storm would not be covered under the cat bond. It has to be a named storm, a named hurricane, right? So we have Tropical Storm Gilda. I mean, I'm sure our esteemed minister would make the argument that even if it's a tropical storm and it's named, it should be. But we had in 73 Gilda, 74 Carmen, 79, didn't even name this one. 1980 Hurricane Allen, 1988 one of the biggest ones, Gilbert, that cost $700 million worth of damage. Then there's one in 1994 Hurricane Gordon. Then between 2000 and 2024, we had Iris, Charlie, Ivan, Dennis, Wilma, Dean, Gustav, Paloma, Sandy, Elsa, Grace, and now Beryl. And if you looked at how many of them made landfall, and caused the kind of damage that would trigger the cat bond, not very many. So, and like you said, due to climate change, things are only going to get worse. We can only hope and pray that we don't get hit with any of these hurricanes, because I'm telling you, even if the bond is triggered, $150 million won't be able to fix the damage. Won't be able.
Bucket.
So, all right, Dervin, give us some quick remarks. And Kevin, soon after dig off, I'm going to get to him, Well,
Mr. Rattigan, Mr. Nelson has stated a lot, which is on the similar mindset that I have. But I also like to add the level of madness by some of our citizens during Beryl. A young man jumped into the gully to fetch a ball. I don't know why he would play a ball during a storm. Drowned, leaving his child, right? So a child is now devoid of having a father in his or her life, which is highly tragic. Our preparedness is very worrying for me, and the lack of planning, and I'm not sure if the government really coalesce the experts around them to give them proper advice. And Beryl has shown us up very blatantly. And every day I sit down, I thank God that Beryl never marched across Jamaica, because Beryl was a category higher than Gilbert. And God knows what would happen to us, what would happen to the government, what would happen to the whole of Jamaica if Beryl ever marched across Jamaica. And it is very, basically Beryl would have mashed up Jamaica to the point that Jamaica would be like a free-for-all, like an end of days type of scenario. But this should also be used as an opportunity for the government to further create policies to accommodate alternative energy sources. And this, as I said it on your previous show, Mr. Rattigan, that if every Jamaican, and you have some Jamaicans who are able to buy the Benz, the Prados, the Mercedes, MLK, whatever type of vehicle, these expensive vehicles, and a fraction of that could have been used to buy a proper solar system to outfit their homes, along with a diesel generator as a secondary backup. Because Beryl has shown us that we cannot depend on JPS only. And we as a people need to change our mindset and start investing in solar. I can tell you personally, I have invested in some solar things and it has helped us somewhat. And Jamaicans, we need to do that. We need to push our legislators to give us custom, what you call it, some tax breaks or whatever, importing more solar into this country so we can quickly outfit our homes, because it's not going to get better.
All right, let me just because Kevin have got dig off left. We might go a little bit past it because we have to hear from Dr. Ben, because this gut thing should have all our word, all of the big belly man them on the panel, yeah. So I want Kevin help me with this there. How want me do? Yeah, so hold on there.
Yeah, man, just hit play. No, don't.
Of welfare packages in affected communities as soon as access points and major roadways become passable. And my people, a whole lot of roadways are still impassable.
Oh, which part?
It was right at the spot.
Oh, I guess so. Okay.
No, man.
Chris Riley here, class of 2020 from St. George's University School of Medicine. SGU will help you get the residents.
Start to hand out packages. Meanwhile, we see the Minister of Finance came out with a statement saying that the government is trying to access the mitigation fund in response to Hurricane Beryl. And my people, we know that he had spoken in the budget that they have, money set aside, reserved for hurricanes, earthquakes, and, emergency situations. And so Nigel Clark says that the country will have to tap into the first two layers of its disaster mitigation finance in response to damage caused by Hurricane Beryl. And yes, go ahead and do that. Don't wait for other countries to give out help before we can start to spread, help to the people. Start with what you guys have first. Right? And so the amount available at these two tiers amounts to approximately $4.5 billion, my people. He also says, while Jamaica is fortunate that Hurricane Beryl did not make landfall, parts of the country suffered significant damages. And
all right, so let me I'll find the exact spot for the link for you.
Okay, all right. All
right,
so
right here.
I wish you had it there. Right now.
Hold on. Right.
Want
right where it is right now. It's the exact spot.
Like that?
Yeah, that's the exact spot. So you just have to hit play.
All right, let me add it to the stage and then just hit play.
Intensity of Hurricane Beryl did not trigger Jamaica's catastrophe bond.
All right. Want to hear that? Want to hear that? It did not trigger the catastrophe bond. So we don't have no money to get out of the 150 million. No money.
Which essentially serves the purpose of providing financial protection against a Category 5 or very intense Category 4 hurricane making landfall.
So you know what that means? If a Category 3, like, we don't have no money, forget.
In Jamaica. Had Hurricane Beryl made landfall in Jamaica, or had Hurricane...
And here, if it don't make landfall, we don't have no money, forget.
Beryl retained its intensity as observed on Tuesday, as measured by centralized air pressure, it would have certainly triggered the catastrophe bond. Finally, it is crucially important for us to bear in mind that Hurricane Beryl is only the first hurricane in the 2024 hurricane season. We will therefore need to continue to be prudent with resources, including the disaster risk financing resources, to ensure that we are also prepared for storms or hurricanes that may come later in this year's hurricane season.
I'm a people.
See, when I hear some of the requirements in Gidwo, it must be a 4 or a 5. It must make landfall. Even talk about the pressure and talk about the intensity and all of that stuff. So people only don't realize that Jamaica just gets scammed. Jamaica just got scammed. And only need for ask him the questions. Only not the journalists, them in Jamaica, them no work the name. Them not pressure him. Them not pressuring this man to make him answer the question. Them like a question like, did you negotiate this with an actuary? a statistician, and a meteorologist, and a lawyer in the room with you? Did you do this? Did you go over, like when we just show a while, when we just go over hurricanes from in Jamaica from the 1700s to come down to get a profile, get a hurricane profile, right? And also you have to keep in mind, if Beryl had been a 5 and the eye went over Jamaica, it would be aye. That's what it would be. That's what it would be. Jamaica done. So 150. I remember now, Jamaica used to be insured for 185. And this genius here bring it down to 150. Yet him say climate change is real and the damage are going to be, more widespread than before. Him bring it down by 35 million. You see the man is smart. The man is smart. Give a 10 point something million, bring down the thing, and had a whole heap of provisions to it where will probably never happen. That's why we need to find out who they behind this agreement here.
And not only that,
yeah, go ahead, Jeffrey.
I was saying to you, not only that, we need to find out who are the investors.
Yeah, they are 15, and we don't know. Them says 15 individuals and institutions. We don't know them.
We don't know nothing about them. We need to know. We need to get answers.
And Jamaica have to pay the premium every month. They have to pay the premium same year. Imagine that. Your country, part of your country, devastated right now. And you still have to pay your premium. And you're not getting no claim. They never even said, another thing to what we don't know. Here's another thing what we don't know about this agreement, right? We don't know if there is what you call it, like a deductible, like an insurance thing. Like them said, the first time you must pay enough. We don't know. And then I found out that there's also another agreement that them do with cat bonds where them can say, them can stagger it and say, okay, the first hurricane we will pay for, the second one you're on your own, the third one we will pay for, them alternated. We don't know if that's the agreement. We don't know if the agreement is for per hurricane, meaning you get 150 million every hurricane where meet the requirements, or is it per season, meaning that from June to November, anything will happen, that's it. Or we don't know if it's per contract, for the contract until 2017, all them going to pay out is 150. The journalists, them know what, nothing. Them not asking them questions. Yeah.
I wouldn't say they were not worth anything, Mr. Rattigan.
Them worth.
You remember, it is alleged many of them have been bought out. So they cannot ask the hard questions. That is why thank God for social media. Thank God for platforms like yours, Mr. Rattigan, etc. And thank God to the person who made YouTube. God bless them immensely and them family and them generation.
I'm gonna bring in Kevin because Kevin I forgot to dig up because I'm sure come up and
you look like Kevin.
And what was that, Jeffrey?
I look exactly like you a while ago.
Yeah, there's just a few concerns. Like with the non-profit agency asking for telling us to ship our stuff through their entity for distribution. Ask more questions. I personally have problems with people that talk a lot. And unfortunately, we got a lot of fluff around the answers to the questions that I asked. It doesn't sit well with me. As it relates to our roads, people, we need to be asking the questions. Herb alluded to it. What are the standards at which our roads are supposed to be made? Did we set the standard, or is there a general standard? Who is enforcing this? We don't have building codes. So talking about how the way houses should be built and how roofs should be secured and all of these things. Okay, who's enforcing that? Which code enforcement is going to be set up to where the personnel coming from? And no, but this is a good way for people to get jobs, essentially, in Jamaica. Herb also touched on the fire department, an entity that I totally forgot existed in Jamaica. Maybe because I'm out of the country. but it's one more thing to say we're lacking in, because our teachers are leaving, our healthcare is suffering, and we have no fire management, emergency management outside of the Jamaica Defense Force, which that is not their role. But hey, let's call on them because we have them doing policing anyway. So why not have them do fire rescue too? So many issues. And as I bail out, because I got 10 minutes, as I bail out, for those who are going over the whole former president getting shot, breaking news, yes. The news is using get shot loosely for a few reasons. He got a projectile hit him on the ear, definitely caused blood, definitely. Shot with what? Question you need to ask. And if it was shot with a bullet from a gun where he was standing and it only hit his ear, why wasn't somebody behind him shot? So questions that individually you need to ask, and this is the kind of approach that I would encourage all our listeners to take when it comes to addressing our government, Jamaica, for a better Jamaica. You have to ask the questions relating to the things that they're not saying. Yes, it's good to focus on what is said, but there are things that are not being said. And as it relates to things like preparing for disasters, here it is. There's an insurance policy that is focused on one type of disaster, not others that Jamaica tends to encounter on any given time throughout the year. If there are 2 or 3 Category 2 hurricanes that pass through Jamaica consecutively, we still have nothing to get. They're not adding them up and say, oh, it's a Category 6 or the equivalent of a Category 6, so we should get some benefits. No. So even if we get a Category 2, a tropical storm, and a Category 1, Jamaica is still devastated. Still nothing coming back from it. Now, if we're paying $10 million a year for this insurance, just like we're at to ask, how the payout go? Is it per disaster? Is it per season for the disaster? How it go? Who sign off on this? We need to ask those questions. We need to get the answers. And thank you for doing that ATI, Will, because we need those answers. And people are afraid to ask some of those questions. But the only thing we're afraid of around here is probably the answer that we're actually going to get. Right, because it's going to lead to some more questions.
True.
Because we don't know how something like this can go. And when you ask the question across Jamaica, did you know that this exists? I'm pretty sure roundabout somewhere up there in the 80-90% region, people will say, what are you talking about? Because everybody that I have asked since here as Jamaicans in the United States, asking me, what are you talking about? When that happened? So people don't know. The question is, why don't people know? And so 2 people are dead. I didn't catch the last part of the news. Thank you, Nicola, for that. The alleged gunman and attendee at the campaign rally. Okay, so him is actually gunshot, and somebody actually dead. Okay, maybe that will answer some questions. But if him shoot for the head and catch the ear, boy.
And they're also saying, Kevin, that CBS is reporting that is an assassination attempt.
Well, clearly I watched one, but
yeah.
Needless to say, I won't even tire too long on that because I gotta go. Ben, good to see you, Doc.
Big up yourself, Kevin. We talk. Have a great show, man. I'm gonna try and release
take care.
so that them can get and at least come enjoy some of the music over there.
Listen.
If
radio is the place to be.
If you want to miss Kevin, and you can always tune into the Rebel tonight at midnight. We have some really, really nice music. Bring in the dancing shoes and rent a tile. It's nice. Kevin, big up yourself here, sir. Patrick, now hear from you. Going on.
Yeah, no, I'm just listening, and I was intrigued with the Minister of Health person, but that's sad to say. But here's the thing that's been bothering me since Beryl. Two words come to mind: reactive and proactive. I think for years we have been too reactive when it comes to disasters in Jamaica. And we had a good philosophy. I think ODPEN, this thing for disaster preparedness, was created, I think, when I was probably in high school, and it's been working good. But now it becomes a feeding throw. But the whole thing about reactive, I think, is that as people in the diaspora, and as this global Jamaica diaspora is set up rightfully the best way, I think. I think it's time for this global diaspora and other so minded diasporans to really look at proactive things to set up for. So because you notice they start to point on the diaspora. We need the diaspora, and then everybody are running over each other, creating all these things. I remember the tablets. Some people were calling me like crazy, but they send 20 tablets and it don't reach the thing where they were supposed to go. They want to send it to their schools and everything. So I'm thinking that one of our mindset now is to look at how maybe this group could lead other like-minded diaspora group to look at a proactive way of preparing Jamaica for disaster preparedness. The biggest thing is, and my brother Herb mentioned, is the environment. I give you a quick story. In January, we were in Alligator Pond, and they were complaining that somebody overnight dig down the sand dune. And I said to them, the next hurricane is gonna mess up this place, because the sand dune was created naturally to protect the sea when it's overflooded from going into the community. Well, my prediction, I think I'm a genius now, but it's just studying the environment. You look at the cockpit country, similar thing. Somebody in their old genius have decided to give somebody to dig it down and create bauxite industry where there's some big truck are owned by certain people, getting corruptive revenues from that. That's why some can't declare the statutory thing. But these are things that we have to become more conscientious of, because I think the next disaster, if that category 5 or 4, Jamaica is gone. You understand? And so now they're calling on us to donate. The trouble that I have is that there's nothing that was kosher coming from the government. The Prime Minister talked about all these things that will come from, and the consulate is involved. Trust me, there's a lot of politics involved. At 1 minute, I was troubled. I hear that one guy come up, oh, we have 70 shelters around. One, I don't know the names. I can't study them. Then at one point, one said, no, we have 600. Then at one point, the Prime Minister come and said, we have over 900. Which is it in terms of shelter? And I could tell you, talking to people on the ground there, there's not enough shelter for people. There's not enough thing. I know people that I'm trying to communicate with. There's no electricity, no internet services, and nothing. I mean, and there's no food, nothing at all. So how do we have to become cognizant of preparing, be proactive? And I think there's a lot of smarter people than myself who are here, but I'm just a little village preacher, who, if we prepare ourselves, and we have to lead the way, because as someone mentioned to the reporters and so forth, I think it was Kevin, I have no faith in them, because to me, I call them eater food artists. They want to get invited to cocktail party and blah, 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 and might write something, I interview some minister, whatever, to show that they can get thing. So just briefly, I think we need to sit down and try to get a reactive plan going, and especially fundraising. I've been speaking to Rattigan and and other people about setting up a plan where we could actually do really good fundraising on a one-time basis, not just every time you come here after the because everybody can, like Ratty, can get 10,000 or 5,000 and at the call. But like the collection thing, if you put a $5 every month, and so it can go a long way if because we have honest. I trust everybody in this global Jamaican, from this group to really set up something conscientiously where we can set up something so when the disaster come, we not forget to no government and no guy who's gonna, spin like, I was having headache listening to that person spinning all these things, and who employs you, Minister of Health? Yeah, but you're a government employee. How can we? Exactly. How can we in the diaspora raise money in a 501c3 and send it to a government entity in Jamaica? That's illegal. Somebody will go to jail. Me too pretty to go to jail. You understand? Because I'm afraid of that. You understand? But in truth and in fact, though, is that we have to really take a breather from this, see what we could do. I'm trying to organize something through my denomination so we can do something especially for the children and the elderly, especially who are suffering from what I gather, especially in St. Elizabeth and Manchester. I didn't say Trelawney, I'm from Trelawney, but, we have to concentrate in St. Elizabeth and Manchester, who got a lot of hit, the biggest hit of the hurricane. So, we can really come together and do something and sit at the same time, and, the Ratty will make an appeal, but I'll tell you guys, there's some ideas that I have is using technology. And anybody who can set up something, and willing to work with Ratty and the group and set it up. I have people who are really interested in the idea that we're talking about, instead of get some sustainable money coming in small amount where it can be used and open, because these Ratty and all these folks are, and we have ISAT, the big, legal mind in Jamaica, and and Ratty here, and people like me who have involved with 501c3. We know we have to do this legally. As I said, afraid of jail, never been there, and and pretty boys in jail get become pillar biters, as the Asians call them. Understand? So that's my point. Let's be proactive.
All right, Patrick.
So
let me just
I'm finished. I won't touch the other subject.
Let me just bring on something just to show people that this world class finance ministers are numbskull. Let me just. This is coming from an investment magazine. Look at this. Look at what they say about. I can't increase it. Kevin gone. I'll just read to you what it says. Where it says investor takeaways, it says cat bonds have provided investors. Now, people keep in mind, an insurance company is not there to pay out money. No, they're there to collect money, and that's why them give such a difficult time when they have to pay out. They don't like paying out. Their job is to make money. They're just like any other business. And the investors, anybody who invests money for lose, they invest money because, especially sophisticated investors, they invest because they have an eye on making a profit, not to lose money. And here's what this magazine says. It says, cat bonds have provided investors with strong diversification benefits while providing equity-like returns. That is a risk premium of 5.4%, with volatility that has been less than 1/3 that of equities. The result has been attractive risk-adjusted returns. investors willing to accept the left tail risk associated with catastrophe risk should find cat bonds an attractive diversifier to the risk of traditional stock and bond portfolios. What them just say in a fancy language is that it is a safer investment to put your money in cat bonds than to invest it in stock and bonds, because stock and bonds, you say, you have your roller coaster ride. This one, you're gonna get your money coming in, your money safe. So
Ratty,
no.
who you guys are ISAT maybe know who is the agent that sell this thing to the government? That's a
We
big
don't
question.
know. That's why I'm file the ATI. We don't know. We intend to find out. No,
that's a nice commission.
Here, right? Based on something that I saw here, our world-class numbskull went and asked for this thing. Nobody never forced him on it. I saw a document with that.
Who is the numbskull, Mr. Rattigan?
You
mean to make a world-class Minister of Finance?
Yeah.
But Rhodes Scholar, let us emphasize that he's also a Rhodes Scholar.
Here's a document, and this document is coming from the World Bank, right? Here's a document, all right? This one I can blow up. All right. That's a World Bank, right? So we not make up nothing. Look pan over here, so. Let me go down some more.
Woo.
Here it is. Following a request from Jamaica for a cat bond transaction, a we ask feet. See it here, so people. Hold on there. Father, one who can't see.
Yeah.
See it here, so. Look at the last two lines. Following a request from Jamaica for a cat bond transaction, the World Bank managed the preparation, look who managed it. Managed the preparation, structuring, and execution of the cat bond, procuring the external service providers required for the transaction, which included Swiss Re and Aon Securities as lead man. Also, now we know who are the manager them, how much money them get, and Air Worldwide as risk modeling firm and event calculation agent, as well as external counsel and listing agent. We not see what the Jamaican delegation, where them have, we see where all of them people have. We see where all of them people have risk modeling firm. Them guys that look on all of the hurricanes that ever come near Jamaica. Where our team there? And we go ask for it,
It's grants, donor grants. Woo.
Right. Them get them from Germany and US. See, this is the crack. These are the crack. Them say we are going to get into some grants and we are going to use it to finance the cat bond. But guess what now? You see, if you have to renew this, you will know we're going to have to go pay the whole amount.
Mm-hmm.
See there? Was used to finance cat bond premium and transaction costs and ultimately maximize the potential payouts for Jamaica. And them talk about this is the first one and them show you how it work. Right? But we have to do this another time because see that. So them show you the whole thing. So UK and Germany and the US, them pay the money to the government of Jamaica, and then Jamaica do what? They make the premium payment to the World Bank, right? And them have the agreement between this. So, but the World Bank is not the investors. See the investors them over here, so. Hold on, let me go over here, so. See the investors them over here, so. Capital market investors over here, so them there. So Jamaica now have no direct contact with these people. And when them people come with them team. And them say, we can't eat our food here, so because them boy are idiot. We can't eat our food, we can't take 10 million off of them. So the UK, the US, and Germany say, here what? Make we pay the money, because we know them Jamaica licky and yummy. So make we pay the money and them love freeness, So we will pay the money and would lower them in, and them come in and them say, right, it not happen. So make we do it now on our own. And now Jamaica now pay 10 point something million a year for the next 4 years. The hurricane that is likely not to hit Jamaica, or a hurricane that if it hits Jamaica wipe out, and 150 million can't cover it. I would have loved, if I didn't know so them do them thing, I would have get a couple people and we jump in on this investment. We can't lose. This is a surefire thing.
But Mr.
Like
Rattigan,
you dope up the ass. You dope up the ass. The other ass them not no dope. You are dope up your ass for run.
but Mr. Rattigan,
Yeah.
you see, I don't know if the finance minister has read this book, one of my favorite books called The Richest Man in Babylon. There's a part that states that leader must have a mastermind group. So him being the finance minister should have the experts around him. So when he's going to war with those persons in the boardroom to get the best deal, he would have been well prepared to go at it. So he obviously has not read that book, even though he's the acclaimed finance minister, Rhodes Scholar, but he hasn't. I don't think he has read widely, because even me, I have read and I know that as common fact.
No, I would have loved for him to come around here and answer these questions. You know, I wouldn't even ask him none. We'll just leave him to the panel. We wouldn't ask him none. We'll just leave him to Herb and Jeffrey and Isaac and Patrick and Dr. Ben and Dennis and Richard. Hey, Richard will start asking him some questions about the probability of a hurricane that hit Jamaica and all of them things. The Dervin, you and Jeffrey. We would have mash him up. We wouldn't have to ask him nothing. But you are there. Let me just jump on and just have Dennis, just give me a quick minute now, your time. Just talk to who I go on, because I want to bring on Dr. Ben. I want to hear about the gut business.
Well, you suffer me. You have me how long? I know you're going to tell me about 1 minute. What kind
all
of
right, take your time, my brother. Sorry. Take your time. You're right.
Number one, you put me last, and everybody cover the things of my concern. I still can't get
regurgitate.
I still can't get over your guess though, because even though I'm tempted to give him a call, because I really need the help in executing my mission, but the speed of which he talks it bothers me, and I don't get a whole lot. You know, you go around, and so I'm not too sure. I'm very uncomfortable. The insurance thing that you spoke about, I've been tussling with that all week as well, and I know you and I have a conversation about it. If we should get a category 5 hurricane, then where we can make claim and it have to make a direct hit, do you know that most of that money is gonna go to burying people, wipe out the country? That don't make no sense, because look at what we get. We get an autobahn, and look at what is going on from the autobahn, and considering that we're not prepared. And I said not prepared because my major concern, and Herb has spoke about it, and Dervin as well, is the roof and those building code is what messed me up. There was a guy in South Manchester. I don't think they report this guy. They claim that only 2 persons died, but I know of somebody personally that the roof fell off in South Manchester. Older guy and kill him. I know about that one. I have not heard anything about it, but I know people that even connected to him, his niece and all that. And I'm saying, in Jamaica, we have a tendency to get the best character in the neighborhood, and put and cut on a roof. And there is no, if there's codes, why are the codes are not being followed? You know, who enforce these codes? We're supposed to have hurricane strap, hurricane ban. Most of who lost their roof was not up to that code. Up to a code, the code that they said they have, because most of those roofs did not have hurricane straps and all the things that it required. And we are in a hurricane prone zone. That's how I call it. You know, given every year we have these hurricane threats, and now that global warming become a thing, we're going to have more and more hurricanes. So we have to be prepared. We have to do something about the roof. The government going to have to enforce these laws on the roof, because it's going to be rough if we should get a direct hit. You know, so I'm very much concerned about that. So we need to do something about it. But you only give me a minute, so I'm not going to cover all the things that I really want to cover.
No, man, take your time. Go ahead, man. Finish.
Yeah. So the Muslim me too. So because I'm saying I freak at Jamaica too often, I'm careful of what I say. I'm isolate myself and all that. But anyways, because I don't want to get in that trouble. But those are my concerns. How unprepared we are as it relates to a hurricane. right now we're looking about the next couple weeks and beyond. It's gonna be a terrible place in terms of the shortage are the things that come from Manchester, St. Elizabeth, and Clarendon.
The
You
top
know,
food stuff. Food,
yes,
yeah.
farming. They lost a lot of food and a lot of animals as well. You know, so they're gonna be price gouging, and that's the sort of the reason why I bent on doing this program that I'm doing to ensure that I could assist in getting them kids out for school September morning, because I know with all these people that lost their farming and using their money to put on their roof and doing all the preparation after hurricane preparation, I know it's going to be very, 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 very difficult for them to prepare their kids for school come what do you call it, September morning. So with all that, what I intend to do, and that's one of the reasons why I'm here, is to say I have a program that I've been running for a while. I'm always involved in giving back to schools, but it was on a much smaller scale. Last year we did 60 bags, backpack and school supply. This year my plan was 40 because I had the basic school. I only do basic schools and primary school. So last year this year I had in mind 40 bags for a school, which I identified a school and everything already. I spoke to the principal and we have the date set for the presentation and all that, because I like to be transparent. The camera is going to be rolling and all that when I'm doing this. Not so much for publicity, but for with an intent, because I was doing this on my pocket to encourage people to do this here because we need it. But given what happened in Hurricane with Hurricane Beryl, I decided that I was gonna up this thing because Manchester, St. Elizabeth, and Clarendon really need it, especially in the rural parts of those area, those parishes. Because like in the rural parts, what happened is that those people that live in those rural areas, they don't have the privilege of working at a Chinaman store, because it is so far, and probably where them appear them is just fear. So they don't do that. These people rely on their farming and the little shop around where them can do in them community, so they're very weak. So that's why I launched this program, which is 1,000 backpack drive that I'm doing. 1,000 backpack drive for the rural parts of Manchester, St. Elizabeth, and Clarendon. I want to stretch that across. And so far, I have 100. I got 100 bags already. I'm gonna have to get the school supplies and stuff to put in them. So that's what I am doing. So because I can't afford to do this on my own. The 40 bags I could do it on my own, which I already purchased them. But I am here seeking for help and assistance from people from the diaspora to assist me with this, executing this. This will, I know there's a lot of people going around with scamming and all that. But if you could check my record, this is not something that I'm doing for the first time. I've been doing it, and I have this all planned out. Even purchase a microwave already for the school, all before the hurricane, to present to the school that I have in mind, which is it's called Government what do call it name again? I had the name right down. But like I said, Government Basic School. So I had that all planned, and I put my thing together. I was gonna do it from my company, because my own company. They were gonna fund it, like they always do. But this year, taking on 1,000 bags, I'm definitely gonna need help. So I'm just asking you and all the other guys that have a platform. I spoke to Mr. Tavares the other day, even though he ignored me all the while. But I'm a friend still. I spoke to him to highlight it a little bit on his program, what I am trying to do. I'm just asking for help. I set up a GoFundMe page. I originally put my account, my number out there as a self, but I no longer want to do that. I want to be more transparent. When a person contribute to the program, it is on when they contribute on GoFundMe, people get to see it, and people get to see how much money I collect, and so they would have known or have a certain expectation as to how I spend the money because they know how much I'm getting in, and that's why I move it from don't sell me. I want them to put it on GoFundMe. It's on Facebook, Dennis Sutherland Facebook page. That's where the GoFundMe is. And I'm going to send it to you. I think I sent it to Mr. Tavares earlier this week. I'm going to send it to you. So for those who want to participate in the program, in this Give Back program, they can reach out to you guys for the link that they can always give them, they could give their contribution to that source so that I could get to execute this major project that I have in mind. I don't know if I'm gonna get the 1,000. So far, I have 100, and I don't know.
All right, take a look at Nicola Phillips at 817. She's suggesting that you reach out to somebody called White Yardy. I think I know who the person is.
White Yardy.
Nicola Phillips at 817.
Okay, White.
Yeah, and then you do that. For people who ask, some people.
One second.
Sorry. You finished that? Because I just
go ahead. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done, sir.
The doc, huh?
I'm done.
Okay. All right. No, for some people in the chat, they were saying, "Hey, how come you don't talk to? Why don't you invite Dr. Nigel Clark?" All right, I'll read you something that I sent out this Monday. No, I sent it to his number, and I've spoken to him already on this number. So I don't know if he blocked me, but I sent this message to him. I said, "Minister Clark, I trust that all is well. I am inviting you, and it's essential that you appear on my program this Saturday, July 13, 2024, to discuss the World Bank cat bond. Please call me to make arrangements regarding your appearance. Thanks in advance." Man of God, Pamela, no, I don't hear nothing from him. And then somebody had asked where he worked, and I'm getting some information from a friend of mine. He said that Dr. Clark is a former derivative trader, securities peddler, and fantastical money master. So he's well aware of these financial instruments. So the question is, if he's well aware of these financial instruments, how come he make Jamaica gone down the road and now if we spend $10 million per year for the next 4 years? We don't understand that. And so, Doc, we need you to come on the program. You don't have to come on this program. Jeffrey Tavares has a program. Dennis has a program. Who else was here? You can come and loan some program. You might not be interested to do it, but you should be, because they have a big audience and they have a lot of things they want to talk to you about.
Mr. Rattigan, if I may, I have invited the minister on several occasions. I've emailed him, I've written to him, I've called him, no answer.
Okay. Well, I used to talk to him on the phone, and then all of a sudden I don't hear anything more from him, ever since that fiasco.
Gag order?
I beg your pardon?
Ever since the gag order placed on them?
No, ever since he had that conversation where he was on the phone with the gentleman there. The gentleman from the radio station.
Dr. Jermaine.
Dr. Jermaine, yeah. Ever since he had that conversation with Dr. Jermaine, and I think after that him just said no, I'm not interested in talking to anybody. So that's where we are. Richard, I know you're there, but here's what happened now, Richard. I want to talk to you about, because I know you did some reading and I know you did some statistics on the probability of hurricanes hitting Jamaica, because you are our resident expert now. You're our actuary and our statistics person. So I don't know why the minister never take you with him in the room, and you're doing it here for free, and I'm sure you would have done it with him for free anyway. But before you get to that, I want to bring on Dr. Ben, because we want to hear about this gut business here, because most of us in our prime right now, and in our prime with a gut, and I don't know if Doc is going to talk about the size of the gut or what's going on inside the gut, but in any event, It's going to be an interesting topic. So, Richard, bear with me. And this might be useful to you too. I don't know if you have a gut or what the condition of your gut is, but Doc, welcome, sir.
Yeah.
Not seeing you again after such a long time. Thanks for being patient. The floor
Yeah,
is
man.
yours.
Yeah, it's good to be back. You know, it's good to be back. I want to start up. I want to just greet the guests that are here tonight. It's wonderful to see so many platforms and so many persons, you know, teaming up to get the message out there. As I said, and I've always said that this is a wonderful platform because it seeks to educate us on the issues the real issues that nobody wants to talk about. You know, and I want to also give thanks because, you know, I get the chance to talk about the issues that affect us all. You know, one of the reasons why I've been doing what I've been doing is because of crises like these. As one guest just talked about the price gouging, that prices are going to go up. One of the things that I've been talking about is the use of what I call indigenous or intelligent alkaline vegetables. And so the vegetables that we know about have been defined, and they have been defined for a reason. They have been defined because these are the vegetables that we'll find in the markets. But outside the cabbage and the callaloo and the pak chow, one of the most beautiful things about Jamaica is that there are many other wild edible plants that are here. And so if persons weren't listening, this is the time to listen, because there's and one of the things is that during a crisis like this, a lot of these vegetables become even more proliferous. They are more prevalent. So herbs like fat and barrow that grows wild, herbs like wild cabbage, herbs like jokoto, or what they would call herbs like purslane. So many different vegetables that grow wild are available, and they're very delicious. So these are now the times that person need to know these vegetables, because these are absolutely free, and not only are they free, they are far more nutritious than what I call domestic vegetables that are in the marketplace. You know, so it's important that persons know about these vegetables. You know, over the next couple of days, weeks, I want to talk about gut health. This evening, I want to talk about the 10 habits that destroy gut health. And then next week, I want to talk about 10 natural products that restore and support gut health. And then I want to talk about 10 herbs in the following week that are traditionally used to potentially support and rebuild gut health. I want to talk about gut health because gut health is, you know, life and death starts in the gut. A lot of the people who are sick because of the state of their gut, what's happening in their gut. I was in New York, I was in Laos, and a number of countries that I just came from, and the habit is the same. Most of the people in these countries that I've come across, the underlying situation that is causing so much sickness is the state of our gut. And part of that is because of the foods that we eat. A lot of the foods that we eat have substances in them that destroy or disrupt the gut. When we talk about the gut, we're not just talking about the size of the gut, because a lot of persons may not have a protruding gut, but the state of the gut, the environment of the gut, what is happening inside the gut. That is what I want to talk about. And I know I'll get the chance to do that. But I also quickly just want to just throw it in that, you know, St. Elizabeth has been hard hit. And I've been on the phone. I think I've spoken with Chief Curry. The compound community has been hard hit. They are going to be out of electricity maybe for the next 6 weeks, they said. There is no way to communicate. A lot of persons in St. Elizabeth have to go out of parish to communicate. You know, I mean, serious disruptions that are happening there. And so, you know, as we talk about funding, we're really going to have to look at how we, number one, you know, how we position ourselves. Somebody talked about solar energy. I benefited somewhat because I have solar, but the government needs to put in place some policies that make it more easy for persons to have access to solar, or create incentives for persons who build and have solar. But you know, a lot of persons have been displaced, and the displacement is going to continue. I remember in the storm, just right behind me, there were persons who were in the storm looking food, and it's not because they wanted to, it's because they are a subsector in Jamaica. There are people in Jamaica who literally have to depend on activity every day in order to eat. And so because of the storm, there are persons looking mangoes, there are persons scavenging, looking for food. And so there are persons that have been displaced significantly. But you know, we'll talk more about that. I just wanted to just give do a quick intro. But this, when given the chance this evening, I really want to talk about some habits, the habits that we have that are destroying gut health, and why so many persons are getting sick, and why so many persons who are taking medication, why it is contributing, and the types of medication that are contributing to gut health. Ratty?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. All right. So do I go into it, or were you just doing your rounds?
No. Go ahead. Go straight in.
Okay, wonderful. All right. So you know, we as I said, in talking about gut health, it's not so much about the size of the gut. Yes, that's a part of it, but it's the gut environment. And so in our colon, basically we have what is called bacteria. We have two types of bacteria. We have what is called helpful bacteria, and we have harmful bacteria. And what happens is that ideally what we want is a higher concentration of good bacteria rather than bad bacteria. And you know, I'll talk about what are some of the signs. How do you know when you have more good bacteria than when you have more bad bacteria? But this thing, I want to talk about 10 habits that destroy gut health, and one of them is poor diet. You know, that's where it comes from. Poor diet, consuming a diet high in processed foods, high in sugars, unhealthy fats, and these things, these type of foods harm the gut, because sugars, for example, you know, we talk about one type of bacteria is called yeast or candida. A lot of women who have yeast infection think that yeast infection is a vaginal problem. Yeast infection is not a vaginal problem. Yeast infection is a stomach issue. So if yes, there are some things like wearing the wrong fabrics and so on that contribute to it. But what happens is that when we eat certain foods, and these foods are high in candida, what happens is we have an overgrowth of bacteria. And these bacteria, once we have an overgrowth of them, what they try to do is they try to find portals in the body to escape. So unfortunately for women, the vagina is one of those areas that they seek to escape when there's too much yeast. There's also the mouth. You know, we hear about things like trash, where there's this white coating on the tongue, and sometimes it for persons. I have somebody very close to me who is in the States who took and who was given the wrong, or was given too much antibiotic, and the antibiotic destroyed his gut biome. And so what happened is that every now and then, whenever he comes under stress, he gets a infection, and the infection is like a yeast infection. He's a male, by the way, the person is a male. And so what happens is that the yeast comes up through his mouth. And so it is so severe that it closes off his throat. It fills his entire mouth with sores. And so he's not able to swallow, or he's not able to eat. And so he loses a lot of weight. Whenever this happens to him, he looks as if he has a very, you know, he's on the cusp of dying. And that is because his gut biome has been destroyed. And so women who have yeast infection one of the things that you should avoid is that you should be avoiding baked products, or you should be avoiding sugary products. So these type of foods, eating the wrong type of foods, especially the juices. A lot of the juices that you drink have artificial sweeteners. By the way, some of these juices, in order for persons not to taste the amount of sugars, they have chemicals that they have added to these juices that remove the sweet taste. So the juice is actually far sweeter than you're tasting. And so when you have artificial sweeteners, it's far worse than even sugars. But poor diet, one of the habits that contribute to the destruction of your gut health is, of course, poor diet. Number two, the overuse of antibiotics, which I just saw somebody alluding to in the chat. The overuse of antibiotics. And so persons, antibiotics has its place, even though I would prefer probiotics. So anti means against. And so what antibiotics is very strong medication that is not selective in terms of when you take it. It's not selective in terms of the bacteria that it destroys in your gut. And so what it does is that it kills off the good bacteria, it kills off the bad bacteria. And so you are left with a decimation of the bacteria in the gut. Also, because not only in the medical industry, but also in the natural health industry, a lot of persons talk about cleansing and detoxifying. There is such a thing as over detoxifying. So if it is, because whenever you take and whenever you do certain types of detox, you should always follow up that detox with probiotics. All right. So you take, for example, certain laxatives, then a good thing to do is to follow up with good probiotics. And we'll talk about that in the weeks to come. We'll talk about the types of the natural things that you can do to restore gut health. We're not talking about buying any product. There are certain foods and there are certain food groups that you can eat that helps. I hear somebody say kefir yogurt is one of the best yogurt. That is so true. Unflavored yogurt, fermented foods. And we'll talk about them. But when you have when you are eating, when you are taking antibiotics, and in the age that we now live, a lot of persons are on antibiotics, and a lot of persons are on very strong antibiotics. What we're talking about is overusing them can wipe out both harmful and beneficial bacteria in the gut, disrupting or causing an imbalance in the microbalance. And so, especially for persons who are on antibiotics or who are on antibiotics for extended period of time, and I mean, you shouldn't be on any antibiotics for any extended period of time, unless your doctor tells you to do so. And even so, I still recommend having second or third or fourth opinions. But if you're on antibiotics for extended period of time, then you will find that you start to develop secondary problems linked to a disruption in your gut biome. So the second habit that destroys gut health is the overuse of antibiotics. And then, of course, there is number three. This is now, a lot of persons are dealing with this chronic stress. So prolonged stress can negatively impact gut health by altering gut motility. Basically, that's the gut movement, which now causes the inflammation, increasing of inflammation. Most people, when you're stressed, what you'll find is that you don't have an appetite to eat. Most people, when you're stressed, one of the first thing that happens to you is you lose your appetite. And then you start to not eat properly. You start to have bowel movement issues, irregular bowel movement. And once you start to have that irregular bowel movement, then the gut biome changes. A lot of persons who are having bloating, you're having constant bloating, because one of the signs that you have an imbalance in the gut bacteria is that you're going to have frequent bloating. Your belly just keeps on swelling. By the way, for some of those persons who have big belly, one of the reasons for that is eating a lot of baked products or sugar products. All right? So if you eat a lot of baked products or sugary products, then you're going to find that you're going to have big belly. If Just like if you drink, and they talk about beer belly. Why do they call it beer belly? Because one of the ingredients in beer is yeast, right? And yeast is a raising agent. It causes the belly to blow up, right? So eating a lot of baking products, if you want to get your belly down, one of the first thing that you can do is reducing significantly baked products from your diet, removing lots of sugar from your diet, and what you're gonna see is that your tummy goes right down. If you're frequently burping, or if you're frequently passing gas, that's also another sign that there's a disruption in your gut biome. And there are herbs. I'll talk about the 10 natural herbs that were used traditionally. I'll talk about some natural stuff that you can use. But this evening we're looking on the factors that contribute, the habits that contribute to poor gut health. And as we talk about these factors, if you notice, these are all habits. What I'm talking about is habits. We're talking about poor diet. We're talking about overuse of antibiotic. We're talking about chronic stress. These are habits. And so if I were to narrow down the number one cause to why we have so many sickness, most of the time it's not a bacteria, it's not a virus. What it is a habit. And so if we developed a hatred for the habits that we have, that the virus, the fear and the hatred that we have for diseases, if you could only transfer that to our habit, then it would be phenomenal. Number 4 is a lack of sleep. Poor sleep quality can also disrupt the gut microbiome, because guess what happens? Sleeping is synonymous to healing. Any night that you don't sleep, and I always talk to persons who work night shift, I know life is real, but nobody should be doing night work. Nobody can pay you enough for you not to sleep at night, because sleeping is synonymous to healing. Any night that you don't sleep, your body doesn't heal. So when you do night work, what you're being paid for is that you're being paid not to allow your body to heal. Now, you can only do that and get away with it for so long of a time. And so, it's real. You have to do what you have to do. But you cannot live a lifestyle, a prolonged lifestyle, where you don't get enough sleep and expect to have good health. It is also going to affect your gut biome. And so more and more we are seeing, if you look at a lot of people who have nightlife, a lot of those people who go clubbing a lot, sleep out a lot, drink a lot, you will find that a lot of the ill health plague those people more, especially as they start to get older. So not sleeping is one of the, or lack of sleep is one of the habits that contribute to poor gut health. Then there is the excessive alcohol consumption, which I alluded to earlier. Drinking too much alcohol can damage the gut lining. So apart from the fact that some alcohol contains yeast, which are not good for you, additionally, excessive alcohol consumption, what it does is that it destroys the gut lining and disrupts the balance of gut bacteria, and it also causes inflammation. Now, a lot of persons that we see so many persons who, when was it? A couple of weeks ago, saw a young man came in to our office with his mom. When I saw him on the veranda, when I came in and I saw him, his gut was swollen, and he looked as if he had skin issues as well. When the mother told me how young he was, I couldn't believe, in his 20s. But his lifestyle is one where he drinks a lot of liquor. And so he has damaged his liver. And when I saw him, because, once the liver is damaged, then it shows on the skin. And I can't understand why or how somebody can have a good liver, good health, and intentionally do something to lose it. And so he was with his mother, went to the hospital. They couldn't find out what was wrong with him. You know, we gave him some stuff, and you know, I think his mother called to say that they're seeing some positive results. Luckily, he's young, so you know that will help him. So you know, I can't wait for, to talk about the natural things that you can do to help the body to recover, especially when you have poor gut biome. A lot of people, by the way, who have issues that when they go to the doctor, it's undetectable because most doctors don't spend a lot of time and most tests are not done to look at the gut biome. So a lot of reasons why the conditions are not detectable. A lot of it is linked to the liver, and a lot of it is linked to the poor gut health. Lack of physical activity can slow down digestion. So persons who are not physically active, and this was this week we saw a gentleman, one of our clients. He has not had gut movement for weeks. So gut was swollen, he was weak, he was having headache, all of those linked with it. And I sent him a recipe, the same recipe that I sent to you, Rattigan. He was on it for 10 days. And on the 11th day, when he stopped, was when his constipation came back. That recipe that I shared with you, by the way, Rattigan, it seems very simple, but nearly every single person that we work with, every single person that we guide, we put them on that. We've seen, there's a series, if you go to my channel, there's a series of videos there called, forgot what name, natural alternative. But on that video, we actually show the process of persons recovering. All of those persons start with that juice for 10 days. And so it's very important. And so this gentleman, he found out about me through this show, reached out to me, and I put him on it. And when I saw him for the first time, I went to see him, I had a video, and I was showing him, couldn't walk, couldn't stand up, couldn't sit up. And saw him a couple of days this week, and he says that, listen to me, I'm cooking for myself, I'm going to the bathroom for myself, because he had constipation. When you are constipated, it causes mental fog, it causes aggression, it causes so many different issues. And so one thing I said to him is that massaging the stomach, because of his ailment, he wasn't able to be physically active a lot. And so once you start to move around, so trampolining, a lot of persons that are listening know, one of the things I say to them is buy a trampoline. As a matter of fact, as you get older, one of the single most important device that you can get for yourself is a trampoline. Why? Because when you jump, you know, as children, when we jump, it helps the lymphatic system. A lot of persons who have poor circulation, just by jumping on a trampoline, and I recommend the trampoline because as you get older, what the trampoline does is that it removes or it reduces the shock that would be placed on the knees. The trampoline absorbs that shock. And so by jumping, what you're doing is you're stimulating your immune system, you're stimulating your endocrine system, you're stimulating your circulatory system, you're stimulating your digestive system. As you get older, rebounder, thank you, Simone B. A trampoline is maybe one of the single most important instrument that you can get in your home. You can get the one that you can hold on and just drop. You'll be amazed because you get a full body workout. It helps with circulation. It helps with the cardiovascular. It helps with digestion. People who are constipated, just by jumping, what you are doing is that you're helping to get gut movement going, stimulate gut movement as well. So trampolining is very important because it helps in physical activity. Number 7, smoking. Tobacco use can harm the gut lining and alter gut bacteria composition because you're introducing hundreds of different chemicals, hundreds of different harmful chemicals in the gut. And so this also contribute. So can you imagine now, Ratty, somebody who doesn't sleep well at night because they're always clubbing, but while they're clubbing, they're drinking, they're smoking, and they they get up in the morning and they eat. What I'm talking about is the lifestyle of many persons. Many persons many persons have this lifestyle where they continue to eat, to drink alcohol, to smoke. So many of the factors that would contribute to poor gut health. Many of the factors. Some people, from the 10 that we're talking about, some people are guilty of 6. Some people are guilty of 5. Some people are guilty of 7. Some people are guilty of 8. Number 8 is dehydration. Not drinking enough water can lead to poor digestion and constipation, which can negatively impact gut health. And one of the reasons why so many people don't drink a lot of water in the US is because you spend so much time in the air condition. The amount of time you spend in the air condition, it helps to dehydrate you. Don't encourage you to drink a lot of water. It's difficult to drink, to be thirsty when you're in that environment. So dehydration contributes to poor gut health. Number 9 is the overconsumption of artificial sweeteners, which we talked about. A lot of the juices, persons may not be going out there deliberately to getting artificial sweeteners to consume. But a lot of the juices that you drink, a lot of these juices have artificial sweeteners in them. I had a client who worked for one of the companies here in Jamaica, one of the big companies here in Jamaica, who I was talking to him, and he was sharing, he works in the company where these juices are made. And he says, listen to me, because I work in the company and I see how they are made, my child cannot drink any of those juices. He says, do you look on the label? He says, when you look on the label and you see the amount of sugar, he says, you can't taste it. I said, no, we can't, you can't taste it. He said, there's a reason why. He said, after we add the sugar, there are some chemicals that we add to the juice that don't allow you to taste the sugar. So there is so much sugar in the juice that they have to now add chemicals to it. And the chemicals that they add to it allow the taste buds not to detect the amount of sugar added to it. And so he says, personally, his children cannot drink those juices. So he works at the company here in Jamaica that manufactures those juices, right? And so that's number 9, the overconsumption of artificial sweeteners. And then there is number 10, ignoring food intolerance. So the body speaks to us. Usually when there is anything wrong in the body tells us what's happening. The body communicates to us. We will see that as what we call a food intolerance. So continually consuming foods that you are intolerant or allergic to causes chronic inflammation. And so once the body is being forced to take anything that it doesn't want, one of the first signs that you're going to see is inflammation. Usually inflammation don't start out as discomfort or pain. When that inflammation continues, that inflammation is going to escalate until the last sign of chronic inflammation is pain. So pain is actually the evidence of chronic inflammation. You would have been having inflammation long before you start to feel pain. But what happened now is that it is now chronic while you're feeling pain, because the body knows that the only time we respect any message from the body is when we start to feel pain. So I said to persons that if you start to have and there are signs of inflammation before. So for example, let me just talk about a few signs of inflammation before you have chronic inflammation. So we talk about, for example, the burping, we talk about the passing of gas, we talk about the swelling of the gut. The gut starts to, you have bloating. Bloating is a sign of inflammation. Now, if you ignore that inflammation, it's going to continue to the point where you're going to have pain. If you're having slight discomfort in the joint, if you ignore that slight discomfort in the joint, it's going to continue until it becomes chronic inflammation. So once you start to have chronic inflammation, pain, once you have pain, don't just call it pain, call it chronic inflammation. Once you have chronic inflammation, it means that your body is at a crisis state. And so usually what we want to do is we want to remove the pain, which is the chronic inflammation, but then it doesn't mean that the inflammation is gone. We want to continue to work on that inflammation until the inflammation is totally gone, so the body comes now back into balance. Right? So understanding or making note of these 10 habits. What we need to do is now to maybe put an action plan in place. I like to tell persons it's good to be informed, but tell yourself, okay, for the next 7 days, for the next 3 days, for the next 5 days, this is the course of action that I'm going to do. Don't just tell yourself, I'm going to change, I'm going to be a changed person. Start by baby steps, 5 days, 3 days, 2 days. I like to say 10 days because 10 days is enough for you to have noticeable change. And that noticeable change, once you like it, then you can continue it. All right? So that's it. The 10 bad habits that cause or destroy gut health.
Yes, Doc. Thank you very much. I'm guilty of about 9 of them. So.
Oh my gosh. By the way, I'm having what is called a Heal Thyself retreat. A Heal Thyself retreat. I have that coming up, and it's a Heal Thyself virtual retreat. Because one of the things that I'm doing is, when you have a crisis, I realize that when you have a crisis, you usually can't get to the people who you need to get to. So if there was somebody in St. Elizabeth now that wanted me to help them, because of the crisis, they've been disconnected. And this is going to become more true. More and more people are going to become disconnected. I was in New York recently, and I said to persons that what I wanted to do was, I wanted to teach persons, because in Laos visit was very successful, by the way. I spent 2 weeks there, and I was able to work with a young man. We helped him to identify the herbs. We show him how to prepare the herbs. Everything from identifying to using them medicinally. Everything. So I left him, and I left about 60 persons, and he has started caring for himself, and he has started caring for those persons. So I went into New York with the same mindset that, okay, I'm going to go to New York. I'm going to help some people to identify. I'm going to help some people to take care of themselves. And it didn't work. Most people just wanted me to do it for them. And so my approach is I really want to teach and show persons how to do it for themselves. Because as I said, the next crisis that we're going to be having is going to be a crisis of food and medicine. And usually when you have a crisis, you don't have access to the person. That's the time you don't have access to the person who you can say, help me with this. One of the reasons why we don't treat our health seriously is because we live in a society, we live in a time where we can outsource that. So we outsource our health to persons because we have institutions, we have systems in place. We don't know enough because we don't think it's our responsibility, because there's a system and an infrastructure in place to do that. But this is not the reality when we have a crisis. And so what I'm saying is that for those persons who are hard hit, persons who have lost their house, persons who have lost their business, you can still eat healthy, you can still eat, but guess what? You're going to have to know what is available, and more importantly, you're going to need to know how to prepare it. So one of the things that I'm focusing on, Ratty, is in our Heal Thyself retreat, what I want to do is I want to share with persons what to do, and most importantly, how to do it for themselves. Because this is what is important, being able to take care of yourself. Nothing else is more important in life than being able to take care of yourself. Nothing else is more important. And we don't realize this until we get sick. when you get sick, that's when your back is against the wall.
Right.
So,
well, Doc, thank you for getting us closer to good health. I'm listening here intently, and as you know, I've taken some steps, and so because I plan to be around for a long time to see
that's
some of the
right.
so we shall see, and we have to get her up on the program too, because we have to keep her the forefront. Dervin a
Yes.
youngster, Isat a youngster too.
Because Isaac can bounce back.
Yeah. Even with him chicken guy.
But I said older than that. We don't understand, but it's all right. Do not fight against KFC. Don't hate nobody.
KFC poisoning is a very bad thing, so you gotta be careful. Anyway, Doc, I wanted to ask: did you bring up the alternatives for sweetening natural sweeteners to enhance flavor without relying on artificial additives?
Yeah. Next week I'm going to be talking about 10 natural. I'm going to be talking about that next week. So I want persons to stay tuned. So I just we definitely going to be talking about those alternatives, those natural alternatives that are out there.
Yeah, and next week what I'd like to do is want to change it up a bit. I'll have a meeting next week early with the ambassadors. They're not volunteers, they're ambassadors, and then come up with. They've given me some ideas already, but I think next week what we're going to do is do less topics and open up the phone lines so that people can actually participate. Because today it's just a a rough day to do it because Courtney came on and he had to speak.
You know what is being signaled, what this is saying, Dorothy, it means that you need to have more than one show. Because now that you've reduced it, what you're seeing is that the quality of the content that is coming out. You see what happens? You're trying to put so much quality in just one show. What you may need to do is to spread the show over a couple more days. Add one more day and see what happens.
Yeah, I may do that and see how things work out. That's an idea, but I'll run it through the ambassadors, and then we'll figure out how things are. But don't be surprised if you see a reason with Rattigan during the week. We'll see how that works out. But so folks, next week, right? Because we're running late right now. We're well over the time that we should have ended, and we still have Richard here because Richard, I gave him ask him to do something for me, to do some statistics regarding the probability of a hurricane hitting Jamaica and what he would have done if he were in the room with Minister Nigel Clark. So, Richard, people, by the way, those of you who have questions for Dr. Ben, you see his number right there. You can reach him. That's Dr. Ben Israel at Dr. Ben ICM TV. His number has been posted numerous times in the chat. Maybe not today, but
that's our YouTube channel, by the way.
It's our YouTube channel, and save your questions for him because next week we're going to open up the lines. We'll open up the lines before, so the questions that you have now you can ask him. Then he'll do the presentation. Then we'll open the lines again so you can talk to him about it, because I know a lot of you have health problems and you've been calling me trying to reach a doc. Well, next week. Oh, face, we need reason with Rattigan every day. No, that's one of the that's a bad reason, right? That's a bad habit. That would be a bad habit, right? And you see Isat's comment to the person who come in the chat a while ago.
and I'm seeing so many good points, and questions in the chat, but I just said next week.
Yes.
I did ask you, I don't know if you had placed our contact form link for persons who want to. I'll place it in the chat for those persons who want to who want to reach out. I placed the link in the chat.
Place the link, please. This is your place, man. So you have the key to it. So you don't have to ask a question. You just do what you have to do. The only thing you have to say is that Kevin, where you there if you can't do certain things, and Kevin will just magically, reappear because he was here today. No, let me just switch to Richard, and then we just have a final round and wrap it up because I forgot to get my gut in shape, so And I see that the somebody mentioned a yogurt that everybody jumped onto and said, yeah, that's a good yogurt. So I have to take care of that. But Richard, welcome. Talk to me. Oh, wait, you take notes pan doc. We can't hear you. Richard, can't hear.
You're on mute. You're muted, Richard.
Sir Richard, you're muted, sir. You're muted.
Okay, there we go.
All right, that's good.
Okay, thank you very much. And as usual, thank you for having me on the show. And of course, I'm getting some support from the members in your audience, and to say thank you to the members of the panel. Also, well, I just need to apologize for being in so late. I did not receive electricity and internet in this office until late yesterday afternoon. And I have a lot of students who have deadlines, and I've been working with them like tirelessly in order to get them back on track, because some of them were just maybe a day off, or not day off, but really on the day. So I had to get a lot of work done today. Concerning the statistics, we have two types of statistics. Statistics is in two parts. We have the descriptive and we have the inferential. You're going to come to a conclusion based on the information that you have. Now, as it pertains to the entire thing, I think that the best statistics device to use is hypothesis testing. And of course, the details of that, maybe you're not privy to, but I also need what we have, what we call descriptive statistics. I need to have a lot of information. I heard Mr. Rattigan giving some information, but the information has to be a lot more organized than that in order for me to demonstrate the what we would say now, the wisdom or lack of it in the, what is it again, Mr. Rattigan?
I mean, the hurricane you're talking about?
Yeah.
No, the cat. Oh, yeah, the cat bond. Yeah.
The cat bond, right? The cat bond. Well, if I'm able to get that information, might be that I'm not able to get enough information. But if I'm able to get that information,
I'll send you the stuff.
yes, right. Then I will take a look at it and I will do my hypothesis testing. And I heard somebody saying something about the left tail. Right, something to say about left tail. That is also something that is involved in hypothesis testing. And we're going to show that, well, usually the person who is doing the hypothesis testing will, of course, make a claim. For example, I'm going to say, well, it is quite unlikely that a hurricane will hit Jamaica meeting all of these requirements. When we say unlikely, we don't mean impossible. Right? So, yes, it is possible, but what we say it is improbable. The chance of it happening is very low. Now, I need to just look at the specifics. The hurricane passed, the average hurricane passed about 40 plus miles from Jamaica.
South of Jamaica, yes.
South of Jamaica. And we can just look at a simple thing. Look at how wide Jamaica is. That I don't have that information stored in my head right now. But if it is 40 miles wide, that the 40 plus miles that the hurricane passed Jamaica, I am almost sure that that is pretty much more than half of the width, or close to the half of the width of Jamaica. What I'm saying is that because of the relative sizes, the chance of Jamaica getting a direct hit, which is what they expect, a direct hit from a hurricane is very low. And you can take a look at the number of hurricanes that came close to Jamaica in the last century and how many actually had a direct hit. Do not forget that the one that we just had did not have a direct hit on Jamaica. So if we look at that and the other requirements, then we'll realize, as a matter of fact, someone was saying that the Hurricane Gilbert was approximately bordering on category 3 or 4. And Gilbert did such a devastating job on Jamaica. But what the requirements state is that it should be about category 4 or 5. Which of course there's a very, very slim chance of that happening. And not only that, but if a hurricane with a direct hit on Jamaica is either category 4 or 5, then the devastation, I don't think that the value that we are insured for will cover or go close to the damage that we will incur. Now there's also another calculation that, given the chance, we'll take a look at that, not tonight. Another one is that when you take a bond like that, it is similar to playing a game, right? And it is a better way of saying gambling, right? So we have calculations for playing a game and what is fair game and what the amount of money should be paid for insurance for a certain amount of money for it to be fair game. We'll take a look at that also. So that is another calculation that must be made in order that whatever the government decided to do concerning the insurance of Jamaica are taking that bond.
You know, Richard, let me
yes?
stop you for a quick second. I'm looking at some stats here, right?
Yes.
And it says Hurricane Gilbert that hit Jamaica on September 12, 1988. It was the strongest tropical cyclone on record to make landfall in Jamaica. And it came ashore as a category 3.
All right.
And 45 people dead. 45 people dead and $700 million worth of damage. Now you heard what the minister said. He said it has to be a category 4 or 5.
4 to 5, yes.
So on record, Ratty, Jamaica has never been hit by a category 4 or 5.
Directly, we have never been hit directly by category 4 or 5.
So when you look back at from the time hurricanes have been recorded till now, that is the reason why the insurance policy made that statement, because in terms of probability, it's a very, 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 very low probability. And as Mr. James said, when you look at the damage at category 3, the payout is going to be inconsequential to the type of damage that was done.
Yeah, because I'm looking at hurricanes going back to 1712, and from 1712 to 2024, and they're saying that where is it? 1988. They're saying that Hurricane Gilbert was the strongest.
And it was not category 4.
And it was a category 3.
Right.
And our world-class finance minister insured Jamaica, and you heard it out of his own mouth. He insured Jamaica for a category 4 or 5.
Right.
For 155 million. Now a category 3 did $700 million worth of damage to Jamaica. And you go insure Jamaica for 150 million, and you take all these conditions, and you know paying premiums totaling 10-point-something million a year. It's not a good deal.
What I really like about this, Mr. Rattigan, what you're doing is something that I was saying for the longest time. Whenever politicians or anyone else try to justify a move that they have made, and they try to use numbers, that some expert should take it to the people and demonstrate to the people the, what we call what? The tautology, which is the truthfulness of it, or the fallacy, which is how stupid the move is. So if by doing so, the people will be fully aware and well educated on the matter of these people who have been making the decision for us, have they been doing the right thing? Are they acting in our best interest? What is their reason? What is the motive? What are the consequences? And of course, when they use number, we have numbers. We can manipulate. They can manipulate the numbers, but we can demonstrate using numbers whether they have done the right thing or not. And that is something that I've attempted to do for years, and I'm very happy that you are doing that now.
I'm going to send you all the information. Actually, I have two things I'd like you to do. I'd like you to look at the Integrity Commission's thing. I'll send that to you as well. And then also this hurricane thing, because our people, they need to understand that just because somebody says Jamaica is insured for $150 million worth of damage caused by hurricane, they think that, okay, if there's any damage, yeah, we're covered. No, we're not. Because just like any insurance policy, you have your conditions and your terms. And if you don't meet them, you will not get a payout. And in this case, I suspect that Jamaica is not going to have a category 4 or 5 hurricane pass over Jamaica.
Yeah.
However,
Gilbert was category 4 though, yeah?
I beg your pardon?
It was category 4.
What was category 4?
Gilbert.
It says high-end category 3. I'm looking at right here.
It hit me. I was alive. I was there. It was category 4, and it was really bad.
Okay. Well, here they're saying
it was the only direct hit that we ever had as well. So Gilbert was wild. Gilbert.
It's saying right here, the strongest tropical cyclone on record to make landfall in Jamaica, impacting as a high-end category 3. That's where. And this is coming from Wikipedia, list of Jamaica hurricanes.
All right. Another thing, again, Mr. Rattigan. Now, for what I can remember from what was said, and I think that I saw it on the screen also, that in defining a storm as category such and such, then they have to look at the atmospheric pressure.
Yes.
Right. So then, even if it is high-end category 3 or low-end category 4, then what will the decision be made on is not how we define it as category 3 or 4, but the actual value of the pressure that they have there. But we are saying that in that pressure, it is going to be required a storm category 4 or above. And we are saying that, and there's a little toss between Gilbert being a category 3 or category 4. But at the end of the day, we cannot make a claim based on what category hurricane it is. We have to make a claim with the by making use of the actual value of the pressure that is given to us. And of course, I'm sure that if we look at that value of pressure that is given to us, I think that the lowest category is category 3, and I think that is not going to be low category 3. I think it's going to be very high if it is even in category 3. So that is something that we need to also, as a matter of fact, take a second look at.
We have some corrections here. We have some corrections in the chat. People are saying that, and several people have said it, Gilbert made landfall as a category 3, but increased to a category 4. When it left Jamaica, it was a 4, but when it arrived, it was a 3.
Okay.
So that's why the stats say it was a high-end category 3.
Okay.
But be that as it may, somebody else put in the chat here, I'm just love my people in the chat now, because they keep we honest and keep we informed.
Yes, that's excellent.
Yeah, somebody said that the minister said that said the minister said something that it have to be like a 4, a high 4 or a 5, something like that. I don't see it here. But in an event, the damage that going cause 150 million. It better take the money and do emergency preparedness. buy things and preposition them across the island, or spend the money on education, or spend the money on something else. But I give them the money, This money is a give.
But Mr. Rattigan, also they could put it in a special fund, a fund just for hurricanes and for natural disasters, something similar to like that what they did for CCJ, in a sense. Put it in there and let it go accrue. Even if it means you have to borrow a massive money from a multilateral, put it in that special fund. Nobody touches it, and when the natural disaster comes, you can draw on it. But I don't know I don't know if these people are thinking or the persons are qualified.
See, Jamaica, geographically and geopolitically, is a significant country to the United States and to other world powers. Jamaica sits at the entrance to Latin America and the rest of the Caribbean, coming from north, right? Jamaica is so important on so many levels that should a hurricane 5, 6, 10 hit Jamaica, international aid will come pouring into the country. Of course, one of the politicians will be there, the ones who are alive, are the ones who they'll release and they'll come back. They'll fly to Miami or someplace and come back when they can and start the chopping. But Jamaica will not, these countries will not make Jamaica suffer. So they didn't have to buy this bond. They did not have to buy this bond. Already, you see what happened. Everybody knows that Jamaica have this bond, but the UN gave 2.5 million. The US gave some money, and I'm sure the EU and other countries and organizations, they're going to provide funding. Jamaica will rise from the ashes. This money here is a giveaway money. This 10 point something million dollars, giveaway, people, and we need to get some answers from the minister, because what we need to do is rescind this contract we signed. We need to rescind it and take the money and do something else. Or as like you said, Durbin, money in our fund and deal with it from there. And buy instead of beg the diaspora, take the money and buy the equipment and the goods and all that stuff you need, and pre-position it across the island. And then also you must have a manageable and a realistic plan to deal with these disasters. It can't be willy-nilly where you come out and tell the world, oh, we're prepared. Boom, hurricane passed through, you're not prepared. This is nonsense, man. Nonsense. Continue, Mr. James.
Okay.
So it's a sweetheart deal then.
Okay. All right. So that's pretty much until we have all of the data to put together. Then that's pretty much it for the presentation concerning the hurricane and the cat ban.
I want to use some numbers. Like I said, I'll forward some numbers to you, because I'm not pleased with what I'm seeing coming out of the Integrity Commission, and I'm not good with maths, and so I will leave that to you so you can look at it and just tell me, what's going on here, because my elementary understanding of arithmetic, and that's what it is. It's arithmetic. You just add and divide or add and subtract, and when I go through with it, the numbers just not making any sense to me. So I'm wondering if it's me or it's them. So
no, it's serious, because I was just looking at the information. I'm not really settled down paying serious attention to it, but I was just looking at the information, and just glancing at it, we saw, like, for example, the number, the ones that you said that this is the one that is your favorite, and that is the one that is your favorite. And you're choosing that based on not necessarily proportion, but the size, the number of the ones available, and the number of matters that are looked into.
Right.
And sometimes I see something like 1%.
See?
I see something like 1%. People, statistics. Let me just give you an example. If you say that, for example, at present, Mark Golden is leading Andrew Holness in the polls, and some people might not give an opinion, and you see something like this. One is at 48%. and the other one is at 45%. Of course, you can see that there's a difference between the two numbers. So while this is representative of a numerical difference, it is not representative of a statistical difference. Statistically, this is what you call a statistical dead heat, because what is acceptable is a margin of error of 5%. So the person is not ahead of the person by 5%. You cannot say that the person is really ahead, because the difference of less than 5% may be well because of sampling inefficiencies or something. So the person has to be 5 percentage points or more ahead for you to say that the person is actually ahead. So if you look at something and you see that only 1% of the entire number is being investigated, it's equivalent to not doing anything at all.
Exactly. And that's why I'm saying that if I'm committing corruption in Jamaica, those are the groups. That's where I'm going, because they're not looking at those groups.
Right. The chance that you'll be detected in the chance that you'll be detected under 5% of which everyone that I calculated, I think maybe with the exception of 1 or 2, the most of them were under 5%. That means the chance of you being detected in any one of those is really, really, really very, very, very low.
Man, I'm telling you.
One thing you gotta keep in mind, when you apply AI software to this situation, AI software becomes more predictable as to when something is going to happen. I know they say that the National Hurricane Center uses a concept called the hurricane return period. It quantifies how often a hurricane can be expected to pass within 50 nautical miles of a specific location, right? So that's what they use to work out a return to the area of Jamaica has not had a return since 1988. And I think this one passed within 45 miles now. So this is probably the first one in a long time to pass within that 50 nautical mile measurement. You say
sorry,
Mr. Herb, on that very same point, on that very same. What? Hold on there, Sir James. I just want to add something here. A part of my model when I used to be did my law degree was insurance law, and there's an aspect of it that that speaks on the more there's a what you call it, a frequency for a major event to happen, the higher the premium. So my question is now, from the finance minister, were we paying at the higher premium or the lower end of the premium? So that is another question he has to answer. It may kind of sound like it kind of off a little, but it's worth asking to get further answers on it.
That's a very good question. Also, another good question is, will there be maybe the next, what do you call it, the next cycle of the insurance? Any adjustment to the requirements and any adjustment to the amount that has to be paid because Beryl showed Jamaica to be at risk.
Yeah.
And if you're saying that you're talking about insurance, and of course you are more qualified to guide me on this. That if Jamaica is at risk, there must be an adjustment in the next cycle. They're not going to treat it the exact same way.
Yeah, there has to be an adjustment, but as it depends on the statistics, the statistical chance of an event like a hurricane to hit Jamaica. And from what we have seen so far, it is kind of, we could say once in about every 30, 40 years.
Right.
Because the last major one was Gilbert that walked across us, and nearly 40 years later we have Beryl, which came very close. It could have marched over Jamaica, but for some divine hand, the hurricane never marched across Jamaica. So we could use that as a barometer point to say once in X number of years. And then you can do your premium from there. But as I said before, the finance minister has messed up because he did not work with the professionals with him. And as I said, from The Richest Man in Babylon, that book is a damn good book, which speaks about your mastermind group. You are not halfway with that. So as Mr. Rattigan say, you walk with the meteorologist, you walk with the actuary, you walk with the statistician, you walk with those people. Because when you're going into rooms like that with these multilateral people, you're literally going to war. And you need to have these experts to guide you in order to make the best deal. Even Donald Trump, I love Donald Trump, and I don't care what anybody wants to say. Donald Trump is a man who knows how to make deals. And that is what he does. That man, the finance minister needs to take a page from Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump, maybe when he becomes next president, he needs to go sit at the feet of Donald Trump and understand how to craft these. Because obviously it's not.
Dervin, I wouldn't praise Donald Trump too much. Donald Trump
well,
inherited $2 billion and lost it all. So, you know, he's not that great at the art of the deal. He's screwed up. And look at what he's done. He's cheated in New York all those decades. And now New York is coming back to bite him on the ass.
Well, that is true too.
You know,
but you have other famous business people who he could basically sit at their feet and learn how to make a good deal.
Listen, there is him, but Durban, him not forgot that far enough. There is one of eminence, actually two. You have, but I'm not sure about the first one. Michael Lee Chen is one of them. But then you have the Minister of Education. She received a degree from Harvard in economics, and she received her master's from the Wharton School of Business.
To be honest, she should have been our finance minister.
In fact, she should have taken him as her statistician.
Exactly.
She should have taken him as a statistician. This man,
I don't know. The Prime Minister has messed up. He should have put Madam Favor Williams as our finance minister. We need these are the things. We need the professionals who can commandeer the ministries better. And Favor would have done a damn good job, because from what I have seen, she basically cleaned up the mess that Nigel made and had to present it in Parliament. He was nowhere to be found. He was MIA, finance minister. Oh God. This is a joke. Man on the Republic businesses.
all right, we could just go around the room, you know, and kind of button up this thing, yeah. Let's start with you, Richard. We give you the floor. Who are you?
Things that I want to say. This is going to be very, very short. Right. Concerning we have a few individuals, you know, your supporters, also supporting Richard James Mathematics Resources, you know, and they are making decisions as to the books that they should purchase. And if you come to a particular decision, then I'll just be willing to, you know, let you have the books that you say that you want. However, I am prepared also to give you some advice, because, for example, someone ordered for somebody who's in primary school the majority of my instructional manuals for high school and one of the pet books. So I think that that may have been a misunderstanding and requires some amount of clarification. I'm willing to do that. So if you're about to purchase books, you know, which some of you are doing, and you know, some of you have made quite a few good decisions, but I'm a little bit doubtful about the one that says that you're going to purchase 6 of the 7 instructional manuals for high school and just one of the pet books for someone who is presently in primary school. And of course, when I make another presentation, given the opportunity, then I will also do some clarification on that. And of course, for the summer, I'm going to attempt to do it. You know, we have just received the internet. I'm going to attempt to do some sessions on TikTok and or YouTube And all of you need to do is follow me in your instructional manuals. So that is what my intention is for the summer. Hopefully I'll be able to execute it because I have a lot of other projects working on. So thank you, Mr. Rattigan, thank you everyone. And thanks for the support from both the panel and also from the supporters. You know, I'm really, really very grateful for what you
Listen,
are,
Jim,
you know,
I feel in my promise to you, you know. I promised to give you a segment and it didn't work out, but next week I'll have you and the doc on. I don't think we'll have anybody else because then we're gonna open up the phones and then people can talk to you, them can talk to doc, and them can raise any subjects they want to raise. So next week I think you'll be both of you will just be the two guests and then we'll go from there. But thank you for coming on, and I'll send you the information so that you can do whatever you do best, and then we can talk about it next week.
Okay, for sure.
All right.
Yes.
Dervin, you're up, sir.
Thank you for letting me come on your show today. As usual, it is learning. It's always something to learn about, something new, something exciting, and also as a medium to give my voice on some issues. I know that some people maybe in the comments may be accusing me that I love Trump the criminal, but that is not.
No, man, forget about that. Here's
No,
what I'd like.
I'm just saying. From a business standpoint, I kind of admire Trump, but as you said, there are certain other things that are below that may have.
Well, Herb disabused of that notion, so we can just talk about that. What I'd like you to do, though, in the few minutes that you have, I would like you to talk about something that's bothering you with education, because you sent me something this week, and if you just want to comment on that, I know it's with education wasn't the topic, but I want to hear from you your perspective on what's going on with education.
Education, as I say, I showed you, sent you some information that more teachers are leaving the classroom,
right?
And obviously, I am not sure if there's going to be any.
Don't cut off Dervin. Mention teachers, that was it.
See, like Starling, kick it away.
No mentions the teachers are leaving. And that was it.
Oh Lord.
Oh man.
The minister, take it away.
All right, Jeffrey, you're upset. Talk to us.
Well, you know, it's been a pleasure being on this program here once again. And, you know, when you sit here and you listen to all the presentations, you listen to Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben, I send you a text message, sir. I need, you know, you need to see what you can do to assist the God that I have here calling to Mr. Rattigan.
All right. I'll look out for it, sir.
Yes. And, you know, we come here time and time again, and, you know, I learn a lot every time I come on this program. I learn a lot from this program. And we all must join together in whatever we are doing. Sometimes we say, even me, I give up hope sometimes. I say, you know what? I chat every day on this program or on my program, and I say, what is going to happen? What is our people doing? But when I hear people may call me off here and say, Jeffrey, good program today, continue the work you're doing. It gives me more hope. It gives me more hope that one day, before my eyes close, that the change that we seek must come to this country of ours. And although they are down there sending threats and all sorts of stupidness, you're not gonna stop me from talking.
Sorry again, Mr. Rattigan, got kicked off. I don't know why.
Oh Lord, it seems as if because you talk about education, you got kicked off, man. But I'll let you come back on as soon as I finish here. You know, and we must always be in the forefront of everything and stand up for what we believe in. Stand up for a better Jamaica. And continue to fight the fight that we want for this country. Over to you, my good friend.
Jeffrey, somebody teasing them said Loxley. Him said Jeffrey raised the dead. Yes, nothing wrong with that.
Every time he comes on my program, he get trouble, you know.
All right, Dervin, go ahead, sir. Finish up, please. We're talking about the teachers leaving the classroom and that Jamaica won't have enough teachers
It is
teach our children.
It is a very worrying situation, Mr. Rattigan, and I'm personally very troubled, and I think well-thinking Jamaicans should be troubled because a lot more teachers are going, and I don't know why the ministry doesn't want to release those numbers to show you exactly how many teachers are leaving this year, but I informally got some numbers in the couple hundreds, but
what does that translate to when it's a couple hundred teachers leaving? Is that
something making noise in the background? What you said, Mr. Rattigan?
It's mine.
Yeah, I'm saying the numbers. When it's a couple hundred, I mean, is that really bad?
Richard, mute your mic.
Bad is, well, it depends on how you look at it as bad. To me, I look at it as bad because at least one teacher out of the classroom, Jamaica's classroom, going to another will cause a significant strain on education institutions, and in which the principals will have to work with the senior teachers to find replacements, which can be hard to find, especially our teachers in the STEM, because they are heavily being poached right now by the English and the US, and partly by the Middle Eastern countries like Dubai and thing. And I've gotten those messages from certain persons who I know personally. So it's not going to look good September morning, as it on top of the destruction of some of our schools by Beryl, and where to go and find the money to repair those schools in the meantime. But COVID has taught us something for some of the schools that have been destroyed. COVID has taught us to teach virtually. So hopefully we can use the principles that COVID has taught us. So those students who will not be attending Monroe College come September due to the significant damage on other schools, you have to ramp up the online learning platform and try to move from there until that situation is resolved. But to me, it is kind of dire for the education system. Very dire. And it's not good for the growth of the nation and the productivity of the nation when you have so many educators leaving due to the stubbornness of government. Oh God.
All right. Well, nah, it's a bad note for you to leave us on, but it's jarring, but it's also realistic, and we have to face reality, right? We can't keep our heads in the sand and say it's not happening. And the government is doing that, like you said. They don't want to release the numbers because they know the numbers are going to be bad, and it will result in further criticism of what's going on. And it's one of those things where they know the ship is sinking, but they can't do anything about it. But they're not ringing the alarm, and they're saying all is well, and all is not well. We're going down on a sinking ship, and this is bad for Jamaica and the education system and the children. So I'm just hoping and hopeful about your presence in the profession, that you'll stay. But I know that if the gate open tomorrow, Mr. Durfin take off like jet. Doc, talk to us now.
Yeah, well, as I said, my concern is in the next couple of days, as the reality sets in, as it relates to the repercussions from the loss in the agricultural sector, massive losses in the agricultural sector. So we're going to be seeing that translating to increased hike in food, and so many persons being displaced. One of the things I want to really implore persons to take advantage of is what is available and what is around them. One is going to be that it's about planting more, doing your own planting, as well as taking advantage of what is available wild out there in the field. We want to give thanks that we just got back electricity recently. So, we intend to start educating the people every Sunday at 7. I do a live. And I think tomorrow evening, I want to talk a lot about, I want to start to do some recipes based on wild vegetables. So I have some recipes that I created utilizing wild herbs, herbs like Spanish needle, herbs like a number of wild vegetables out there. I think I did about 8 or so different recipes, and I want to start sharing them tomorrow because a lot of persons are going to be underfed and they won't have access to what they're accustomed to. And so, as I said, I'm pushing it even more that persons need to become knowledgeable. When I was during the storm, I was elated because almost immediately after the storm, I could just go right to the spring. We have a spring where I could get drinking water. The supermarkets were locked, but we had mangoes and we had so many different foods. I was saying that if I'm in a crisis, I would love. I prefer being in Jamaica because there's almost instant access to food and water. So there's a number of plants out there that is edible that we need to learn how to prepare meals from what is available. What we have been trained to prepare as meal. Once there's a crisis like this and that disruption comes into play, we don't have access, but it doesn't mean that we don't have food. We have plenty of food around us. We just need to know how to prepare that. So, I just want to encourage persons to become creative, in what is available around them because we still have a lot that is around us. All we need is the knowledge to know how to prepare them.
Okay. I see Isaac is left us. I'm trying to see if he sent me a message. I don't see him. Herb.
You're muted, Herb. You're muted.
Okay, I got it. Okay, I'm looking at what you were reflecting on a while ago. Jamaica is facing a lot of challenges after Hurricane Beryl, and there's massive losses caused by Beryl, right? Now, the government support that they talk about is going to have to come from international organizations providing immediate financial aid to affected farmers. Because while people could take shelter and could take cover, their plants and their animals could not. So a lot of animals and a lot of plants got wiped out, right? USAID, we see, are allocating funds for repairing homes, addressing water and sanitation needs, and distributing essential relief items. They are saying that farmers should be encouraged to replant damaged crops promptly, focus on the staples, bananas, plantains, and yams. Promote crop diversification to reduce reliance on specific varieties. Explore resilient crops that withstand storm better. I'd love to know what crops are those. Greenhouses, they're saying more planting should be done inside of greenhouses to protect crops from extreme weather. The poultry and livestock farmers who suffered damage to chicken houses and other infrastructure, they need assistance. And veterinarians should be going around checking out injured animals to make sure they can save those that were damaged or injured during the storm. The roads and irrigation, repair damaged roads and irrigation systems to facilitate transportation and water supply. introduce modern farming techniques, including precision agriculture and efficient water management, which, that has been lacking for quite a while. Crop insurance, encourage farmers to invest in crop insurance to mitigate losses during disasters. Build storm-resistant storage facilities and warehouses, right? Local cooperation, foster community-based initiative for sharing resources, knowledge, and recovery efforts. And then you add training and education program for farmers to discuss disaster preparedness and climate smart practices, right? Now, the other areas I know we covered was the education system, underpaid and undervalued professionals in both the nursing and the teaching professions, right? And so they're going to have to allocate more monies to education, to infrastructure, and resources and policy improvements, so that the students who complete the education system without adequate reading and writing skills, without comprehension skills, that those students, that will change. And I'd hate to see it turn out that the teachers in some of these schools themselves have a problem with comprehension, right? Because I've seen that before here in the US, where they put misplaced teachers in the classroom and they cannot get their points across because they can't comprehend, and neither can the students. So we need to change that paradigm, because it's not working out well for our students. Hospitals struggle with inadequate bed spaces, poor working condition, and insufficient resources that affect patient care. Skilled healthcare professionals who leave due to better opportunities abroad probably need to be offered bonuses to keep them on the job and prevent them from leaving, right? Because I've seen that work with the US military, where we give certain doctor skills and nursing skills bonuses, and we even repay their student loans. And it's worked out very well, where they stick around. But Jamaica has to make that decision that their people are important to them, and that they will take every step possible to save them from leaving the system in dire need. And that's pretty much the appeal that I would make, that they have to consider a system of bonuses, especially for those nurses in key areas that we can ill afford to lose them. I'm talking about those nurses who work in the ICU and MICU. Those nurses have a skill set that you don't train somebody in 3 to 5 years to get that. So you got to train them, and you got to keep them. And that's pretty much same thing with the teachers. You train them, you got to keep them. And that means you have to start paying out some bonuses. That's it.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me just thank a whole bunch of people. Thank you, the people who have stuck around or chose to watch the program and participate with us today. All of you in the chat room, all of you viewing from home in the bars and the markets or wherever you can, given the desperate times that we're experiencing as a result of Beryl. We'll keep you in our prayers, and we will be cheerful givers, because as the good book says, the Lord loves a cheerful giver, and we are our brother's keeper. Despite what the government might say about us being separatists, treasonous, traitors, breakaways, whatever they want to call us, we're all related. We're all in this thing together. Let me thank Herb Nelson, Isaac Buchanan, Richard James, Patrick Beckford, Jeffrey Tavares, Dervin Cochran, Lincoln Prezi Lewis, who was here with us briefly, but he had to attend an event. Courtney Cephas, Dr. Ben, and we were supposed to have attorney Danielle Archer with us today, but she had an engagement that she had to attend to, and it took her away for the most part. So hopefully she'll join us next week. Let me just say a few words about the topics we covered today and what we plan to do next week. Again, folks, remember, do not give the government of Jamaica any money, any supplies. Send it to your folks in Jamaica, or you can give it to a verified, certified charitable organization like the Lascaux Chin Foundation, because they've been doing yeoman's work in trying to get people up and running. They've been helping out small businesses, cook shops, families. They've been partnering with other charitable organizations to provide much needed resources, services, equipment, whatever is needed to Jamaicans, particularly those who are, the ones who are suffering the most in the rural areas. So Lascaux Chin Foundation, big up on yourself. There's another one, Mustard Seed, and there are quite a few others. But check them out, folks, and use them. Don't send anything to the government of Jamaica. What's it called? Agency for Disaster Preparedness. They're a disaster. They are a disaster. So, they were not prepared. And the Prime Minister said, I believe he said, yeah, we are prepared. We're prepared for Beryl. We're prepared for Beryl. And he was trying to, I don't know who was trying to convince, but he certainly was not prepared for Beryl. And we can see it right now. And the stone that the builder refused, and the main cornerstone now. See? I'm going to turn to the diaspora now. I'm going to dip on our knees now on a big way for boat, and fertilizer, and all the other things. And you know what? We're not going to turn our backs on the people of Jamaica. We're going to send things to the people of Jamaica, but not through you, the government. You can stay on your knees and beg. We're going to send our money to our family members, and whatever service, whatever equipment, supplies that we have that we can't get to our family members, or they're not in need of, we're going to send it through a charitable organization to Jamaica. Threats. See why I tell you we have to take threats seriously. So what happened to the former president today, right? And he's surrounded by Secret Service, and they do threat assessments every single day of the week. They do threat assessments. Yet somebody was able to get close to him, or close enough that he's injured, right? So just think about us. So when you have a prime minister will come out, that's why I'm going to insist that the American government should do something about him and this gentleman, Mr. McCurdy, because they have now crossed that demarcation line now where we have to take their threats seriously. Seriously. So I'm going to insist. I have some more organizations, international organizations, that we're going to send this thing out. And you can just imagine now what's going on at the State Department, Homeland Security, FBI, and elsewhere, where they're looking at this and they're going, because they have copies of the statements made by the Prime Minister and Mr. McCurdy. They're listening to this and considering what just happened to the former president. They're going, these people are threatening American citizens on American soil. It's not going to go over well, Mr. Prime Minister. It's not going to go over well. Another thing that's not going to go over well, that's not going over well, is the Hurricane Cat bond. We need more answers from our esteemed Minister of Finance and the Public Service. What he said is not enough. He should stop speaking in that rapid fire rate and slow down and come on our platform, because it's obvious that the core of reporters in Jamaica, that they're afraid to ask the right questions. They're afraid to press him on the issues. They're even afraid to file ATIs. I file more ATIs than probably all of the journalists in Jamaica combined. And they can tell you, because I file ATIs at 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, midday, midnight. I file ATIs right through the day. And that is one of the worst things you want, Jamaica. Government of Jamaica, I'm not talking to now. One of the worst things you want is to have somebody who's determined. That's one of the, and have the time. You don't want that, and that is what you're getting right now. Big up Wayne Lonesome. We have his conference in Canada in less than 2 weeks. And then Herb is working diligently with some folks over in England. We're going to have one over there as well. And of course, we're making our way back to New York. 60 will become 600. Mark my words. And then we're heading down to Florida. And 30 will become 300. So we're not done. And we'll never be finished with this government until it starts. Well, it's too late now because the promises have been made and they haven't been fulfilled. And there is no indication that this government plans to fulfill the promises that it made going back to 2016 and the additional promises made 2020. So that's that. The Constitution, we were supposed to, and we will do it. We'll get to it next week because we're going to teach the Constitution around here. Our people need to understand what's in that document because that is the roadmap. That is the roadmap to our self-reliance or self-determination or independence. It's all this stuff about being Jamaican. That is the document, right? And what we're finding out is that most people don't know what's in that document. And then we have a group called the Constitutional Reform Committee or Commission, whatever they're called, the last C's for. And they're so afraid, they're afraid of them shadow. Them come on and them have these bogus meetings. I asked them one question, Herb. You know what I asked them? I said to them, I said to the lady, I said, listen, the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, they account for almost half of the population of Jamaica. Almost half. They account for almost 1.3, 1.2, 1.3 million people. And I said, and you had 5 town hall meetings and you did not have one in Kingston and St. Andrew. So how do you expect people now to respond when you put out this referendum? People who you probably don't even know what you're talking about. How do you do that? And they say, oh, Mr. Rattigan, then this is part of the extent. No, by the way, if you live in Kingston or St. Andrew, they're having, I think it's the 25th of this month. Maybe next, I think it's next week. I think so. They're having a town hall meeting, Emancipation Park, and they're asking everybody to come out. But this is ass backwards. You should have done this before you put your recommendations in. You left out half of the population. And the other half, you only talked to about maybe a fraction of them, right? You'd have had more voices in Kingston and St. Andrew that would have caused you to really pay attention to what you put in that, in your recommendations to the cabinet. But they didn't do that. And I just find that they're woefully lacking in trying to explain what it is that they're doing, what is it that you're trying to achieve, and how they're going about it. This group is one of the most inept group of significance I've seen in a long, long time. They have a bunch of numbskulls sitting on that thing. And I asked them, I said, listen, come on the program. Since you hide behind writing questions, come on the program, because what they're doing, they're trying to educate people who don't know. So those people are taking what they're saying as gospel. I said, come on the program and talk to people who do know. And let's have an exchange. They run like when in the turn on light and cockroach bolt. Them run. Me invite them last week, Monday, me invite them Thursday, and I'll know them no right to me for come. Because trust me, if you come, you will be dealt with respectfully and diplomatically around here. We're not going to cuss on nobody. You saw what Mr. Sivas went through with today. People could have used all kind of derogatory language and whatever to deal with the situation, but they didn't. They didn't. People who disagreed with him, they disagreed with him without being disagreeable. And that's what we're asking for around here. That's what we preach around here. So you can come But the one thing I can tell you, don't come with no foolishness. Because if you come with foolishness, you will be dealt with appropriately. People go and see you for who you are. You're going to be exposed. So if you feel like you have something to offer, then please come. I will take it if you don't come, that you know what's going to happen to you, that we're gonna just dissect what you're doing and just expose you for the fraud that you are, and that's the end of that. So that's a CRC. Food security. Jamaica, brace on yourself. Brace yourself. Food, hear them. Go back and look at the 2016 and the 2020 manifesto about food security. It's all gobbledygook. It's all a bunch of nice words, like a string of pearls. But the words mean nothing now. Right now, they mean nothing to the people of Jamaica. Food prices are going to go up. And your minimum income, your minimum salary will remain where it is. So what you could buy 4 weeks ago at the market, you can forget about that next week. You can forget about that next week. Now, I know some people who are importing sub-quality food products. They're going to make a killing because they'll be the only game in town because there's no competition. So, and St. Elizabeth, God bless them. I say a prayer for them. I have family live at St. Elizabeth, Santa Cruz, and the environs. But, that's where we are. And I will end with this. And I've said it several times. The old Chinese proverb. If you're taking care of your society, if you're responsible for your people, and you have to make decisions for them, and you have 1 year, plant rice. If you have 10 years, you plant trees. But if you're thinking about the longevity of your nation, if you're thinking about the youth, if you're thinking about progress, if you're thinking about true prosperity, educate your people. And that's a lifetime. So Jamaica, that's where I'm going to leave you. And I should say Jamaicans, whether you're in the diaspora or back home, that's where I'm going to leave you tonight. Please tune in at midnight and listen to Relax with the Rebel. I know Jeffrey won't join me. Herb look like him all concord. Herb, you need to put on your dance shoes because since you don't have a trampoline at home and you're the doctor, you need a trampoline for, stimulate and energize all of them other parts.
Right.
Yeah, maybe you should have come listen to me. I'll play some berries tonight. Jeffrey, do the same thing, right?
Of course, I'm gonna listen. I always listen.
Stay away from the pork sandwich, the big.
No, I don't eat pork. No form of pork around here. No form of pork.
Only bacon.
Only bacon.
Only
bacon.
Only bacon.
No form of pork around here.
So, people, tomorrow too, Waterhouse Vibes at 4 New York time, Wayne Lonesome at 7 New York time. With that, go ahead.
We talk on Monday at 11 o'clock. We have an exciting topic coming on Monday.
All right. People, want to take care of yourself, be well, think about and pray about all of our family members back in Jamaica suffering, and hopefully tomorrow will be a better day for them. Thank you very much. Good night, everybody.
Good night. For all of us.
To the audience and to all the
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night. See you all tomorrow at 7.